Chapter 13. Science at Any Price. The same week that the major criminals convicted at Nuremberg were hanged and their ashes thrown into a river, Undersecretary of State Dean Acheson called Samuel Klaus into his office at the State Department to discuss Operation Paperclip. At issue was the fact that JOA had circulated a new top-secret directive, JOA 257-22. The way in which Paperclip participants would now receive visas had officially been changed. Instead of allowing State Department representatives to conduct pre-examinations in Europe prior to visa issuance, as was required by law, that process would be completed here in America by the Commissioner of the Immigration and Naturalization Service, INS. The Department of State would accept as final the investigation and security reports prepared by JOA for issuing final clearance of individuals concerned, wrote JOA Director Colonel Thomas Ford. Acheson and Klaus were both aware that JOA had wrested control of how visas were issued and had done so in defiance of U.S. law. But the President had signed off on the directive. Operation Paperclip was now officially a denial program, meaning that any German scientist of potential interest to the Russians needed to be denied to the Russians at whatever cost. There were now 233 Paperclip scientists in the United States in military custody. The State Department was told to expect to receive in the coming months their visa applications and those of their family members. The information contained within the scientists' OMGUS security dossiers promised to be the best information available. Samuel Klaus knew this vague new language meant military intelligence officers could withhold damaging information about certain scientists from State Department officials. The pipeline to bring ardent Nazis and their families into the United States was open wide. 3 weeks later, the New York Times reported for the first time that there were Nazi scientists living in America under a secret military program. Its sources were the Russian Army's Berlin-based newspaper Tägliche Rundschau and the Russian-licensed East German newspaper Berliner Zeitung. In a follow-up article, an anonymous source told the newspaper that 1,000 additional German scientists were on the way. All were described as volunteers and under contract, the article reported. Their trial periods are generally 6 months, after which they can apply for citizenship and have their dependents brought to the United States. Newsweek magazine revealed that the secret military program's classified name was Project Paperclip. Rather than deny the story, the War Department decided to go public with a sanitized version of its program. They would also make several scientists at Wright Field available to press, radio, and pictorial services. An open house was organized, with Army censors releasing details and photographs that would foster the appearance that all of the German scientists in the United States were benign. At Wright Field, the dirigible expert Theodor Knack gave a demonstration with a parachute. The 80-year-old Hugo Eckener, former chairman of the Zeppelin Company, explained to reporters that thanks to his new Army contract, he was now working with Goodyear on a new blimp design. Alexander Lippisch, inventor of the Messerschmitt Me-163 jet fighter, was photographed in a suit holding up a scale model of a sleek, futuristic delta-wing jet, his hawk-line nose staring down the end of the airplane. The emphasis on Lippisch was not that his jet fighter held records for Allied shoot-downs in the war, but that his aircraft set international records for speed. Ernst Eckert, an expert in jet fuels, discussed high-speed gas turbines in his thick German accent. It was by mistake that the War Department allowed Eckert to chat with reporters, considering that his JOA file listed him as a Nazi ideologue and former member of the SS and the SA. The program was becoming unwieldy, and no matter how hard the JOA tried to maintain control, they could not keep an eye on all things. One American officer, assigned as a spokesman for the Germans, told reporters he so enjoyed working with German scientists, "I wish we had more of them." Other German scientists at Wright Field were kept away from reporters, particularly those men who had been members of Nazi Party paramilitary squads like the SA and the SS. In aerodynamicist Rudolf Hermann's intelligence file, it was written that during the war, while working inside the wind tunnels in Kochel, Bavaria, Hermann had held morning roll calls in his brown SA uniform, and that he often gave speeches in support of Hitler. The information in engineer Emil Salmon's OMGUS security report was even more incriminating. At the aircraft factory where he had worked, Salmon had been known to carry a rifle and wear an SS uniform. He also belonged to the Storm Troops, SA, from 1933 to 1945 and held the position of troop leader, Truppführer, read one memo. When bringing him to America, the Army stated, "This command is cognizant of Mr. Salmon's Nazi activities and certain allegations made by some of his associates in Europe, namely that during the war Emil Salmon had been involved in burning down a synagogue in his hometown of Ludwigshafen." But Emil Salmon was now at Wright Field because the Army Air Forces found his knowledge and expertise difficult, if not impossible, to duplicate. Emil Salmon built aircraft engine test stands. For various press events, the Army provided photographs of some of the more wholesome-looking German scientists, definitely no one with a dueling scar. There were pictures of white-haired men playing chess, window shopping outside a Dayton, Ohio toy store, smoking cigarettes, and sunning themselves on Army grounds. To be invited to the open house, a reporter had to agree in advance to clear his or her story with Army censors before going to press. The military placed its own article in the Stars and Stripes, purporting to tell the official story. None of the Germans had ever been Nazis. The men were under strict supervision here in the United States. They were all outstanding scientists and technicians, vital to national security. They were moral family men. The news stories about the scientists at Wright Field generated a flurry of response, including newspaper editorials and letters to congressmen. A Gallup poll the following week revealed that most Americans believed that bringing 1,000 more German scientists to America was a bad idea. Journalist and foreign affairs correspondent Joachim Jostin was outraged by the very idea of Paperclip, writing in The Nation, "If you enjoy mass murder but also treasure your skin, be a scientist, son. It's the only way, nowadays, of getting away with murder." Rabbi Stephen S. Wise, president of the American Jewish Congress, penned a scathing letter to Secretary of War Patterson that was made public. "As long as we reward former servants of Hitler while leaving his victims in DP, displaced persons, camps, we cannot even pretend that we are making any real effort to achieve the aims we fought for." Eleanor Roosevelt became personally involved in protesting Operation Paperclip, organizing a conference at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel with Albert Einstein as honored guest. The former First Lady urged the United States government to suspend visas for all Germans for 12 years. When professors at Syracuse University learned that a new colleague, Dr. Heinz Fischer, an expert in infrared technology and a former member of the Nazi Party, had been sent by the Army to work in one of their university laboratories under a secret military contract, they wrote an editorial for the New York Times. "We object not because they are citizens of an enemy nation, but because they were and probably still are, Nazis. The Society for the Prevention of World War III, a group of several thousand writers, artists, scholars, and journalists, did not mince words in their December journal. The group had been set up during the war to advocate for harsh, punitive measures against a nation they perceived as inherently aggressive and militaristic, and against individuals they believed had substantially profited from the Nazi regime. These German experts performed wonders for the German war effort. Can one forget their gas chambers, their skill in cremation, their meticulous methods used to extract gold from the teeth of their victims, their wizardry in looting and thieving? The Society, which counted William L. Shire and Darrell Zanuck among its members, urged all fellow Americans to contact the War Department and demand that Hitler's scientists be sent home. One engineer at Wright Field actually was about to be sent home. But tunnel engineer George Rickey's downfall came not because of the demands made by the public, but because of the actions by a fellow German. In the fall of 1946, of the 233 Nazi scientists in America, 140 were at Wright Field. With that many single men living together in isolation, the hilltop became divided into social cliques. The Nazi businessman Albert Patin continued to serve as Colonel Putt's ears and eyes among the Germans, reporting to Putt about the Germans' needs and complaints. In this arrangement, Patin wielded power at the hilltop. With the arrival of former Middlework General Manager George Rickey in the summer of 1946, Albert Patin saw a business opportunity. Rickey was a former employee of the Speer Ministry. He served as the general manager of the Middlework slave labor facility in Nordhausen, where the V-2 rockets were built. Colonel Beasley of the United States Strategic Bombing Survey had evacuated Rickey to London, and after that work was completed, Rickey was hired to work at Wright Field. When asked by military intelligence officers what his job was, Rickey said, "Giving my knowledge and experience in regard to planning, construction, and operating underground factories." George Rickey was a tunnel engineer, and his value to the U.S. military was the knowledge he had gained while overseeing vast underground building projects for the Reich. A memo in Rickey's dossier, written by the Army's Office of the Deputy Director of Intelligence, kept his most powerful negotiating secret a secret. He was in charge of all tunnel operations directly under Hitler's headquarters in Berlin. George Rickey had overseen the building of the Führerbunker, where Hitler lived the last 3 months and 2 weeks of his life. With its more than 30 rooms, crypt-like corridors, multiple emergency exits, and hundreds of stairs, all located more than 30 feet under Berlin, the Führerbunker was considered an engineering tour de force. The Army was impressed by how well Hitler's Führerbunker had withstood years of heavy Allied bombing, and was interested in learning from George Rickey how to build similar underground command centers of its own. As the Cold War progressed, the U.S. Army would begin the secret construction of such facilities, notably ones that could continue to function in the aftermath of a chemical, biological, or nuclear attack. It would take several decades for journalists to reveal that starting in the early 1950s, several sprawling, multi-floor, underground command centers had been secretly built for this purpose, including one in the Catoctin Mountains, called Raven Rock Mountain Complex, or Site R, and another in the Blue Ridge Mountains, called Mount Weather. George Rickey's expertise in underground engineering was not limited to the construction of the Führerbunker. During the war, he had also served as a director of the Reich's D-Mag motor car company, where he oversaw the construction of a massive underground facility where tanks had been assembled. And as general manager of the Mittelwerk, he oversaw the construction of the rocket assembly facility near Nordhausen. In his Army intelligence dossier, it was noted that Riquet had overseen the underground construction of more than 1,500,000 square feet of space. At Wright Field, Riquet was meant to start consulting with American engineers on underground engineering projects for the Army. But that work was slow, and Riquet was given a second job. Despite poor English skills, Riquet was put in charge of examining V2 documents captured at Nordhausen and, in his words, the rendering of opinions on reports. In the late summer of 1946, Albert Patin and George Riquet started running a black market operation at the Hilltop, selling booze and cigarettes to their colleagues at premium prices. Riquet had years of experience in wartime black market operations. Military intelligence would later learn that during the war, what little rations the slave laborers were allotted by the Speer Ministry, Riquet would sometimes sell off at a price. At Wright Field, Riquet and Patin's black market business quickly expanded, and the men enlisted outside assistance from Riquet's sister, Adelheid Riquet, who was living in a hotel in New Jersey at the time. Adelheid Riquet agreed to move to Ohio to help the men expand their black market business into Dayton and beyond. Because the Germans' mail was monitored, it did not take long for the higher-ups at Wright Field to learn what was going on, but the Army Air Forces took no action against either man. The business continued into the fall of 1946 when it came to a head. In their private time, Riquet and Patin liked to gamble. They also liked to drink. The two men regularly hosted parties at the Hilltop, staying up late drinking and playing cards. One night, in the fall of 1946, a 63-year-old German aircraft engineer named Hermann Nielsen decided he'd had enough. It was a little after midnight during the second week of October when Riquet, Albert Patin, and a third man were playing cards. The noise woke up Hermann Nielsen, who knocked on the door and told the three card players to quiet down. After Nielsen's second request was ignored, he opened the door, walked into the room, and turned off the lamp on the card table. Riquet, by Nielsen's account, was drunk. As Nielsen was leaving, Riquet lit a candle and laughed at his German colleague. A man could still play cards with a good kosher candle, Riquet joked. The incident was a tipping point for Hermann Nielsen, and he went to Colonel Putt to file a formal complaint against the two men. There was more to the story, Nielsen told Colonel Putt. Riquet was a war criminal. He had been the primary person behind a mass hanging at Nordhausen, the hanging by crane of a dozen prisoners, and had bragged about it on the ship ride coming over to the United States. As for Albert Patin, Hermann Nielsen told Colonel Putt he was an ardent Nazi as well, a member of the SA. Patin's companies used slave laborers from concentration camps. What Hermann Nielsen did not know was that Colonel Putt was not interested in the past histories of the German scientists in the Army Air Force's employ, or that Putt had a gentleman's agreement with Albert Patin and had been using him to keep an eye on the other Germans at the Hilltop. Colonel Putt said he would look into the allegations. Instead, Putt had Nielsen watched for future security violations. Hermann Nielsen remained angry about the incident and wrote so in a letter to a friend in New York City named Erwin Lowy. Perhaps Nielsen knew that all of his mail was read by military screeners, or maybe he did not. Either way, what Nielsen wrote to Lowy caught the eye of Wright Field mail censors. Nailson's letter was turned over to the Intelligence Division to be analyzed. Several weeks later, Hermann Nailson violated security and left Wright Field for a weekend visit with a relative in Michigan. Colonel Putt reported the violation to Air Material Command headquarters and arranged to have Nailson transferred to Mitchell Field, an Air Force base in New York. But Hermann Nailson's letter to Erwin Lowy about George Rickey had a life of its own. It made its way to Army Air Force's headquarters in Washington, D.C., where it was read by Colonel Millard Lewis, Executive Assistant Chief of Air Staff, 2. The allegations were serious, Colonel Lewis decided. They involved alleged war crimes. Lewis sent a memorandum to the Director of Intelligence for the War Department General Staff summarizing the situation and advising that an investigating officer be assigned to look into the matter. Mr. Nailson stated that Dr. George Rickey, age 47, specialist in the field of engineering and production of guided missiles, was employed in the underground plant at Nordhausen as a strong Nazi Party member, where in 1944, 12 foreign workers were strung up on a crossbeam and raised by a crane in the presence of the group of workers and killed, read Colonel Lewis's memorandum. One of the group, who acted as an observer, asserted that Dr. Rickey was the chief instigator for the execution. The Pentagon assigned an Air Corps major named Eugene Smith to look into the George Rickey case. Back at Wright Field, Colonel Putt likely believed that the allegations against Rickey had fallen by the wayside. Meanwhile, Hermann Nailson had been banished to Mitchell Field. In January 1947, Putt recommended that Rickey be given a long-term military contract for employment at Wright Field. That request was authorized, and on April 12, 1947, George Rickey signed a new 5-year contract with the War Department. Separately, and without Putt's knowledge, the Rickey investigation was moving forward. At Army Air Force's headquarters in Washington, Major Eugene Smith made preparations to travel to various military bases for interviews. It was Smith's job to talk to Rickey's former colleagues from Nordhausen, to write up his findings, and to file a report. Colonel Putt did not learn about this investigation until Major Smith arrived at Wright Field. Putt suggested Major Smith discuss Rickey's case with Captain Albert Abels, the officer in charge of the paperclip scientists at the Hilltop, so that Abels could clear things up. Abels told Major Smith that the stories were petty jealousy between scientists, just gossip among men. Major Smith was unconvinced. He headed to Mitchell Field to interview Hermann Nailson and other German scientists who might have knowledge regarding the Rickey case. Hermann Nailson stood by his original story. In 1944, 12 foreign workers were simultaneously hanged by being strung up on a crossbeam and raised by a crane in the presence of the workers, Nailson wrote in an affidavit. Dr. Rickey was the chief instigator for the execution, meaning it was Rickey's idea to hang the men. A second witness emerged at Mitchell Field, a former engineer on the Nordhausen rocket assembly lines named Werner Voss. Voss also testified that Rickey was involved in the hangings, and he provided important new details that added context to the executions. Shortly before the hangings, Voss said, British airplanes had dropped leaflets urging the Nordhausen slave laborers to revolt. A group of them did revolt, and those men were among the ones hanged. The execution was a public event, Voss said, meant to intimidate other slave workers into subservience. These were serious allegations of war crimes. Major Smith needed corroboration, and for that he headed to Fort Bliss, Texas. Smith had been told by the Army that he would be able to interview Warner von Braun, as well as some of the other men who had worked closely with George Ricke inside the Nordhausen tunnels. At Fort Bliss, in the evenings, the German rocket specialists gathered in a clubhouse built in a grove of cottonwood trees. There, they played cards while drinking American cocktails and beer. They strung hammocks between the trees and enjoyed balmy desert nights. Once a month, most of the Germans went into El Paso as a group to shop and have a restaurant meal. The nightmarish environment at Nordhausen, which the majority of the rocket engineers had participated in, must have seemed like another world, until Major Smith arrived to take official depositions for the U.S. Army and asked the men to recollect what those days had been like. Major Smith's first interviews would be with Warner von Braun and his brother Magnus von Braun. But after Major Smith arrived at Fort Bliss, he was told that both von Braun brothers were out of town. Smith interviewed Günther Haukohl instead. Haukohl had been the original designer of the Nordhausen rocket assembly line and, like Warner von Braun, was an officer with the SS. Günther Haukohl told Major Smith that he had no clear memories about what had happened in the tunnels in the last months of the war, but yes, prisoners were abused. Ricke's involvement is probably a rumor, Haukohl said. V2 engineers Hans Polero and Rudolf Schlitt seconded Haukohl's position, repeating the idea that the end of the war was nothing but a blur. Engineer Erich Ball, who also worked on the rocket assembly lines at Nordhausen, told Major Smith that he had witnessed 2 sets of prisoner hangings in the tunnels, but that George Ricke had not been involved in either of them. Major Smith accepted that the men might not be able to remember details about what had gone on, but surely, as engineers, they could remember the layout of the facility. Smith asked Haukohl, Schlitt, Polero, and Ball to use their engineer's precision and help him create an accurate illustration of the workspaces inside the Nordhausen tunnels, including where the rockets were assembled and where the hangings occurred. This was an important artifact for the investigation. Next, Major Smith interviewed the former Middlework Operations Director, Arthur Rudolph. Like George Ricke, Arthur Rudolph had authority over the Middleworks Prison Labor Supply Office, which was the unit responsible for getting food rations to the slave laborers. In his interview, Arthur Rudolph first denied ever seeing prisoners abused. Major Smith showed Arthur Rudolph the illustration that had been drawn by Rudolph's Nordhausen colleagues, Haukohl, Schlitt, Polero, and Ball. Major Smith pointed out to Arthur Rudolph that Rudolph's office was directly adjacent to where the 12 so-called political prisoners had been hanged from the crane. As Arthur Rudolph continued to deny ever seeing prisoners abused, Smith found his testimony increasingly suspicious. Everyone else interviewed admitted to having seen some prisoner abuse. Rudolph was adamant. "I did not see them punished, beaten, hung, or shot," he told Major Smith. Smith approached the question in a different manner. He asked Rudolph if he could recall anything about the 12 men who had been hanged from the crane. This public execution, Smith said, had been confirmed by many of Rudolph's colleagues, and Smith was trying to put together an accurate portrait of what had happened and when. Rudolph replied, "One dying prisoner lifted his knees after I got there." In other words, Rudolph had witnessed the executions. Major Smith was now convinced that the truth about what happened at Nordhausen was being covered up collectively by the group, and that Arthur Rudolph knew a lot more than he let on. But as Smith noted in his report, the subject of the investigation was George Ricke, not Arthur Rudolph. Mr. Rudolph impressed the undersigned as a very clever, shrewd individual, Smith wrote. He did not wish to become involved in any investigations that might involve him in any way with illegal actions in the underground factory, and as a result was cautious of his answers. Smith returned to Washington and advised U.S. Army Air Force's headquarters of his findings. In Germany, a serendipitous incident occurred at this same time. William Almans, the Dutch citizen who had been working on the U.S. War Crimes Investigation Team, had been hunting down SS officers from Dora Nordhausen for an upcoming regional war crimes trial. Almans had managed to locate only 11 out of 3,000 SS officers who had run the concentration camp. Almans was the man who had interviewed many of the newly liberated prisoners back in April 1945, and he was also the individual who had found the Middlework employee telephone list tacked to the tunnel wall. The two names at the top of that list were George Rickey and Arthur Rudolph. Almans had no idea that both men had been recruited into Operation Paperclip. In Germany, no one Almans interviewed claimed to know the whereabouts of either man. Then, one afternoon in May 1947, Almans was taking a break from his Nazi hunting work, reading the Stars and Stripes newspaper in the sunshine, when, as he told journalist Tom Bauer decades later, I just saw a tiny headline: German scientist applies for American citizenship. The name mentioned was George Rickey, Almans explained. I screamed for joy and rushed into the head office shouting, "We've found him." Within 3 days, the George Rickey matter had been escalated to the attention of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. On May 19, 1947, an arrest warrant was issued for George Rickey on orders from the War Crimes Branch, Civil Affairs Division in Washington. George Rickey is wanted as a principal perpetrator in the Nordhausen concentration camp case, the document read. Rickey's immediate reaction was to claim he was being falsely accused. This was a case of mistaken identity, Rickey declared. In response, the Office of the Deputy Director of Intelligence, Headquarters European Command, had this to say. The Dr. George Rickey, now employed at Wright Field, and the George Rickey, engineer at Nordhausen, are one and the same person. Dr. Karl Rahr, chief physician at Nordhausen, has been interrogated and states that he knew Rickey, and he is now in his late 40s or early 50s, and that there was only one George Rickey at Nordhausen. This group is making arrangements to have Rickey return to Germany for trial in the Nordhausen concentration camp case. The War Department's Intelligence Division assigned the Chief of Security at Wright Field, Major George P. Miller, the role of escorting Rickey back to Germany. Rickey's 5-year contract was terminated. He was instead going to be a defendant in the Dora Nordhausen war crimes trial. On June 2, 1947, JOA Deputy Director Bosque N. Webb wrote to J. Edgar Hoover, the powerful director of the FBI, alerting him of the situation and sending along Rickey's classified dossier. If the public learned that an Operation Paperclip scientist had been returned to Germany to stand trial for war crimes, the JOA, the Army, the War Department, and the FBI would all have a lot of explaining to do. It was in everyone's interest to keep the George Rickey fiasco under wraps. On August 7, 1947, George Rickey appeared as one of 19 defendants in the Dora Nordhausen trial. The Nazis were charged with the deaths of at least 20,000 laborers who were beaten, tortured, starved, hanged, or worked to death while being forced to build V-2 rockets. The trial, which took place inside a former SS barracks adjacent to the Dachau concentration camp, lasted 4 months and 3 weeks. The prosecution requested that Warner von Braun be allowed to testify at the trial, but the Army said it was too much of a security risk to allow von Braun to travel to Germany. The Russians could kidnap him, the U.S. Army said. They did not say that von Braun had recently traveled to Germany to marry his cousin and bring her back to Texas with him. At the end of the trial, 15 of the 19 defendants were found guilty. 4, including George Ricke, were acquitted. Then, in an unprecedented move, the Army classified the entire trial record, explains journalist Linda Hunt. The record would remain secret from the public for another 40 years. There was far too much at stake for the U.S. Army to allow the information about what had really gone on in the Nordhausen tunnel complex to get out to the public. The trial record would call attention to the backgrounds of the 115 rocket scientists at Fort Bliss. The future of the United States missile program was too important. The Russians had their rocket scientists, and America needed hers too. Shortly after Ricke was acquitted, back in Washington, D.C., the Office of the Secretary of the Air Force received a call from the State Department. The official identified himself as Henry Cox. The Air Force captain who took Cox's call wrote up a memo of what was said. After exchanged pleasantries, Cox inquired if we had ever returned a specialist to Europe for trial. I thought a moment and, realizing that the Ricke case was in the public domain and in all probability facts known to the State Department since his sister made inquiries, I did not dare deny the story. I, therefore, told Mr. Cox that one Air Force case had been returned to Europe under suspicion, that my recollection was that he was cleared, that in any event we did not desire to take further chances on the case, and that he had not been returned to the United States. The State Department appears to have bought the story. Ricke was gone, but there was no shortage of Nazis coming to Wright Field to work. On August 22, 1947, one of the Reich's top 10 pilots, Siegfried Kneemeyer, arrived. This was the daring pilot and engineer whom Albert Speer had hoped would help him to escape to Greenland, and whom Hermann Göring called "my boy." Kneemeyer is very popular with his fellow nationals since he is a good mixer and free of vanity, read a memo in his intelligence dossier. He is a diligent worker with an inventive mind. He is absorbed by his work and especially enthusiastic about participating in aerial tests. Soon, Kneemeyer's wife, Doris, and their 7 children arrived in America to join him and to become U.S. citizens. The family moved into a large, drafty farmhouse on Yellow Springs Road. Doris Kneemeyer hated provincial life in Dayton, Ohio. In Berlin, the Kneemeyers had a grand home in the Charlottenburg district, with many servants to help take care of the Kneemeyer brood. Raising 7 children by herself in America was not what Doris Kneemeyer had in mind. The difficulties at home did not go unnoticed by Kneemeyer's supervisors at Wright Field. Since the arrival of his family, he seems harassed and neglectful of his personal appearance, read an internal security report. But Kneemeyer was determined to succeed. Assigned to the Communication and Navigation Laboratory at Wright Field, Kneemeyer found his stride. He began to make significant contributions to navigational instruments for his new employer, the U.S. Air Force, no longer part of the Army anymore. Kneemeyer is a genius in the creation of new concepts in flight control, wrote Colonel John Martin, Kneemeyer's superior at the lab. Kneemeyer's friend, Werner Baumbach, Hitler's general of the bombers, had been scheduled to come to Wright Field to work alongside Kneemeyer, but an entry in Baumbach's intelligence dossier noted that there had been a last-minute change. Lieutenant Colonel Baumbach has since been substituted, it read. Baumbach went to Argentina instead to train fighter pilots for Juan Perón. Whether he had been dropped from Operation Paperclip or Juan Perón had offered him a better deal remains a mystery. Werner Baumbach died a few years later after an airplane he was testing crashed into the Rio de la Plata near Uruguay. Also arriving at Wright Field in the summer of 1942 was General Walter Dornberger, newly released from England's Special Camp 11 outside Brigham, South Wales, formerly Island Farm. Before turning General Dornberger over to the Americans, the British labeled him a menace of the first order and warned their Allied partners of his deceitful nature. While holding Dornberger for war crimes, British intelligence had eavesdropped on him and recorded what he had said. When the Americans listened to these secret audio recordings, they too concluded that Hitler's former chief of all rocket and research development had an untrustworthy attitude in seeking to turn ally against ally. Still, Dornberger signed a paperclip contract on July 12, 1947, just weeks after his release from prison. Dornberger's skill at manipulation was put to use by Army Ordnance, which had him write classified intelligence briefs. America needed to develop missiles regardless of what any naysayers might think, Dornberger believed. Russia strives now only for time to prepare for war before the United States, Dornberger wrote in a classified budget pitch financed by the Ordnance Department in 1948. The United States must decide upon a research and development program that will guarantee satisfactory results within the shortest possible time and the least expense. Such a program must be set up even if its organization appears to violate American economic ideals and American traditions in arms development, Dornberger wrote. At least it could be said that Dornberger remained true to his totalitarian-leaning principles, his belief that democratic ideals and traditions could be ignored in the quest for military supremacy. That the U.S. Army condoned Dornberger's idea appears never to have been made public before. His pitch was presented to Ordnance Department officials at the Pentagon. A copy of the classified document was found in 2012 in Dornberger's personal papers kept in a German state archive. Opposition to Project Paperclip gained momentum with America's scientific elite. On February 1, 1947, the Federation of American Scientists, FAS, met in New York City to ask President Truman to put an end to it. The American scientists saw the Nazi scientist program as a drastic step in the search for military power. When it was learned that some of the 1,000 additional German scientists on the paperclip recruiting list were being hired for short-term military work, followed by longer-term positions at American universities, many were outraged. Certainly not wishing to jeopardize the legitimate needs of the national defense, and not advocating the policy of hatred and vengeance toward our former enemies, we nevertheless believe that a large-scale importation of German scientists is not in keeping with the best objectives of American domestic and foreign policy, the members of FAS wrote. One American scientist was more forthright. Certainly, any person who can transfer loyalties from one ideology to another upon the shifting of a meal ticket is not better than Judas, he said. Albert Einstein was the most esteemed figure to publicly denounce Operation Paperclip. In an impassioned letter written on behalf of his FAS colleagues, Einstein appealed directly to President Truman. We hold these individuals to be potentially dangerous. Their former eminence as Nazi Party members and supporters raises the issue of their fitness to become American citizens and hold key positions in American industrial, scientific, and educational institutions. Another important figure among the opposition was the nuclear physicist Hans Bethe. Bethe had fled Nazi Germany in 1933 and had worked on the Manhattan Project during the war. In the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists, Bethe and Dr. Henry Sack, a colleague from Cornell University, posed a series of simple questions about Project Paperclip. Was it wise, or even compatible with our moral standards to make this bargain, in light of the fact that many of the Germans, probably the majority, were die-hard Nazis, Bethe and Sack asked. Did the fact that the Germans might save the nation millions of dollars imply that permanent residence and citizenship could be bought? Could the United States count on the German scientists to work for peace when their indoctrinated hatred against the Russians might contribute to increase the divergency between the great powers? Had the war been fought to allow Nazi ideology to creep into our educational and scientific institutions by the back door? Their final question struck at the dark heart of the Nazi scientist program. Do we want science at any price? The condemnation of Project Paperclip by these leading American scientists and others had a ripple effect on the general public. Reporters began searching for leads about individual German scientists' wartime activities, but this proved an almost impossible effort given the program's classified nature. Frustrated by the lack of information, some Americans sent threatening letters addressed to the German scientists at Wright Field and Fort Bliss. The Army tightened security and surveillance. In Washington, D.C., the War Department was rightly concerned that intense opposition and bad publicity had put the entire program in jeopardy of collapse, and in the winter of 1947, the War Department forbade the further release of information about the program. Despite the precautions, 2 individuals from the program at Fort Bliss were exposed by an angry public as real Nazis, Mr. and Mrs. Herbert Axter. Herbert Axter, a former lieutenant colonel in the Wehrmacht, had been a Nazi Party member since 1940. He was not a scientist, but rather a patent lawyer and an accountant. At Peenemünde, he worked as General Dornberger's chief of staff. His wife, Ilse Axter, was a leader of NS Frauenschaft, a Nazi Party organization for women. During a routine investigation of the Axters conducted for their visa applications, neighbors in Germany told Army intelligence officers that Mrs. Axter was a particularly sadistic Nazi. On the Axters' estate, the neighbors said, the couple kept 40 political prisoners, Russians and Poles, whom they used as slave laborers. The neighbors said Mrs. Axter was known to use a horsewhip on her servants. This information was first passed on to Rabbi Stephen Wise of the American Jewish Congress and then to the press. These scientists and their families are supposed to have been screened, Wise wrote to the War Department. The Axters prove that this screening is a farce and that the War Department screeners are entirely incapable of performing this task. The Department of Justice withdrew Herbert Axter's application for legal immigration, but the Axters were not sent home. Eventually, they left Fort Bliss, and Herbert Axter opened a law firm in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The War Department cabled USFET, demanding an explanation as to how the Axters got through the screening process. A classified cable was sent back, stating that a few ardent Nazis may have slipped into the program based on unavailability of records immediately after the war. Chapter 14. Strange Judgment. The doctor's trial was the first of 12 subsequent war crimes trials at Nuremberg, wherein the U.S. government prosecuted individuals in specific professions, including industrialists, lawyers, and generals who had served the Third Reich. The first trial, called the Trial of the Major War Criminals, was prosecuted by the four Allied powers. When it ended in October 1946, tensions between the Soviet Union and the United States had escalated to the degree that cooperation between the two nations was no longer possible. The subsequent 12 trials took place at the Palace of Justice, as the others had, but with only American judges and prosecutors. The 23 defendants in the doctor's trial were charged with murder, torture, conspiracy, and atrocity in the name of medical science. Mere punishment of the defendants, said Brigadier General Telford Taylor in his opening statement, can never redress the terrible injuries which the Nazis visited on these unfortunate peoples. But General Taylor reminded the tribunal and the world that one of the central purposes of the trial was to establish a record of proof of the crimes, so that no one can ever doubt that they were fact and not fable, and that this court, as agent of the United States and as the voice of humanity, stamps these acts and the ideas which engendered them as barbarous and criminal. Dr. Leopold Alexander, the Viennese-born American psychiatrist who had first learned of the Luftwaffe's freezing experiments, helped General Taylor write his opening speech. Dr. Alexander's official title was Expert Consultant to the Secretary of War, but in layman's terms, he was the most influential person involved in the doctor's trial after Telford Taylor. Dr. Alexander worked tirelessly to supply information and answers for the prosecution team as they prepared to go to trial. He conducted hundreds of hours of pre-trial interrogations with the defendants and interviewed scores of witnesses and victims. He was able to converse in both German and English, and he took extensive notes in both languages. Throughout the trial, Dr. Alexander delivered presentations of evidence and cross-examined witnesses. When the trial was over, he would be given credit for writing the Nuremberg Code. Of the 23 defendants, no one outside a small group of American medical military elite had any idea that 4 of the accused had already worked for the U.S. Army under Paperclip. This fact would remain secret for 40 years. Neither Siegfried Ruf, nor Konrad Schaffer, Hermann Becker-Freising, nor Oskar Schroeder mentioned this damning fact during the trial. Siegfried Ruf was one of the few physicians who admitted he'd overseen the medical murders at Dachau, but said he did not perform any of the experiments himself. In his defense, he said he didn't believe that what he did was wrong. It was understood that concentration camp inmates who had been condemned to death would be used in the experiments, and as compensation they were to have their sentences commuted to life in prison, Ruf told the judges. Personally, I would not consider these experiments as immoral, especially in wartime. This line of defense, that extraordinary times called for extraordinary measures, was also used by Schroeder and Becker-Freising. The strange case of Konrad Schaffer played a unique role in Operation Paperclip. Having invented the Schaffer process to separate salt from seawater, Schaffer was clearly aware that concentration camp prisoners were going to be used in the testing process. Schaffer's superior, Oskar Schroeder, chief of medical services for the Luftwaffe, confirmed this under oath. In May 1944, in order to discuss what further steps should be taken, Becker-Freising and Schaffer attended a meeting as representatives of my office. As a result of the meeting, it was decided to conduct further experiments on human beings being supplied by the Reichsfuhrer SS, Heinrich Himmler. It was Becker-Freising who drew up the letter, which was sent to Himmler, requesting more prisoners to conduct experiments on. But Schaffer said he never actually went to Dachau, and no evidence placing him there survived the war. As for eyewitness testimony, all but one of the saltwater experiment victims had been killed. The sole survivor, Karl Hüllenreiner, was located by Dr. Alexander and put on the witness stand. Hüllenreiner did not recognize Konrad Schaffer, but he recognized one of his co-defendants in the dock. Hüllenreiner's testimony proved to be one of the most dramatic events in the doctor's trial. It was June 27, 1947, and Karl Hüllenreiner stood trembling in the hushed courtroom. Small in stature, dark-haired, and nervous, he was a broken man. "Now, witness," asked U.S. Prosecutor Alexander G. Hardy, "for what reason were you arrested by the Gestapo on May 29, 1944? "Because I am a gypsy of mixed blood," Hüllenreiner said. Hüllenreiner's crime was that he had fallen in love with and married a German girl, a violation of the infamous Nuremberg law that prohibited a non-Aryan from marrying or having sexual relations with a German citizen. After being arrested, Hüllenreiner was sent to 3 different concentration camps, first Auschwitz, then Buchenwald, and finally Dachau, where he was selected to take part in the seawater experiments being performed by the Luftwaffe. At Dachau, Hüllenreiner was deprived of food, forced to drink chemically processed seawater, and then monitored for signs of liver failure and madness. One experiment among the many stood out in his memory. Without using anesthesia, a Luftwaffe doctor had removed a piece of Karl Hüllenreiner's liver in order to analyze it. Now, from the witness stand, Hüllenreiner was asked to identify the Nazi doctor who'd performed this liver puncture on him. "Do you think you would be able to recognize that doctor if you saw him today?" Prosecutor Hardy asked. "Yes," said Hüllenreiner. "I would recognize him at once." Hüllenreiner stared across the courtroom, his eyes focused sharply on one of the 23 defendants sitting in the dock. Dr. Wilhelm Beigelbuch, 40, the Luftwaffe doctor in charge of the saltwater experiments. Beigelbuch had deep crevices on each side of his mouth and 5 pronounced dueling scars running across his left cheek. As Hüllenreiner stared at Dr. Beigelbuch, everyone in the courtroom waited tensely, recalls Vivian Spitz, a young American court reporter whose job it was to take down the testimony. Spitz sat in front of the judges, within clear view of the witnesses and defendants. "Hüllenreiner was a little man, and I watched him stand up," she explains. The prosecutor asked Hüllenreiner to proceed to the defendant's dock to identify the doctor who'd removed a piece of his liver without anesthesia. He paused for just a moment, Vivian Spitz remembers, with his eyes seeming to be fixed on a doctor in the second row of the prisoner's dock. Then, in a flash, he was gone from the witness stand. Karl Hüllenreiner sprang into action. To Vivian Spitz's eye, Hüllenreiner seemed to leap over the German Defense Council's tables and appeared to be almost flying through the air toward the prisoner's dock. In his right hand, stretched up high in the air, Karl Hüllenreiner clutched a dagger, Vivian Spitz recalls. He was reaching for Dr. Beigelbuch, the consulting physician to the German Air Force. There was shock in the courtroom, confusion and mayhem. The Nazis' defense attorneys scrambled to get out of Hüllenreiner's way. 3 American military police rushed forward and grabbed Hüllenreiner. Vivian Spitz remembers how security subdued Karl Hüllenreiner just before he reached Beigelbuch, preventing him from delivering his own brand of justice. It took minutes for order to be restored in the courtroom. The military police set Karl Hüllenreiner before presiding Judge Walter Beals, who was furious. 70 years old, overworked, and in failing health, Judge Beals clung to the idea that his primary role at Nuremberg was to educate the German people in the ways of American democracy and due process. "Witness," thundered the judge, "you were summoned before this tribunal as a witness to give evidence." "Yes," Karl Hüllenreiner meekly replied. "This is a court of justice," roared Beals. "Yes," said Hüllenreiner, trembling worse than before. "And by your conduct in attempting to assault the defendant Beigelbook in the dock, you have committed a contempt of this court." Karl Hüllenreiner pleaded with the judge. "Your Honor, please excuse my conduct. I am very upset." The judge interrupted and asked if the witness had anything else to say in extenuation of his conduct. "Your Honor, please excuse me. I am so worked up. That man is a murderer," Hüllenreiner begged, pointing to the expressionless Dr. Beigelbook. "He has ruined my whole life." The judge told Hüllenreiner that his statement did not make his conduct forgivable, that he had insulted the court, that it was the judgment of the tribunal that he be confined in the Nuremberg prison for a period of 90 days, as punishment for insulting due process. Karl Hüllenreiner spoke in a tidy, pleading voice. The power and conviction that had allowed him to almost fly across the courtroom with the intent of stabbing Dr. Beigelbook with his dagger was gone. Now Hüllenreiner was on the edge of tears. "Would the tribunal please forgive me?" Hüllenreiner asked. "I am married and I have a small son." He pointed at Dr. Beigelbook. "This man is a murderer. He gave me salt water and he performed a liver puncture on me. I am still under medical treatment." Karl Hüllenreiner pleaded for mercy from Judge Beals. "Please, do not send me to prison." The judge saw no room for clemency. Instead, Beals asked a guard to remove Karl Hüllenreiner from the courtroom, referring to him as a prisoner now. "My heart broke," Vivian Spitz recalls. All she could do was lower her head. She was a professional court reporter, and it was inappropriate for anyone to see that she was crying. 60 years later, when recollecting this incident, she still wondered why Judge Beals did what he did. It was impossible to be dispassionate. Why 90 days? Why not 1 or 2 days, just to make a point? After all the torture the witness had suffered, it seemed to me to be an outrageous elevation of process over substance. Karl Hüllenreiner was removed from the courtroom. He was led down a long, secure corridor and into the prison complex, the same location where Dr. Beigelbook and all of the other Nazi war criminals were being held. It had been Dr. Alexander who had made the decision to put Karl Hüllenreiner on the witness stand, and in his journal he wrote about how conflicted he felt about his decision. Dr. Alexander had spoken with Hüllenreiner 10 days before he testified against Beigelbook, and he was aware how upset Hüllenreiner was, noting in a report how his hands shook. Karl Hüllenreiner shared with Dr. Alexander that he suffered from a tremendous feeling of inner rage whenever he thought about what had happened to him at the Dachau concentration camp. Hüllenreiner felt powerless, he said. He could close his eyes and see the doctor in front of him who had ruined his life and killed 3 of his friends. Dr. Alexander knew how powerful Hüllenreiner's testimony would be. He was the only known victim of the salt water experiments to have survived. Witness testimony was powerful, as his proved to be. The thought of him being confined in a prison with the very doctors who had tortured him was unacceptable to Dr. Alexander, and that night he went to Judge Beals to advocate on Hüllenreiner's behalf. The judge showed clemency and released him on bail into Alexander's custody. 4 days later, on July 1, 1947, Karl Hüllenreiner was allowed to continue his testimony. He rose to the occasion and provided harrowing details about what dying of thirst does to a man. He described how his friends foamed at the mouth, how they had fits of raving madness before succumbing to an agonizing death. One of the Nazi doctor's defense lawyers, Herr Steinbauer, was given an opportunity to cross-examine Karl Höhlenreiner. Steinbauer accused Höhlenreiner of lying. "How can there be foam on a mouth which is completely dried out?" Steinbauer asked. Höhlenreiner said he was telling the truth. "Listen, Herr Höhlenreiner," Steinbauer said. "Don't be evasive as gypsies usually are. Give me a clear answer as a witness under oath." Höhlenreiner attempted to answer. "You gypsies stick together, don't you?" Steinbauer interrupted. The exchange could have served as a metaphor for the whole trial. Through the eyes of a Nazi, it was and always would be the Übermenschen versus the Untermenschen. It is why General Taylor's opening remarks sent such a powerful message. It wasn't just the acts of the Nazi doctors that were barbarous and criminal, but the very ideas that had engendered such acts. Late at night, Dr. Alexander wrote a private letter to General Telford Taylor stating how he felt about the Nazi doctors on trial. "I feel that all of the accused today, Schaffer, Becker-Freising, and Beigelbuch, would admit that this problem, seawater drinkability, could have been solved in one afternoon with a piece of jelly and a salt solution. Instead," Dr. Alexander wrote, "all of these men on the dock slaughtered for gain of scientific renown and personal advancement. They were like Tantalus, a mythical, ambitious ruler who slew his own child for reward." In a letter to his wife, Dr. Alexander penned a fascinating reveal. Dr. Beigelbuch from Vienna turns out to have been in the same class with me during our final year at medical school, before the war. The way Dr. Alexander remembered it, Beigelbuch was caught cheating and had to leave the school. "He does not recognize me," Dr. Alexander told his wife, "but I regularly recognize him." Two men whose professional lives had begun so similarly had taken such radically different paths. There was another dramatic turning point in the doctor's trial, and that involved the case of Dr. Kurt Blomme. Blomme was admittedly the director of biological weapons research for the Reich, which was not in itself a crime. But there were scores of documents in which Blomme discussed the need to conduct experiments on human beings, so as to further plague research at the Bacteriological Institute in Posen, where he was in charge. Blomme's defense, some of which he argued himself, was that he intended to experiment on humans, but that he never actually performed the experiments. Intent, said Blomme, was not a crime. The prosecution had been unable to find any witnesses to testify against Blomme, and Blomme used this fact in his defense. There was the testimony of Major General Walter Schreiber against Blomme from the first Nuremberg trial, but the Soviets had refused to let Dr. Alexander interview Dr. Schreiber himself, so the veracity of his testimony was never independently verified. The prosecution presented many documents in which Blomme discussed with Himmler his plans to experiment on humans. But there were no documents showing Blomme's actual guilt. There was another element of Blomme's defense that the prosecution was completely unprepared for, and that was Dr. Blomme's wife, Bettina, a physician and best-selling author. Frau Blomme meticulously researched experiments that were conducted by the U.S. Office of Scientific Research and Development, OSRD, during the war. This included malaria experiments on Terre Haute federal prison inmates. She also uncovered Dr. Walter Reed's famous 19th century yellow fever research for the U.S. Army, in which volunteer human test subjects had died. The defense counsel, Robert Zervatius, picked up on this theme of U.S. Army human experimentation where Blomme's wife left off. Zervatius had located a Life magazine article published in June of 1945 that described how OSRD conducted experiments on 800 U.S. prisoners during the war. Servatius read the entire article word for word in the courtroom. None of the American judges was familiar with the article, nor were most members of the prosecution, and its presentation in court clearly caught the Americans off guard. Because the article specifically discussed U.S. Army wartime experiments on prisoners, it was incredibly damaging for the prosecution. Prison life is ideal for controlled laboratory work with humans, Servatius read, quoting American doctors who had been interviewed by Life reporters. The idea that extraordinary times called for extraordinary measures, and that both nations had used human test subjects during the war, was unsettling. It pushed the core Nazi concept of the Untermenschen to the side. The Nuremberg prosecutors were left looking like hypocrites. On August 6, 1947, the verdicts were read. 7 defendants were given death sentences, and 9 were given prison sentences of between 10 years and life, including Beigelbuch, 15 years, Becker-Freising, 20 years, and Schroeder, life. 7 Nazi doctors were acquitted, including Blome, Schaffer, Ruth, and Welz. Of Blome's acquittal, the Nuremberg judges noted, "It may well be that defendant Blome was preparing to experiment on human beings in connection with bacteriological warfare, but the record fails to disclose that fact or that he ever actually conducted the experiments." Konrad Schaffer returned to work at the Army Air Force's Aeromedical Center in Heidelberg, where he assumed Dr. Strughold's former position as Chief of Staff. Strughold had already set sail for America as part of Operation Paperclip and was now in Texas, serving as professional advisor to Colonel Armstrong, the commandant of the School of Aviation Medicine at Randolph Field. Armstrong had set up a new aeromedical research laboratory there and was in the process of bringing dozens of Hitler's former doctors to Texas to conduct medical research. Hubertus Strughold's job description also included overall supervision of the professional activities of the German and Austrian scientists to be employed by the school. Meanwhile, the FBI was having difficulty getting approval for Strughold's visa application for immigration into the United States. The Bureau had conducted a special inquiry into Dr. Strughold back in Germany. One informant, who had known the subject, investigators learned, said that Strughold had expressed the opinion that the Nazi Party had done a great deal for Germany. He, Strughold, said that prior to Nazism, the Jews had crowded the medical schools, and it had been nearly impossible for others to enroll. To counterbalance this derogatory depiction of Strughold, Dr. Konrad Schaffer was asked to write a letter of recommendation for his former boss. In a sworn statement, written just a few weeks after Schaffer was acquitted at Nuremberg, Schaffer praised Dr. Strughold for his ethical principles while conducting research work. "I also know that he strictly refused to take part in or permit scientific research work which was damaging to human health," Schaffer wrote. The following year, Dr. Konrad Schaffer would be on a boat headed for America, an Operation Paperclip contract in hand. As for Dr. Blome, he was seen as a highly desirable recruit for Operation Paperclip. Blome allegedly knew more about bubonic plague research than anyone else in the world. But given his former position in Hitler's inner circle, coupled with the fact that Blome had worn the Golden Party badge, bringing him to America as part of Operation Paperclip remained too difficult for the U.S. Army to justify. But as the Cold War gained momentum and intense suspicion of the Soviets increased, even someone like Kurt Blome would eventually be deemed eligible for Operation Paperclip. Part 4. Only the commander understands the importance of certain things, and he alone conquers and surmounts all difficulties. An army is nothing without the head. Napoleon. Chapter 15. Chemical Menace. It had been nearly a year since State War Navy Coordinating Committee Paper No. 275-5 authorized JOA to import 1,000 Nazi scientists from Germany so as to deny them to the Russians. For the JOA, things were not happening nearly fast enough. The number of Operation Paperclip scientists who had come to America in this time frame had nearly doubled, from 175 in March 1946 to 344 in February 1947, but none of these scientists had been granted visas yet. JOA officials perceived State Department official Samuel Klaus to be the man most responsible for the holdup. On February 27, 1947, Klaus was called into a meeting in the Pentagon with his military counterparts. There, JOA Director Colonel Thomas Ford told Klaus that he had a list of German scientists already in the United States whose visas needed to be expedited. He asked Samuel Klaus to sign a waiver that would allow JOA to begin this process. Klaus refused to rubber stamp anything. I told him that of course I could do no such thing, and that certification presupposed that the department should have an opportunity to pass judgment of some kind before affixing the signature, he wrote in a State Department memo. Colonel Ford reminded Klaus of the language in a recent JOA directive dated September 3, 1946. According to the directive, the Department of State was to accept as final the investigation and security reports prepared by JOA for ensuring final clearance of individuals concerned. Klaus told Ford that he would not sign a document that was essentially a blanket waiver of anything, that he would have to see the list of scientists first. Ford told Klaus that the list was classified and that he did not have the clearance to see it. Klaus still refused to sign off on it. Ford stated in various ways that if I did not accept the paper on behalf of the State Department, he would give the information to several senators who would take care of the department, Klaus wrote of Ford's threat. Colonel Ford accused him of standing in the way of national interest. Colonel Ford's request was likely influenced by information the JOA had recently received from the Office of the Military Government in Germany. After months of negative press attention directed at Operation Paperclip, spearheaded by the Federation of American Scientists and given further momentum by the American Jewish Congresses having identified the Axters of Fort Bliss as real Nazis, the War Department had asked OMGUS to conduct an internal review of the Operation Paperclip scientists working in the United States. It was OMGUS in Germany that oversaw the reports on all the German scientists issued by Army Intelligence G2. The War Department told OMGUS that it did not want to have to deal with any other exposés. In response, OMGUS sent the War Department 146 security reports that could potentially create scandals were the information contained in them to be revealed. One report pertained to rocket engineer Kurt Debus. Debus was an ardent Nazi. He had been an active SS member who, according to the testimony of colleagues, wore his Nazi uniform to work. Most troublesome was the revelation in his OMGUS security report that during the war he had turned a colleague, an engineering supervisor named Richard Kramer, over to the Gestapo for making anti-Nazi remarks and for refusing to give Debus the Nazi salute. From Nazi-era paperwork, it was clear that Debus had initiated the investigation into Kramer. No one else had heard the conversation between the two scientists. Debus had gone home after work and taken it upon himself to write up a report of what was allegedly said, which he had then submitted in transcript form to the SS. The specifics of the incident made it impossible for the European Intelligence Division of the U.S. Army to cast Kurt Debus as an apolitical scientist trying to survive in a fascist world. Debus had gone out of his way to have a colleague arrested by the Gestapo. Kramer was subsequently prosecuted for treason. According to the report, and as a result of Debus's actions, on November 30th, 1942, Kramer was called to Gestapo headquarters and confronted with this damning evidence. The Army intelligence officer assigned to the case, Captain F.C. Groves, explained what happened next. On April 5th, 1942, he, Kramer, was dragged before a Sondergericht, a special Nazi court, and sentenced to 2 years' imprisonment. Groves's lengthy summary and analysis of the incident was sent to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Debus's deliberate and vicious denunciation of Kramer was not something Army intelligence could disavow, wrote Groves. It was a matter of public record in Germany. An Omgis report put von Braun on equally shaky footing, and Army intelligence cautioned that given his international profile, pushing the State Department for a visa for von Braun could cause problems. The report revealed that not only had von Braun been an SS officer with the high rank of SS Sturmbannführer, or SS Major, but his membership had been sponsored by Heinrich Himmler. In response, JOA Director Colonel Ford proposed contrary action to what was being advised. Ford believed that the best solution was to get these undesirables on an even faster track toward citizenship. If Klaus signed the waiver, JOA could expedite the process. With Klaus refusing to sign the documents, the situation escalated into a standoff. Klaus left the meeting and did some investigative work on his own. In the months that followed, he learned what had transpired with George Ricke at Wright Field, that Ricke had been returned to Germany to stand trial for alleged war crimes. The information had purposefully been withheld from the State Department. In a memo to the Undersecretary of State, Klaus defended his opposition to the JOA's bullish request to have him sign a blind waiver. That the department's security fears were not baseless was recently demonstrated when a war criminal, wanted for war crimes of a bestial kind, was found here among these scientists to be returned to Germany. Klaus was determined to hold his ground, but so was the JOA. The difficulty for Klaus was that he was outnumbered. The same month that the standoff between the State Department and the JOA began, the Chemical Corps finally imported its first German scientist, an expert in Taban nerve agent synthesis named Dr. Friedrich Fritz Hoffmann. The U.S. Army had been interested in stockpiling Taban ever since it obtained its first sample from the robbers' lair in the British zone in Germany in May of 1945. The man in charge of the Taban nerve agent program for the Chemical Corps was Colonel Charles E. Lukes, commander of the Army Chemical Center at Edgewood Arsenal in Maryland. The 51-year-old Colonel Lukes had dedicated his life to chemical warfare. Born and raised in California, Charles E. Lukes received a Bachelor of Arts degree from Stanford University and first became fascinated by war gas while serving in World War I. During his assignment with the 1st Gas Regiment at Edgewood Arsenal in 1922, his life's path seemed to have been set. While Lukes distinguished himself as an expert rifleman, competing in national rifle and pistol matches and winning awards, chemical weapons fascinated him most. He went back to school, to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, to study chemical engineering, and in 1929 he received a Master of Science degree. By 1935, Lukes was the technical director of Chemical Warfare Service, Research and Development at Edgewood. He had served as an officer with chemical weapons ever since. Major Lukes spent the first year of World War II refining the U.S. military's standard-issue gas mask. He even worked with Walt Disney and the Sun Rubber Company to transform the spooky, apocalyptic-looking face protector into a more kid-friendly version with a Mickey Mouse face. In August 1942, Lukes was made commander of the Rocky Mountain Arsenal outside Denver, Colorado, where he was in charge of planning, building, and operating the largest capacity toxic manufacturing plant in the United States. Rocky Mountain produced mustard gas and incendiary bombs on an industrial scale, incendiary bombs that were dropped on Germany and Japan. Lukes was awarded the Legion of Merit for his war service. During the war, the U.S. Army had more than 400 battalions ready for chemical combat. If chemical warfare broke out, the Army expected it would involve mustard gas. 60,000 soldiers trained in chemical warfare were sent into battle with gas masks and protective suits, carrying a small card that explained what to do in the event of a chemical attack. Fortunately, World War II ended without the use of chemical weapons, but experts like Charles Lukes were caught off guard when they learned just how outperformed America's chemists had been by Hitler's. With the discovery that the Nazis had mass-produced previously unknown agents like tabun and sarin gas came with the realization that if Germany had initiated chemical warfare, it would have been a grossly uneven match. Since war's end, the Army's Chemical Corps had received 530 tons of tabun, courtesy of the British, who had seized the Reich's colossal cache from the robbers' lair. But the Chemical Corps had yet to produce much tabun on its own, which is why Dr. Fritz Hoffmann had been brought to America under Operation Paperclip. Hoffmann arrived in February 1947 and immediately got to work synthesizing tabun. Nerve agents were Hoffmann's area of expertise. He had synthesized poison gas at the Luftwaffe's Technical Academy, Berlin-Gotau, and also at the Chemical Warfare Laboratories at the University of Würzburg during the war. Fritz Hoffmann was a gigantic man, 6'4", with dark eyes, sharp angular features, and high cheekbones. He kept his hair combed back behind the ears, perhaps with the help of hair oil. Hoffmann was a gifted organic chemist and a contemplative man who also had a Ph.D. in philosophy. He had suffered from polio as a child. According to the State Department, he was one of the minority of individuals recruited into Operation Paperclip who had been anti-Nazi during the war. When Hoffmann was captured at war's end, he carried with him an unusual document, an affidavit from the U.S. Embassy in Zurich, Switzerland, signed by American Consul General Sam E. Woods. The bearer of this document, Dr. Friedrich Wilhelm Hoffmann, was anti-Nazi during the whole war, the document stated. It further explained that Hoffmann's father-in-law, the German economist Dr. Erwin Respondik, had risked life and limb to work as a spy for the Americans during the war. Respondik rendered extremely valuable services to the Allied war effort, wrote Consul General Woods. These services, which are known to the former Secretary of State, the Honorable Cordell Hull, were rendered at great personal risk to himself and family, were performed without compensation, and were so valuable to our cause that every courtesy and help should be accorded to all members of the family, including Respondik's son-in-law, Fritz Hoffmann, the affidavit read. After being interrogated by Army intelligence in Germany, Hoffmann was found fit for exploitation for the Office of the Military Government, United States. He was sent to the Army Chemical Center in Berlin, where he started working for the Chemical Warfare Service until his Operation Paperclip contract was finalized. When Friedrich Hoffmann arrived at Edgewood Arsenal in February 1947, America's premier chemical weapons research and development facility had been producing war gases for 30 years. The 3,000-acre peninsula, thick with field and forest, was located 20 miles northeast of Baltimore, Maryland, on the Chesapeake Bay. Because Fritz Hoffmann was the first German at Edgewood thus far, he was quartered inside a barracks with American soldiers. The top-secret Research and Development Division he had been assigned to was called the Technical Command, and it was there that he began work synthesizing new insecticides, rodenticides, and miticides, which meant Tauben. Colonel Lukes had been ordered by the Chemical Corps to determine how to produce Tauben on an industrial scale under a classified program codenamed AI-13. Army intelligence believed the Soviets' chemical weapons program to be considerably ahead of its own, and the Chemical Corps was under pressure to catch up. The Soviets had captured the entire IG Farben laboratory at Duhern Fort and had since reassembled it outside Stalingrad in the town of Beketovka under the code name Chemical Works No. 91. In addition to having the laboratory and the science, the Soviets had also captured some of the Farben chemists who had worked at Duhern Fort. Through their own version of Operation Paperclip, a parallel exploitation program called Operation Osa Viakim, the Soviets captured German chemist Dr. von Bock and members of his team. The group was taken to Chemical Works 91, where von Bock, an expert in air filtration systems, decontamination systems, and hermetically sealed production compartments, was put to work. Von Bock's esoteric knowledge gave the Soviets access to critical technical aspects of producing Tauben. The hope was that Fritz Hoffmann could bring the Americans up to speed at Edgewood. Indeed, Fritz Hoffmann proved to be a great asset for the classified program. Within months of his arrival at Edgewood, he was delivering work of a high order and had shown considerable ingenuity and excellent knowledge, according to a declassified internal review of his performance. Tauben work progressed. When military intelligence learned that the Soviets' Chemical Works No. 91 was also producing sarin, Edgewood was told to continue working on Tauben, but also to redouble efforts in sarin production, with a plan to start producing it on an industrial scale as soon as possible. Project A113 was given even higher priority and a new code name, Project A113 2.1. In Germany, Nazi scientists with knowledge of Tauben and sarin were now even more aggressively sought for recruitment into Operation Paperclip. Declassified documents reveal that the Chemical Corps wanted to employ Otto Ambros, but he was not available. Ambros was incarcerated inside the prison complex at Nuremberg, awaiting a war crimes trial. Imprisoned alongside Ambros were fellow Farben board members Fritz Thier-Meyer and Karl Krau, as well as Hermann Schmitz, Farben's powerful CEO and the man who kept the Auschwitz scrapbook hidden in a secret wall safe. SS Brigade Führer Dr. Walter Schieber, Ambros's liaison to the Speer Ministry and the man who oversaw the work at Duhernfort, was also high on the Paperclip target list. But recruitment of Schieber would have to wait. Schieber was also being held at Nuremberg. The IG Farben trial, officially called United States of America versus Karl Krau et al., was scheduled to begin in a few months, in the summer of 1947. Time would tell who, if any, of Hitler's chemists would become available. It had been a little over 4 months since the New York Times had broken the story of Operation Paperclip, and the negative attention to the program had not subsided. Then, on March 9, 1947, journalist Drew Pearson reported the most outrageous news story about Operation Paperclip to date. According to Pearson, the U.S. Army had offered Farben executive Karl Krau a paperclip contract while he was incarcerated at Nuremberg. Krau was the lead defendant in the upcoming war crimes trial. He had served as Göring's plenipotentiary for chemical production and had advocated for the use of nerve agents against the Allies. Krau was the man who galvanized his fellow German industrialists to mobilize resources to help the Nazis go to war. Drew Pearson's column, Washington Merry-Go-Round, was widely read and highly influential, and the report about Krau caused such a scandal that General Eisenhower, the U.S. Army Chief of Staff, demanded to know what was going on with Operation Paperclip. The man who briefed Eisenhower was Chief of Military Intelligence Stephen J. Chamberlain. After what was reported to be a 20-minute meeting, General Eisenhower remained in support of the Paperclip program. For the military chiefs inside the JOA, the problems with the public's perception of Paperclip were almost universally blamed on the State Department. Dean Rusk, who worked in the office of the Assistant Secretary of War, summed up JOA's attitude toward the State Department in a memorandum the day after the Eisenhower briefing. The public relations people are feeling mounting pressure on the German scientists' business. Our position is inherently weak because the State Department finds this whole program difficult to support. The JOA decided it was time to get rid of Samuel Klaus. Director Thomas Ford wrote General Stephen Chamberlain saying that Klaus was obnoxiously difficult and needed to be removed. Within the week, Klaus was transferred from the visa section of the State Department to the office of the legal advisor. He no longer had any say over the policies and procedures regarding Operation Paperclip. It remains a mystery if Klaus had anything to do with the public's perception of the program, but in years to come, and as McCarthyism expanded, Klaus would be accused of having leaked negative stories about the German scientist program to the press. But even with Klaus banished from the program, for the first time since Paperclip's inception in the spring of 1945, the entire operation was now in danger of collapse. Assistant Secretary of War Howard Peterson worried with colleagues that the War Department would be buried in scandals involving Nazi scientists. Peterson predicted that the whole program would be shut down in a matter of months. Instead, the opposite happened. With the signing of the National Security Act by President Truman on July 26, 1947, America's armed services and intelligence agencies were restructured. The War Department was reconstituted into the Department of Defense. The State War-Navy Coordinating Committee became the National Security Council, and the Central Intelligence Agency was born. A new age was dawning for the controversial Paperclip program. On the one hand, it struggled to hold up a false face of scientific prowess, behind which lay a tawdry group of amoral war opportunists, many of whom were linked to war crimes. But just as Von Braun admitted to New Yorker writer Daniel Lang that what he really cared most about was seeing how the golden cow could be milked most successfully, the newly created CIA saw the Paperclip scientists in similar quid pro quo terms. There was advantage to be had in using men who had everything to lose and were, at the same time, uniquely focused on personal gain. In Operation Paperclip, the CIA found a perfect partner in its quest for scientific intelligence. And it was in the CIA that Operation Paperclip found its strongest supporting partner yet. Sometime in the spring of 1947, scientists at Edgewood Arsenal began conducting human experiments with Taban nerve agent. All soldiers used in these experiments were so-called volunteers, but the men were not made privy to the fact that they were being subjected to low-level concentrations of Taban. Some of the tests took place in Utah at the Dugway Proving Ground. Other tests took place inside Edgewood's gassing chamber for human tests, a 9 by 9 foot tile and brick cube with an airtight metal door. One of the people observing the Taban tests was Dr. L. Wilson Green, technical director of the Chemical and Radiological Laboratories at the Army Chemical Center at Edgewood, and a close collaborator of Fritz Hoffmann's. Green was a short man with a square jaw and a barrel chest. What he lacked in height, he made up for in vision. While observing the behavior of the soldiers in the Taban gas experiments, L. Wilson Green had a revelation. Green noticed that after soldiers were put in the gassing chamber, they became partially disabled for from 1 to 3 weeks, with fatigue, lassitude, complete loss of initiative and interest, and apathy. What struck Green most was that the men were wholly incapacitated for a period of time, but not permanently injured. The men recovered entirely on their own. The antidote was time. Dr. L. Wilson Green saw in this a new kind of warfare. He sat down and began outlining his idea for America's warfighting future in an opus that would become known as Psychochemical Warfare, a New Concept of War. In the monograph, Green wrote, the trend of each major conflict being characterized by increased death, human misery, and property destruction could be reversed. His seminal vision for psychochemical warfare, a term he coined, was to incapacitate a man with drugs on the battlefield, but not to kill him. Green believed that in this way the face of warfare could change from barbaric to human. Incapacitating agents were gentle weapons. They knocked a man out without permanent injury. With psychochemical warfare, Green explained, America could conquer its enemies without the wholesale killing of people or the mass destruction of property. Green was not proposing to use low levels of Taban gas on the battlefield. He was talking about using other kinds of incapacitating agents, drugs that could immobilize or temporarily paralyze a person, hallucinogenic or psychotomimetic drugs whose effects mimic insanity or psychosis. There can be no doubt that their will to resist would be weakened greatly, if not entirely destroyed, by the mass hysteria and panic which would ensue, Green explained. Green proposed that an immediate search be made for a stable chemical compound which could cause mental abnormalities of military significance. He sought drugs that made people irrational. In his monograph, Green provided the Army with a list of 61 materials known to cause mental disorders. These 61 compounds, he said, should be studied and refined to determine which single compound would be the best possible incapacitating agents for U.S. military use. Green requested a budget of $50,000, roughly $500,000 in 2013, which was granted. Research began. Green assigned his colleague and friend Fritz Hoffmann the job of researching a multitude of toxins for potential military use. Fritz Hoffmann was by now recognized at Edgewood as one of the most gifted organic chemists in the Chemical Corps. If anyone could find and prepare the ideal incapacitating agent for the battlefield, Hoffmann could. He began a broad spectrum of research on everything from well-known street drugs to highly obscure toxins from the Third World. There was mescaline, obtained from the peyote cactus and used by Native American Indians, with side effects ranging from divination to boredom. He studied fly agaric, a hallucinogenic mushroom found on the barren slopes of Mongolia and rumored to facilitate contact with the spirit world, and piruri, a toxic vegetable leaf from Australia used by Aborigines that was found to suppress thirst. Yaxi and ipina from Venezuela, Colombia, and Brazil caused people to see things that weren't really there. It was a drug that for centuries had been used by primitive tribes to escape the realities of their plight by using hallucinogenic properties. Soon, Hoffmann would travel the world in search of these incapacitating agents on behalf of the Chemical Corps. Dr. Green's idea of psychochemical warfare would have a profound effect on the future of the U.S. Army's Chemical Corps, but it would also greatly affect the direction of the newest civilian intelligence organization in Washington, the CIA. The agency had deep pockets and big ideas. For the CIA, using drugs to incapacitate individuals had many more applications than just on the battlefield, and the agency began developing programs of its own. Fritz Hoffmann and L. Wilson Green were at the locus of a growing partnership being forged between the Chemical Corps and the CIA. Soon, biological warfare experts from Camp Dietrich would also be brought into the fold. This particular biological weapons program, which would be run by a group called Special Operations Division, or SO Division, was fueled by Operation Paperclip and would develop into one of the most controversial and collaborative efforts in the history of the CIA. It had been a year and a half since the Merck report on the biological weapons threat had been released, and an influx of congressional funding had transformed Camp Dietrich into a state-of-the-art bioweapons research and development facility. The Army purchased 545 acres of land adjacent to what had been called Area A and created a new area designated Area B, where some of Dietrich's first post-war field tests with crop dusters and spray hoses would occur. During the war, dangerous pathogens like anthrax and X had been tested and cultured inside Dietrich's germ lab, a rudimentary wooden building covered in black tar paper and nicknamed the Black Maria by scientists. During the war, an industrial-size boiler used for fermenting sat on the lawn outside the germ lab. Now, given the scope of work planned for the immediate future, Dietrich needed an aerosol chamber that was bigger and better than anything else like it in the world. The job of designing such a structure was assigned to a bacteriologist named Dr. Harold Batchelor. Dietrich's British counterparts at Porton Down had an excellent chamber of their own, but it fit only 2 or 3 mice. What Batchelor came up with was a monstrous, spherical, 1,000,000-liter chamber called the 8-ball, shaped like a giant's golf ball and held upright by iron legs. The Chicago Bridge and Iron Works was commissioned to build the 8-ball to specifications that made it airtight and bomb-proof. The 8-ball was to have portholes, doors, and hatchways, and steel walls of 1.5 inches. Inside the 8-ball, airflow would simulate weather systems, with scientists on the outside controlling temperatures on the inside within a range of 55 to 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Humidity could be controlled inside the 8-ball to fluctuate between 30 and 100%. This state-of-the-art environmental control would allow Dietrich scientists to understand how aerosolized biological agents would work at different altitudes in the open air. The sphere would weigh more than 131 tons and would stand 4 stories tall. A catwalk around its center would allow scientists to observe, through portholes, the test subjects sitting inside as they were exposed to the world's deadliest germs. The Chicago Bridge and Iron Works agreed to a delivery date of 1949. With the chamber's design complete, Dr. Batchelor prepared to travel to Germany. There was an important German scientist who was just now becoming available for an interview. This was a man who knew more than almost anyone else in the world about biological weapons. He was particularly knowledgeable about weaponized bubonic plague. The physician was Dr. Kurt Blomme, the former Deputy Surgeon General of the Third Reich. He had just been acquitted of war crimes at the Nuremberg doctors' trial. Now he was back on the paperclip list. The doctor's trial had been over for 42 days. It was October 2nd, 1947, and a message from Heidelberg marked Secret Confidential arrived on the desk of the Chief of the Chemical Corps. It read, "Available now for interrogation on biological warfare matters is Dr. Kurt Blomme." A meeting was arranged for November 10, 1947, between Blomme and Batchelor. Present alongside Dr. Batchelor were Dietrich doctors named Dr. Charles R. Phillips, a specialist in desterilization, and Dr. Donald W. Falconer, an explosives expert, and a Dr. A. W. Gorlick, a dosage expert. Lieutenant R. W. Swanson represented the U.S. Navy, and Lieutenant Colonel Warren S. Leroy represented the Army's European Command Headquarters. An interpreter and a stenographer were also present. Dr. Blomme was told in advance that everything discussed would be classified. Dr. Batchelor spoke first, setting the tone for the all-day affair. "We have come to interview Dr. Blomme personally as well as professionally," Batchelor said. "We have friends in Germany, scientific friends, and this is an opportunity for us to enjoy meeting Dr. Blomme and to discuss our various problems with him." To begin, Batchelor asked, "Would it be possible for Dr. Blomme to give us an overall picture of the information that he has, the nature of the world under discussion?" Blomme spoke in English, pausing on occasion for the interpreter to help him with a word. "In 1943, I received orders from Göring for all the research of biological warfare," Blomme explained. All the research for BW would fall under the name cancer research. Cancer research had already started long before that, and I was already working all the time, but in order to keep this development secret, the Reich disguised it. Dr. Blomme laid out the command structure of those involved in biological weapons work under Himmler, and where the men were now. It was a surprisingly small group of around 20 men. As head of the Reich Research Council, Blomme explained, Göring was at the top as the Reich's dictator of science. There were 3 men in equal positions directly under Göring, Dr. Blomme explained. Blomme was in charge of all research and development of pathogens. Doctors and scientists working in this area reported to him. Major General Dr. Walter Schreiber, the Russians' surprise witness at Nuremberg and the man who had pointed the finger at Blomme, was in charge of vaccines, antidotes, and serums for biological weapons. All doctors and scientists working in these areas ultimately reported to Schreiber. Finally, Blomme explained, Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel oversaw the Lightning Rod Committee, Blitzableiter, the code name for the ordnance experts who worked on delivery systems for biological bombs. Anyone conducting tests with these kinds of weapons had to go through Keitel. Göring had committed suicide, and Keitel had been hanged at Nuremberg after the trial of the major war criminals. Major General Walter Schreiber was working for the Russians now. It appeared that Dr. Blomme was the last available man standing with extensive inside knowledge of the Third Reich's bioweapons program. Dr. Gorlick asked, "Can Dr. Blomme give us actual locations of various laboratories?" Blomme spoke of the Reich's outpost on the island of Reims, a facility that specialized in sickness of cattle research, including rinderpest and foot-and-mouth disease. Blome said that because the Isle was completely isolated except by wire, it was a perfect place to conduct this kind of dangerous research. The scientist in charge of the laboratory was Professor Otto Waldmann, and his assistant was Erich Traub, of international fame. Blome was referring to the fact that before the war, Traub spent several years in America doing research at the Rockefeller Institute in New Jersey. Rinderpest was a terrible disease, Blome said. In many ways, it was the biological weapon he feared most. Germany depended on milk and butter for 60% of her fat resources, said Blome. In 1944, it would have resulted in a great catastrophe if foot-and-mouth disease had been used against Germany. It would have been the greatest catastrophe ever faced, according to Blome, if a country relies on all its fat resources to get milk and butter. Once the disease starts, there is no stopping it. The Dietrich scientists were very interested to learn more. How did the Reich acquire and develop the pathogen? Batchelor asked. Blome had already explained this to the Operation Alsace interrogators, but that was 2 years ago, before the doctor's trial, and apparently these Dietrich scientists were not familiar with what Blome had said when he was at Dustbin. By international law, it was prohibited to have the virus for this sickness in Europe, Blome said. The virus was in Turkey, and Himmler ordered that for the Isle. Blome confirmed that Dr. Erich Traub went to Turkey on direct orders from Himmler and acquired a strain of the dangerous virus there. At Reims, Traub then succeeded in producing a dry form of the virus. Dry forms were the deadliest of all, said Blome. After a period of 7 months based on experimentation on the Isle, this virus was still effective. After 7 months, they still spread and the cattle were all infected. Blome then spoke of experimental tests conducted by Luftwaffe pilots in Russia, where the disease was sprayed from low-flying aircraft over fields of grazing cattle. Positive results, said Blome. Where were Dr. Traub and Dr. Waldmann now? I believe that they have been taken prisoner of the Russians, and they are still active in their research for the Russians, Blome said. The conversation shifted to plague research at Posen, where Blome had set up an institute during the war. Perhaps we would like to talk about the human angle, Dr. Phillips asked, trying to veil the uncomfortable subject by using the royal we. Dr. Blome had been acquitted of war crimes charges 5 weeks earlier. 7 of his co-defendants were to be hanged. Clearly, the subject of experiments on humans was not something he was going to discuss. The question was rephrased. What did Blome believe was the most groundbreaking biological weapons work conducted by the Reich? Blome said that at Posen he had been working at dispersing biological agents in a combination with gas that affects the throat. When membranes are hurt, that is damaged, bacteria have a better chance to infect, Blome said. Dr. Phillips rephrased his question again. Everyone wanted to know about the human experiments. It was the ultimate forbidden knowledge that Nazis possessed. Perhaps we would like to talk about the human angle, which was, I think, Cleve's work, he said. Blome was no fool. Professor Cleve has not worked himself with experiments, Blome said. Heinrich Cleve performed intelligence work. He was in charge of keeping tabs on the biological weapons programs being pursued by nations at war with the Reich. Cleve investigated Polish and Russian sabotage, Blome said. The activity here was not to cause an epidemic amongst the population, merely to kill certain people. The Dietrich doctors were intrigued by this line of conversation and asked Dr. Blome to explain further. During the war, Polish resistance fighters in Posen had succeeded in assassinating about 20 people, Blome said, most of whom were SS officers. A lot of cases of typhoid, said Blome. The waiters in restaurants took fountain pens filled with the inoculum and injected the inoculum into the soup or the food on their way to and from the dining room. This has been proved. Polish resistance movement was heading all these activities. A German Polish woman doctor who was working in the hospital and got hold of the bacteria and forwarded it to the other people. Were any preventative measures taken? Dr. Phillips asked. Blome explained that there was an extensive and well-funded Reich research program going on in the field of vaccines, antidotes, and serums against many pathogens and diseases, from cholera to parrot virus to plague. But Blome explained that the holy grail of biological weapons research was the plague. I believe the only thing of danger to Germany would have been the plague. Because for propaganda reasons, the plague got more attention than any others, Blome added. People all over the world believe it is the worst sickness there is. Dr. Phillips wanted to learn more about the use of live vaccines in Blome's plague research. Schreiber, as the head of the department, epidemics, had very good vaccine material on hand for typhoid, paratyphoid, cholera, diphtheria, and Ruhr, Blome explained. For the plague, they had serum on hand, but the serum was not very powerful. It was very weak. They did not have any vaccine, so I started to build an institute which has never been completed. On occasion, Blome said, he worked in concert with Schreiber's vaccine research laboratory to provide them with good vaccine material, meaning the germs. Which laboratories? Asked Dr. Falconer. In the medical laboratory in Berlin, said Blome. There was an official appointed only for research of epidemics, Professor Schreiber. Was he under Kleve? Dr. Phillips asked, apparently still unaware that Professor Schreiber was the same Dr. Schreiber who had testified at Nuremberg. If, at Nuremberg, the Russians meant to send a message to American biological weapons makers with Schreiber's testimony, this had gone over the head of these bacteriologists from Camp Dietrich. Blome repeated that Schreiber was in the same position as I would be under Göring for my cancer researches, so this man was directly under Göring, meaning Blome and Schreiber were equals in the Reich's chain of command. They were also arch-enemies. Schreiber is a Russian PW, prisoner of war, and everybody who knew Schreiber is convinced he is working for them, said Blome. In this world of intense suspicion, of deviance and trickery, it was impossible to know who was lying and who was telling the truth. The time came to have a meal. In closing this particular angle, we express our gratitude to Dr. Blome for his wholehearted cooperation, Dr. Batchelor said. He suggested that they all have dinner together, pleasant talk. During that time we will not discuss this matter, Batchelor said, as if the Americans had not just tried to hang Dr. Blome for war crimes. As if Blome had not been a hardcore Nazi ideologue and member of the inner circle, or had not worn the Golden Party badge. Pleasantries were exchanged, and the meeting was adjourned. After the meeting, the Dietrich doctors requested from the Army Chemical Corps everything they knew about Dr. Erich Traub. That Dr. Blome said he was most afraid of an outbreak of cattle plague was serious news. Traub was the world's leading expert in the disease. Now the U.S. Army wanted him as their own. Dr. Traub was a virologist, microbiologist, and professor, and a doctor of veterinary medicine. He had been the second in command at the Reich's State Research Institute at Reims since 1942. He was also an expert in Newcastle disease, a contagious bird flu that he was rumored to have weaponized. The Chemical Corps knew that Traub spoke fluent English, that he had dark brown hair, gray-brown eyes, and 2 pronounced saber scars on his face, on the forehead and upper lip. And they knew that from 1932 until 1938, Traub had been a staff member at the Rockefeller Institute for Medical Research in New Jersey. But after the meeting with Dr. Blome, the Chemical Corps wanted more information on Traub, and they tracked down 2 of his former American colleagues for interviews. One of them, Dr. Little, described Traub as a domineering German and a surly-type individual with a violent temper. Another colleague, Dr. John Nelson, found that despite long training in the care of animals, Traub went out of his way to be cruel to animals. This troubled Nelson, who felt that any person who is cruel to animals shows little distinction and difference to his treatment of his fellow human beings. Before the war, Traub was given the opportunity to stay in America and continue his research full-time. He chose to return to Germany, citing loyalty to the Reich. In 1939, Traub was drafted into the Wehrmacht Veterinary Corps, and in 1940, he was elevated to captain and fought in the campaign against France. He was a member of several Nazi organizations, including the National Sozialisten Kraftfahrerkorps, NSKK, or National Socialist Motor Corps, the National Socialist People's Welfare, NSV, and the Reichsluftschutzbund, RLB, or State Air Protection Corps. Dr. Traub's talents as a virologist had been identified, and he had been pulled back from the front lines and assigned to biological weapons work. According to Blome, Traub was the most talented scientist working on anti-animal research, biological weapons designed to kill the animals that a nation relies upon most for food. At the end of the war, when the Reims lab fell to the Russians, with it went Dr. Traub, his wife Blanca, and their 3 children. The laboratory was renamed the Land Office II for Animal Epidemic Diseases, and the Soviets put Traub back to work on bioweapons research. Now, in 1947, the Army began a plan to lure Traub away. As for Dr. Blome, the scientist from Dietrich knew it was far too risky to offer him a paperclip contract just weeks after he'd been acquitted of capital war crimes at Nuremberg. Drew Pearson's reporting on the paperclip contract offered to Karl Krau in prison had upset General Eisenhower and nearly brought the program to its knees. While Blome made clear his willingness to work for the Army, the Dietrich scientist knew he would have to remain an under-the-radar consultant, relegated to the JOA target list for potential hire at a future date. The Army bacteriologist and biological weapons expert Dr. Harold Batchelor returned to Camp Dietrich with many new ideas to explore, including assassination by poison techniques that had been shared with him by Dr. Blome. The Reich had been researching biological weapons that would initiate epidemics, but could also kill certain people, according to Blome. In 1947, however, with scientific frontiers opening up wide, there would be hundreds of new ways to assassinate individuals, using a single device carrying a biological or chemical agent. This was an area in which the CIA was interested. The Chemical Corps had the perfect scientist for the job of exploring poisons that could be used for individual assassinations, Fritz Hoffmann. But Hoffmann had a backlog of work. He still had to figure out how to synthesize tabun gas so the Chemical Corps could hurry up and begin producing it on an industrial scale. Chapter 16. Headless Monster. In June 1948, Colonel Charles E. Lukes, the man who oversaw the paperclip scientists at Edgewood, was made Brigadier General and transferred to Heidelberg. Lukes now served as Chief of Intelligence Collection for Chemical Warfare Plans, European Command. In Heidelberg, he had access to a whole new group of Hitler's former chemists, from those who had been at the top of the chain of command on down. Within weeks of his arrival, Lukes formed a working relationship with Richard Kuhn, the former director of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Medical Research in Heidelberg. Because Kuhn had an international profile before and during the war, he was a problematic candidate for Operation Paperclip. Though Kuhn had once been revered among scientists, Samuel Goudsmit of Operation Alsace was never afraid to remind colleagues that Kuhn had become an active Nazi during the war, and that he began his lectures with Sieg Heil and the Nazi salute. Kuhn had lied to Goudsmit in a post-war interview, swearing that he had never worked on Reich projects during the war. In fact, Kuhn was a chemical weapons expert for the Reich and developed Somin nerve agent. Somin was even deadlier than sarin and tabin, but considered too delicate and therefore too costly to industrialize. Richard Kuhn began working with General Lukes in Heidelberg on chemical weapons projects for the Chemical Corps. General Lukes's friendly relationship with Richard Kuhn drew ire from the British. When formally queried about his professional partnership with Kuhn, Lukes replied, "I was under the impression that Professor Kuhn had been cleared of his Nazi complicity, or had suffered the penalty, and is now in the good graces of both the British and the Americans." Further, wrote Lukes, "I am sure our people are certainly familiar with his background." To General Lukes, moving forward on military programs considered vital to U.S. national security was more important than dredging up an individual's Nazi past. Through the lens of history, this remains one of the most complicated issues regarding Operation Paperclip. When working with ardent Nazis, some American handlers appear to have developed an ability to look the other way. Others, like General Lukes, looked straight at the man and saw only the scientist, not the Nazi. Richard Kuhn had a connection with a scientist in Switzerland with whom General Lukes was particularly interested in working. The scientist had been investigating a little-known incapacitating agent that was far more potent than anything the Chemical Corps was working on at the time. This Swiss chemist had recently given a lecture, New Hallucinatory Agent, to a gathering of the Swiss Society of Psychiatry and the Association of Physicians in Zurich. On December 16, 1948, General Lukes took a trip to Switzerland. So as not to draw attention to himself or the U.S. military, he took the unusual step of taking off his military uniform. This story does not appear in any known declassified Army record, but is told in Lukes's own words, in his personal diaries that were left to the U.S. Army Heritage Center in Pennsylvania. "Went back to the house and put on civilian clothes," Lukes wrote in his diary. His wife, Pearl, took the plain-clothed general to the train station. En route to his destination in Switzerland, Lukes shared a compartment with a foreigner, dark, nationality unknown, and a Dutchman who acted Jewish in quizzing me all about myself. The train compartment, Lukes noted, provided a clean, comfortable, well-lit ride, and General Lukes arrived in Bern at 8:55 that night. Before heading to bed, Lukes enjoyed a fire in the fireplace in his hotel room. General Lukes did not note in his journal any of the details of the meeting with the mysterious Swiss scientist. The mission was classified. Lukes returned to Germany the following day, and he did note in his journal that Richard Kuhn came over to his house for lunch with a special guest, Dr. Gerhard Schroeder, the inventor of Preparation 991, or Tabun gas. With snow coming down outside the Luxes' home in flurries, Richard Kuhn, Dr. Gerhard Schroeder, and General Lux had a pleasant chat and a lunch of pork chops. Decades later, in a speech prepared for the Amherst chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution and the Sons of the American Revolution, General Lux revealed that the Swiss chemist referred to him by Richard Kuhn had been Professor Werner Stoll, a psychiatric researcher at the University of Zurich. The hallucinatory agent that Lux was after in Switzerland would be the ultimate incapacitation chemical, also sought by L. Wilson Green at Edgewood to knock out, not kill. The chemical, said Lux, was called lysergic acid diethylamide, or LSD. Stoll did not discover LSD. That distinction went to Albert Hofmann, a chemist for Sandoz Pharmaceutical Company in Basel. Werner Stoll, a colleague of Hofmann's and the son of Sandoz chief chemist Arthur Stoll, repeated Albert Hofmann's original LSD experiment and concluded, modified LSD-25 was a psychotropic compound that was non-toxic and could have enormous use as a psychiatric aid. In 1947, Werner Stoll had published the first article on LSD in the Swiss Archives of Neurology. Stoll's second paper, entitled A New Hallucinatory Agent Active in Very Small Amounts, was published 2 years later in 1949. But General Lux did not see LSD as a psychiatric aid, but rather as a weapon, an incapacitating agent with enormous potential on the battlefield. Soon, the Army and the Navy would all be experimenting with LSD as a weapon, and the CIA would be experimenting with LSD as a means of controlling human behavior, an endeavor that soon came to be known as mind control. Eventually, physicians and chemists from Operation Paperclip would work on jointly operated, classified programs code-named Chatter, Bluebird, Artichoke, MK Ultra, and others. LSD, the drug that induces paranoia and unpredictability and makes people see things that are not really there, would become a strange allegory for the Cold War. One day in the late summer of 1948, a call came in to Brigadier General Charles Lux's new office in Heidelberg. A lieutenant answered the phone. The caller, a German, left a cryptic message to be relayed to General Lux. It was short and to the point. "I can help," the caller said. He left a return telephone number and his name, Schieber. General Lux had been in Germany since June. As Chief of Intelligence Collection for Chemical Warfare Plans in Europe, it was Lux's job to determine which Western European countries were developing chemical weapons and to monitor their progress. Lux was also working on unfinished business back at Edgewood, namely the continuing failure by the Chemical Corps to develop industrial-scale production of nerve gas, an effort that by now had officially switched from the pursuit of Tabun to the pursuit of sarin. The American university professors Lux had hired back in the U.S. were making very little progress. We put samples of sarin in front of them and everything, but yet they could not come up with any process to make some sarin, General Lux explained decades later in an oral history for the U.S. Army. A fire in the sarin plant at Edgewood had set the program back even further. Along came the Schieber call. In 1947, a thick Omnibus security report had been compiled on SS Brigade Führer Dr. Walter Schieber. He had been involved with the U.S. Army since the fall of the Reich. Schieber was a Nazi Bonzen, a big wheel. He was unattractive, fat, and wore a Hitler mustache and false teeth. Since the 1920s, he had been regarded as one of Hitler's Ilstekampfer, the old fighters, trusted members of Hitler's inner circle who wore the Golden Party badge. Dr. Schieber was also a loyal SS man and served on the personal staff of Heinrich Himmler. SS Brigade Führer Dr. Walter Schieber had been a dedicated and loyal member of the Nazi Party since 1931. He had also been frequently photographed alongside Hitler, Himmler, Bormann, and Speer as part of the inner circle. A number of these photographs survived the war, which made public dealings with Schieber impossible. U.S. Army transactions with him were classified top secret. As head of the Reich Ministry of Armaments Supply Office, Rüstungslieferungsamt, first under Fritz Todt when the ministry was called the Munitions Ministry, or Organisation Todt, and then under Albert Speer, Schieber was an engineer and a chemist, and handled business in both areas for the Third Reich. As an engineer, he oversaw many of the Reich's underground engineering projects. Designs for concentration camp armaments factories remained almost the exclusive work of Schieber, writes Michael Thad Allen, an expert on the SS and slave labor. Schieber also wore his chemist's hat for at least one concentration camp experiment. In an attempt to save the SS money and address the growing problem of food shortages among slave laborers, Schieber designed a nourishment program called Eastern Nutrition, Ostlicher Kostform. It was tested at the Mauthausen concentration camp. For a period of 6 months, starting in December 1943, a group of 150 slave laborers were denied the watery broth they usually received, and instead were fed an artificial paste designed by Schieber and made up of cellulose remnants, or pieces of used clothing. 116 of the 150 test subjects died. After the war, there was a judicial inquiry into Schieber's Eastern Nutrition Program. The West German courts determined that the resulting deaths could not necessarily be attributed to nutrition because there were so many other causes of death in the concentration camp. Walter Schieber was further linked to the deaths of hundreds, if not thousands, of slave laborers through the various chemical weapons programs that were carried out at Farben's multiple production plants. Schieber was not tried at Nuremberg but was used as a witness for the prosecution instead. During the war, with his expertise as a chemist, SS Brigade Führer Dr. Walter Schieber was the Speer Ministry's liaison to IG Farben, and he oversaw the industrial production of Tabun and sarin gas. According to his intelligence file, one of his titles was Confidential Clerk of IG Farben AG. Dr. Walter Schieber and Dr. Otto Ambros worked together at the Duhernfort Nerve Agent Production Facility. By the late summer of 1948, Otto Ambros had been tried and convicted at Nuremberg and was serving an 8-year sentence at Landsberg prison for mass murder and slavery. Schieber had been released from his obligations as a witness for the tribunal and was a free man. Now, here he was on the telephone, requesting to speak with Brigadier General Lukes. Schieber was looking for work with the U.S. Army Chemical Corps. "I'm free now," Schieber told Lukes' lieutenant during the call. "They have nothing against me." It was, of course, more complicated than that. 4 months prior, in February 1948, former SS Brigade Führer Walter Schieber had signed a top-secret Project Paperclip contract with the JOA. He had been recruited by Colonel Putt at Wright Field, now Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Putt wanted to make use of Schieber's underground engineering skills, just as George Rickey's skills had been used before Rickey was returned to Germany to stand trial for war crimes. Hiring a top Nazi like Walter Schieber was risky, and the potential problems facing the U.S. Air Force for doing so were candidly discussed in an exchange of memorandums. A JOA case officer wrote to military headquarters in Frankfurt summarizing how things were progressing. Subject is Dr. Walter Schieber. Requested priority shipment to Wright Field. Schieber's ability is outstanding and his potentialities believed invaluable to the United States. For the past 3 months, the case officer explained, Schieber had been working on the Underground Factory Project, a massive undertaking at U.S. military headquarters in Germany. The project was spearheaded by Franz Dorsch, and Schieber had been working as Dorsch's first assistant. In Germany, Schieber and Dorsch had supervised 150 scientists and technicians who had built underground factories for the Reich. The result was a 1,000-page monograph for the U.S. Air Force. Schieber, the report explained, had been especially cooperative and is agreeable to going to the United States. He is well known to the Soviets and is desired by them. His exploitation in the United States is therefore believed highly desirable. There was, however, a problem that needed to be addressed, wrote the case officer. His party record is as follows. Entered party in June 31. Brigade Führer in the SS. Holder of the Golden Party Badge. Member of SS. DAF, Deutsche Arbeitsfront, or German Labor Front. NSV, National Sozialistin Volkswohlfahrt, or National Socialist People's Welfare, and VDCH, or Association of German Chemists. There was no way to disguise that Schieber had been in Hitler's inner circle, but the JOA also proposed a solution. In order to minimize the possibility of unfavorable publicity in the United States, your views requested on advisability of shipping subject via air, under escort, or under an alias. Schieber could be part of Project Paperclip as long as no one knew who Schieber really was. Unlike standard operating procedure with Operation Paperclip applicants, there was to be no photograph of SS Brigade Führer Dr. Walter Schieber attached to his intelligence file. The Air Force agreed with JOA's suggestions. Ship Dr. Walter Schieber to Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio. Air Force requests case be expedited and given top priority. There was one caveat that JOA and the Air Force agreed upon. Dr. Schieber had to undergo a denazification trial first. Trusting he would be placed in Class 3, the category for individuals who were less incriminated, after his denazification trial, Dr. Walter Schieber packed his bags and awaited transport to the United States. Instead, on March 11, 1948, a different verdict came in. The civilian internee, Dr. Walter Schieber, born 13/09/1897 at Beimerstetten, former Chief of Armaments Deliveries on the Reich Ministry for Armaments and War Production, head of the Central Office for Generators, deputy head of the Reich Organization Industry, SS Brigade Führer, presently held at this enclosure, read the decree, was tried by the Sondersprachkammer for Hesse, Neustadtlager, and sentenced to Group 2, 2 years labor camp and restriction to 5 years ordinary labor. The Group 2 designation meant that Schieber was in a category with party activists, militarists, and profiteers. His paperclip contract would have to wait. 5 days after his trial, Schieber contacted the U.S. Army Counterintelligence Corps to relay to his paperclip handler his version of events. Herr Burbeth, the judge, had subject brought into the chamber and asked him about his trip to the United States, to which Schieber replied that he did not think it would be wise for him to go to the U.S. as an offender. Herr Burbeth suggested that he should immediately apply for a retrial or ask the Minister for Political Liberation for a pardon. Herr Burbeth also told Schieber that he would recommend such a pardon. Schieber told his paperclip handler that after leaving the courtroom, he had returned to the internee camp where he was being held. Then, according to Schieber, something rather shocking happened. Burbeth of the court joined Schieber and told him, contrary to his previous statement, not to apply for another trial or a pardon, but to go to Frankfurt immediately, contact the Russian liaison officer, and ask for an interzonal pass. With this pass, subject Schieber was to enter the Russian zone and proceed to one of his factories in the Schwarzsala, where he could be assured of every possible help, should he have the desire to work in his former position. In other words, according to Schieber, the judge at this trial worked for the Russians and was offering him a job. Schieber claimed to have told the judge that his offer sounded impossible. Was he really being advised to ignore the court's judgment, to flee the camp, get an interzonal pass, and begin working for the Russians at a high pay grade comparable to what he was paid during the Hitler regime? The president of the Sprachkammer assured me that arrangements would be made, Schieber said. Did this really happen? Was the judge a Russian mole? Or was Schieber playing the Americans with the proverbial Russian card? Schieber's counterintelligence corps handler asked him what he thought of the judge's black market offer. Schieber believes that the Sprachkammern sentence was imposed to prevent his contract with the United States and to make his residence in Germany so difficult as to force him to accept the Russian offers. The handler had his own thoughts. Cancellation of Schieber's contract after he has possibly jeopardized his safety and after he has cooperated so wholeheartedly with intelligence agencies here is certain to have an adverse effect on the future contracting or exploitation of specialists and will only serve as another example of broken faith on the part of the United States. The CIC officer felt that when considering the magnitude of Schieber's potential value to the United States, either for military or civil exploitation, it was obvious that his contract needed to be honored one way or other. The officer recommended that Schieber be paid as a consultant to the U.S. Army in Heidelberg. In the meantime, he could appeal the judgment of the Sprachkammern trial and become part of Project Paperclip after the attention died down. The Air Force had already soured on Schieber. At the Pentagon, his case had been reviewed again. The Air Force now saw Schieber's Nazi Party history in a wholly different light. In their eyes, Schieber had transformed from a brilliant engineer to a ruthless, greedy war profiteer. Walter Schieber started his business career at the Gustloff-Werk in Weimar, a combine owned by the Nazi Party and comprising 5 industrial corporations, read the Air Force response. He soon became the leader in the German cellulose and rayon ring, which was the second largest fiber combine in Germany. He founded Thuringische Zellwohl AG in Schwarz and subsequently gained control of the French synthetic fiber combine, meaning that with the help of SS officers, Schieber had confiscated Jewish-owned businesses in France and made them the property of the Third Reich. Synthetic fibers were imperative to the Reich, used for everything from soldiers' uniforms to blankets to parachutes. Photographs of Schieber displaying bolts of synthetic cloth to Hitler, Himmler, and Bormann show all parties smiling with pride. Schieber was appointed by Speer to the position of Chief of the Office for Delivery of Armament Goods in the Ministry for Armaments and Munitions, and was named Deputy Leader of the National Group Industry by Walter Funk, read the Air Force report. How he went from dealing fabrics to weapons production remained unclear, but his ambition had to have come into play. Described as a top-ranking figure in the Nazi war economy, he is said to have constantly profited from being a party man, noted the Air Force. There was only one conclusion: cancel Air Force request for Walter Schieber, subject considered ineligible paperclip. United States European Command, EUCOM, headquarters in Frankfurt, various commands had different headquarters, cabled the JOA office at the Pentagon to let them know that cancellation of the request was an unsound idea. It is believed here that these considerations outweigh the risk of possible criticism of his being sent to the United States, and if necessary, warrant an exception to present policy. Further, it is considered advisable that for Schieber's future personal safety, and for intelligence reasons, he not be present when and if official action against him occurs. Therefore, it is strongly recommended that reconsideration be given the decision to cancel Schieber's contract, and that he be sent to the United States regardless of the outcome of his appeal. EUCOM wanted Schieber moved out of Germany and sent to the United States now. Nothing happened for 3 months, until Brigadier General Charles Lukes arrived in Heidelberg. After the second Schieber call came in to General Lukes's office, Lukes told his lieutenant to set up a meeting with the man. As of 2013, their official meeting remains classified. But General Lukes wrote regularly in his desk diary, which fills in what the declassified Operation Paperclip case file on Schieber leaves out. On October 14, 1948, Dr. Schieber was invited to attend a roundtable conference at Army Chemical Corps headquarters in Heidelberg. Classified matters were discussed, Lukes penned in his journal that night. Schieber told Lukes that he had been in on the Reich's manufacturing of nerve gas from the beginning. He appealed to General Lukes's patriotic side. "I want you to know that if there is anything I can do to help the West, I shall do it," Schieber said. Lukes liked Schieber's willingness to help the cause so much that he invited Schieber to join him at his house for a drink. That evening, Lukes recorded his thoughts. Attended conference with Dr. Walter Schieber, classified matters. No particular info, but hope for more later, possibly when better acquainted. I'll try to see him next time he reports in to Division of Intelligence. He directed the production of war gases on a rather high echelon, so doesn't have the detailed knowledge that I want, but possibly I can get the names of useful people from him. Took him to the house for a drink. Chemical weapons, like biological weapons, were perceived by some to be dirty business, as President Roosevelt once said. But to men like General Lukes and Walter Schieber, to advance a nation's arsenal of chemical weapons was a challenging and necessary job. It was more interesting than going down to Paris on weekends, Lukes wrote in his journal. General Lukes asked to meet with Dr. Schieber again, this time to ask Schieber if he could assist with a problem the U.S. Army was having producing sarin gas. Schieber was happy to help. He told Lukes that during the war it was the Farben chemists who had produced sarin gas, and that he knew all these chemists very well. They were his friends. "They worked with me during the war," Schieber explained. "We wouldn't expect you to do this for free," Lukes told Schieber, meaning provide the U.S. Chemical Corps with secrets. The two men arranged to meet again in the following weeks. On October 28, 1948, Lukes and his wife Pearl hosted a dinner party in their home. Again, Schieber was a guest. Lukes had by now taken an extraordinary liking to Dr. Schieber, and he wrote his impressions of the man in his diary that night. Schieber is interesting, an independent, thinking, intelligent, and very competent man. He related much of his experience with the Russians, a prisoner of war after the First World War for a year. He was an honorary brigade Führer of SS this last war, in confinement in Nuremberg for 7 months, quartered next to Göring until the latter killed himself, was an admirer of Todt, later worked for Speer, was directed to report to Hitler frequently. He has many anecdotes and is a loyal German, is willing to do anything for the future of the world and Germany. Why was General Lukes so willing to overlook SS Brigade Führer Dr. Walter Schieber's criminal past and his central role inside the Third Reich? A story that Charles Lukes told an army historian decades later sheds light on this question. At the end of World War II, after the Japanese surrendered, Colonel Lukes went to Tokyo, where he served as the chief chemical officer for the U.S. Army. Sometimes Lukes took day trips into the countryside. In the last 5 months of war in Japan, American bombers conducted a massive incendiary bombing campaign against 67 Japanese cities that killed nearly 1 million citizens, most of whom burned to death. Still, the Japanese refused to surrender, and it took 2 atomic bombs to end the war. The incendiary bombs dropped on those 67 cities were produced at the Rocky Mountain Arsenal. Colonel Lukes oversaw the production of tens of thousands of them. In Japan, after the fighting was over, and when Lukes took day trips, he often brought his camera along and took photographs of the landscape, the damage, and the dead. When Lukes returned home to America, he compiled these photographs into an album of more than 100 black and white snapshots. One photograph in the album, which is archived at the U.S. Army Heritage Center in Pennsylvania, shows Colonel Lukes standing next to an enormous pile of dead bodies. Years later, Colonel Lukes explained to the Army historian what the photograph meant to him. Driving one day in a jeep from Yokohama to Tokyo, I stopped along the side of a road. The incendiary attacks had done their work, Lukes explained. The area was all burned out, a wasteland all the way through. We dropped tens of thousands of them, incendiary bombs, on the whole area between Yokohama and Tokyo. Out there in the Japanese countryside, said Lukes, I noticed a great stack of incendiary bombs, small ones. I went over to take a look at them. They looked like something we had made at Rocky Mountain. Sure enough, they were. Here in one place, they had a great stack of them. They were burned out, but the bodies were still there because they didn't burn. They stacked them up in this big high pile. I had a picture of me standing beside them because I had been responsible for the manufacturing of them. This was just one of those incidents that didn't mean anything, but I just happened to see what had happened to some of our incendiary bombs that were over there. In describing the photograph, an enormous pile of dead bodies next to a stack of incendiary bombs, Colonel Lukes expressed a peculiar kind of detachment. To the Army historian interviewing him, Lukes made clear that what interested him in the photograph was noting the effectiveness, or in this case ineffectiveness, of the bombs he had been responsible for manufacturing. Similarly, Lukes expressed detachment as far as Dr. Schieber was concerned, as evidenced in his journal entries. It was as if Lukes could not, or would not, see Schieber in the context of the millions of Jews murdered on the direct orders of Schieber's closest wartime colleagues. What interested Lukes about Schieber was what an effective chemical weapons maker he was. During the next meeting between General Lukes and Dr. Schieber, Lukes got very specific with Schieber in terms of what he was after. "Could you develop the process and put it on paper with drawings, specifications, and tables, and safety regulations to make sarin?" Lukes asked, as noted in his desk diary. "Yes, I could do that," Schieber said. Lukes recalled the next conversation the two men had. He said they had a big works outside of Berlin that was just completed when the war was over and made little token amounts but no production. When the Reich announced that the Russians were taking over, those engineers and chemists both came west into the American and British occupied zones. Schieber was lying to General Lukes. The nerve gas production plant outside Berlin to which Schieber referred was Falkenhagen, and it was run by Otto Ambrose's deputy and the man who had stashed the steel drum outside Gindorf, Jürgen von Klink. By war's end, the factory at Falkenhagen had produced more than 500 tons of sarin gas, hardly little token amounts, as Schieber claimed. If Lukes had read von Klink's Omgus security report, or any of the SIOS reports written by Major Edmund Tilley, he would have learned that Schieber was lying to him. Instead, General Lukes asked Schieber if he could locate these chemists who knew so much about sarin production and bring them to Heidelberg. He held out to Schieber the promise of a U.S. Army contract. "Further, we will pay all the chemists, expenses and give them something for their work," Lukes said. "Yes, I can do that," Schieber replied. He said that he knew all of the Farben chemists and could easily get them to tell the Americans everything. He listed their names for Lukes. One of the 6 Farben chemists on the list was Ambrose's deputy and the man who ran Falkenhagen, Jürgen von Klink. On October 29, 1948, Colonel Lukes wrote a memorandum to the Chief of the Army Chemical Corps. The best, fastest way to get German technical information on Tabun and sarin gas was to hire Dr. Schieber, Colonel Lukes advised. In his diary, Lukes wrote, "Hope the chief will support us. If he does, we'll be able to get all of the German CW technical ability on our side and promptly. They know on what side they belong. All we need to do is treat them as human beings. They recognize the military defeat and the political and ideological defeat as well, and accept it." 1 week later, General Lukes told Schieber that he had been authorized to pay him 1,000 marks a month for consulting work. Schieber gave Lukes the contact information for the 6 chemists and technicians who would join him in his efforts to explain precisely how to produce sarin gas. On December 11, 1948, Lukes hosted the first round-table meeting of Hitler's chemists in his Heidelberg home, secrecy assured. For the next 3 months, the chemists met every other Saturday at Lukes's home. There, they created detailed, step-by-step reports on how to produce industrial amounts of sarin gas. They drew charts and graphs and made lists of materials and equipment required. Years later, Lukes reflected, one of the team members was a young engineer who had an excellent command of English, which helped greatly and was his major contribution, and that was Jürgen von Klink. When the work was finally compiled and sent to Edgewood, the results were the perfect recipe for the deadly nerve agent. According to General Lukes, without Hitler's chemists, the American program had been a failure. With them, it was a success. "That's when we built the plant out in Rocky Mountain Arsenal," Lukes explained. The incendiary bombs that Colonel Lukes oversaw at Rocky Mountain Arsenal during World War II would now be replaced by M34 cluster bombs filled with sarin gas. The top-secret program was code-named Gibbet Delivery. A friendship between two brigadier generals, Lux and Schieber, had been solidified. The following summer, Schieber sent Lux a thank you note and a gift, not identified in the records, but described by Schieber as a piece of equipment that once stood at the beginning of the same work group. The unknown item had been used by Schieber during the Nazi era, when sarin gas was first developed for Hitler. Over the next 8 years, the two brigadier generals exchanged Christmas cards. In January 1950, General Lux was called to Washington, D.C. for several meetings at the Pentagon. According to Lux's desk diary, during his first meeting there, he was reprimanded by a Pentagon official for cultivating friendly relationships with Hitler's chemists. "I don't like this," Lux wrote that his superior had informed him. "I don't want to be made a fool of over this. Everyone seems to have cut them, the Nazis, off their list. To be friendly with them seems bad form." But General Lux noted in his diary that he had every intention of defying the superior's request. He had become good friends with the German chemists. He regularly had meals with Walter Schieber and Richard Kuhn, and on at least one occasion, Schieber had spent the night at Lux's house. "I'll see them anyhow," he wrote in a diary entry dated February 1st, 1950. The following day, Lux was called back into the Pentagon. "Went to Pentagon," he wrote. "Long session with HQ Int, Headquarters Intelligence. People seemed interested in what we are doing in Heidelberg. Would give me money necessary to exploit the Germans for scientific and technical intelligence." In other words, what some at the Pentagon refused to condone, others were willing to support through covert means. General Lux's secret Saturday round table at his house in Heidelberg with the Nazi chemists remained hidden from the public for 6 decades. Here was a brigadier general with the U.S. Army doing business with a former brigadier general of the Third Reich, allegedly in the interests of the United States. It was a Cold War black program that was paid for by the U.S. Army but did not officially exist. There were no checks and no balances. Operation Paperclip was becoming a headless monster. The CIA's working relationship with the JOA and Operation Paperclip had begun within a few months of the agency's creation. Within the CIA, Paperclip was managed inside the Office of Collection and Dissemination, and one of the first things requested by its administrator, L.T. Shannon, was a photostated copy of a set of files compiled by Dr. Werner Ossenberg and consisting of biographical records of approximately 18,000 German scientists. By the winter of 1948, hundreds of memos were going back and forth between the JOA and the CIA. Sometimes the CIA would request information from the JOA on certain scientists, and sometimes the JOA would ask the CIA to provide it with intelligence on a specific scientist or group of scientists. Also, in the first 3 months of the CIA's existence, the National Security Council issued Directive No. 3, dealing specifically with the production of intelligence and the coordination of intelligence production activities within the intelligence community. The National Security Council wanted to know who was producing what intelligence and how that information was being coordinated among agencies. In the opinion of the CIA, the link between scientific planning and military research on a national scale did not hitherto exist. The result was the creation of the Scientific Intelligence Committee, SIC, chaired by the CIA and with members from the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the State Department, and the Atomic Energy Commission. Very early in its existence, the SIC undertook to define scientific intelligence, delineate areas of particular interest, and establish committees to handle these areas, wrote SIC Chairman Dr. Carl Weber in a CIA monograph that remained classified until September 2008. Priority was accorded to atomic energy, biological warfare, chemical warfare, electronic warfare, guided missiles, aircraft, undersea warfare, and medicine, every area involving Operation Paperclip scientists. 8 scientific intelligence subcommittees were created, one for each area of warfare. Despite the urgency, the JOA's plan to make Operation Paperclip over into a long-term program was still at a standstill. By the spring of 1948, half of the 1,000 German scientists bound for America had arrived, but not a single one of them had a visa. Troublemaker Samuel Klaus was gone from the State Department, but the JOA could still not get the visa division to make things happen fast enough. On May 11, 1948, Military Intelligence Chief General Stephen J. Chamberlain, the man who had briefed Eisenhower in 1947, took matters into his own hands. Chamberlain went to meet FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover to enlist his help with visas. Cold War paranoia was on the rise, and both men were staunch anti-communists. The success of Operation Paperclip, said Chamberlain, was essential to national security. The FBI had the communists to fear, not the Nazis. Hoover agreed. Paperclip recruits needed the promise of American citizenship now more than ever, Chamberlain said, before any more of them were stolen away by the Russians. Chamberlain asked Hoover to put pressure on the State Department. J. Edgar Hoover said he would see what he could do. What, if anything, Hoover did remains a mystery. 3 months later, the first 7 scientists had U.S. immigrant visas. Now it was time to put the transition process to the test. For Operation Paperclip, moving a scientist from military custody to immigrant status required elaborate and devious preparation, but in the end, the procedure proved to be infallible. Scientists in the southwestern or western United States, accompanied by military escort, were driven in an unmarked army jeep out of the country into Mexico, either at Nuevo Laredo, Ciudad Juarez, or Tijuana. With him, each scientist carried 2 forms from the State Department, I-55 and I-255, each bearing a signature from the Chief of the Visa Division and a proviso from the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Section 42-323 of Title 22, signifying that the visa holder was a person whose admission is highly desirable in the national interest. The scientist also had with him a photograph of himself and a blood test warranting that he did not have any infectious diseases. After consulate approval, the scientist was then let back into the United States no longer under military guard, but as a legal U.S. immigrant in possession of a legal visa. The pathway toward citizenship had begun. If the scientist lived closer to the East Coast than the West Coast, he went through the same protocols, except that he would exit the United States into Canada instead of Mexico and re-enter through the consulate at Niagara Falls. It was an international crisis in June of 1948 that finally gave Operation Paperclip its long-term momentum. Early on the morning of June 24th, the Soviets cut off all land and rail access to the American zone in Berlin. This action would become known as the Berlin Blockade, and it was seen as one of the first major international crises of the Cold War. The Soviet blockade of Berlin in 1948 clearly indicated that the wartime alliance between the Soviets and the United States had dissolved, explained CIA Deputy Director for Operations Jack Downing. Germany then became a new battlefield between East and West. The CIA presence in Germany was redoubled, and its plans for covert action against the Soviets shifted into high gear. The CIA needed to hire thousands of foreign nationals living in Germany to help in this effort, spies, saboteurs, and scientists, many of whom had spent time in displaced person camps and interrogation facilities operated by the U.S. Army in the American zone of occupied Germany. Initially, the CIA and the JOA worked hand in glove inside Germany to thwart Soviet threats, but soon the two agencies would start competing for German scientists and spies. The two agencies worked together inside a clandestine intelligence facility in the American zone, informally called Camp King. The activities there between 1946 and the late 1950s have never been fully accounted for by either the Department of Defense or the CIA. Camp King was strategically located in the village of Oberursel, just 11 miles northwest of the United States European Command, EUCOM, headquarters in Frankfurt. Officially, the facility had two other names: the U.S. Military Intelligence Service Center at Oberursel and the 7707th European Command Intelligence Center. A small plaque in a park outside the Officers' Club explained to visitors the significance of the informal name. Colonel Charles B. King, an intelligence officer, had been in the process of accepting the surrender of a group of Nazis on Utah Beach in June 1944 when he was double-crossed and slain by a strong and concentrated barrage of enemy artillery fire. There was tragic irony in the name. Camp King had become home to many well-intentioned American officers trying to make deals with untrustworthy enemies. Many of these American officers would be double-crossed, and at least one of them would be killed. A lot had changed at Camp King since John Dalebois had personally delivered 6 Nazi bonds in here in August 1945. The interrogation facility had become one of the most clandestine U.S. intelligence centers in Western Europe, and for more than a decade it would function as a Cold War black site long before black sites were known as such. Camp King was a joint interrogation center, and the intelligence agencies that shared access to prisoners here included Army intelligence, Air Force intelligence, Naval intelligence, and the CIA. By 1948, most of its prisoners were Soviet bloc spies. How the CIA used Camp King remains one of the agency's most closely guarded secrets. It was here in Oberursel that the CIA first began developing extreme interrogation techniques and behavior modification programs under the code names Operation Bluebird and Operation Artichoke. The unorthodox methods the CIA and its partner agencies explored included hypnosis, electric shock, chemicals, and illegal street drugs. Camp King was chosen as an ideal place to do this work, in part because it was off-site, but mainly because of its access to prisoners believed to be Soviet spies. When the Americans captured the facility in the spring of 1945, the Nazis had been using it as an interrogation facility for Allied flyers. Camp King's first commanding officer was Colonel William Russell Philp, and through the fall of 1945, Philp shared the Military Intelligence Service Center at Oberursel with General William J. Donovan, founding director of the Office of Strategic Services. General Donovan oversaw an operation here whereby high-ranking Nazi generals, including those dropped off by John Dalebois, were paid to write intelligence reports on subjects like German order of battle and Nazi Party chain of command. Dalebois, fluent in German, acted as Donovan's liaison to the Nazi prisoners during this time. General Donovan kept an office at Oberursel until the OSS was disbanded in September 1945, after which he returned to Washington, D.C. and civilian life. Colonel Philp's job was to handle the rest of the prisoners. In the months that followed war's end, the Camp King prison population grew to include Russian defectors and captured Soviet spies. There was valuable intelligence to be gained from these individuals, Philp learned, willingly or through coercion. But Philp also found that his officers lacked a greater context within which to interpret the raw intelligence being gathered from the Soviets. Russia had been America's ally during the war. Now it was the enemy. The Soviets were masters of disinformation. Who was telling the truth? The Nazi prisoners claimed to know, and Colonel Philp began using several of them to interpret and analyze information from Soviet defectors. These Nazis were experts in espionage against the Russians, Philp later said. Two of them seemed particularly knowledgeable: Gerhard Wessel, who had been an officer in the German intelligence organization Abwehr, and Wessel's deputy, Hermann Baun. Philp put the men to work. What started out as a research project using POWs became a gradual drift into operations, said Philp. He moved the Nazis into a safe house on the outskirts of Camp King, codenamed House Blue, where they oversaw counterintelligence operations against the Soviets under the codename Project Keystone. Philp found that working with Nazis was a slippery slope, and in a matter of months, the Germans had transformed from prisoners to paid intelligence assets of the U.S. Army. In the summer of 1946, a major event occurred that influenced the CIA's future role in Operation Paperclip and Camp King. Major General Reinhard Gehlen, former head of the Nazis' intelligence operation against the Soviets, arrived at Camp King. Gehlen had been in the United States under interrogation since 1945. Here at Oberrussel, Army intelligence decided to make Gehlen head of its entire anti-communist intelligence organization under the code name Operation Rusty. Eventually, the organization would become known simply as the Gehlen Organization. A network of former Nazi intelligence agents, the majority of whom were members of the SS, began working out of offices at Camp King, side by side with Army intelligence officers. Colonel Philp was in charge of overall supervision. By late 1947, the Gehlen organization had gotten so large it required its own headquarters. Army intelligence moved the organization to a self-contained facility outside Munich in a village called Pulla. This compound was the former estate of Martin Bormann and had large grounds, sculpture gardens, and a pool. The two facilities, at Oberrussel and Pulla, worked together. Gehlen and Baun claimed to have 600 intelligence agents, all former Nazis, in the Soviet zone of occupied Germany alone. According to documents kept classified for 51 years, relations between Gehlen and Philp declined and became hostile, as Philp finally realized the true nature of who he was dealing with. The Gehlen organization was a murderous bunch, freewheeling and out of control. As one CIA affiliate observed, American intelligence is a rich blind man using the Abwehr as a seeing eye dog. The only trouble is the leash is much too long. The Army became fed up with the Gehlen organization, but there was no way out. Its operatives were professional double-crossers and liars. Many were also alleged war criminals, and now they had the Army over a barrel. Decades later, it would emerge that General Gehlen was reportedly earning $1 million a year. In late 1948, CIA Director Roscoe Hillenkotter met with Army intelligence to discuss the CIA's taking charge of the Gehlen organization. The two parties agreed, and on July 1, 1945, the CIA officially assumed control of Galen and his men. That same summer, the CIA created the Office of Scientific Intelligence, OSI, and its first director, Dr. Willard Mashal, traveled to Germany to set up a program for special interrogation methods against Soviet spies. The CIA had intelligence indicating that the Soviets had developed mind control programs. The agency wanted to know what it would be up against if the Russians got hold of its American spies. In an attempt to determine what kinds of techniques the Soviets might be using, the CIA set up a top-secret interrogation program at Camp King. The facility offered unique access to Soviet spies who had been caught in the Galen organization's web. Revolutionary new interrogation techniques could be practiced on these men under the operational code name Bluebird. A limited number of official CIA documents remain on record from this program. Most were destroyed by CIA Director Richard Helms. Initially, the CIA envisioned Operation Bluebird as a defensive program. Officers from scientific intelligence were to apply special methods of interrogation for the purpose of evaluation of Russian practices. But very quickly, the agency decided that in order to master the best defensive methods, it needed to first develop the most cutting-edge offensive techniques. This sounded like doublespeak and was indicative of the Cold War mindset that was taking hold in intelligence circles and also in the military. The CIA believed it needed to develop the sharpest sword to create the strongest, most impenetrable shield. Operation Bluebird was just the beginning. Soon the program would expand to include mind control techniques and Nazi doctors recruited under Operation Paperclip. Chapter 17. Hall of Mirrors. In the fall of 1948, in Germany, one of the most unusual press conferences of the Cold War took place. Major General Walter Schreiber, the former Surgeon General of the Third Reich, had last been seen on the stand at Nuremberg testifying against fellow members of the Nazi High Command. Then, on November 2, 1948, he reappeared at a press conference. After 3 years, 5 months, and 3 days in Soviet custody, Schreiber had allegedly escaped from his Soviet captors. Now, the vaccine specialist said he had important news to share with the free world. The press conference opened with Schreiber delivering a brief statement about what had happened to him. He'd been a prisoner of the Soviets since the fall of Berlin and had recently escaped, followed by a lengthy question-and-answer period with an American official acting as translator. The first question asked by a reporter was, how did Schreiber manage to escape? Schreiber said he had broken free of his communist guards in a life-or-death situation, but hesitated to say more. With him now, in the safety of U.S. protective custody, he said, were his wife, Olga, his 14-year-old son, Paul Gerhard, and one of his 2 grown daughters. How was it possible the Russians let him get out? Asked another member of the press, a question on everyone's mind. In the 2 years since General Schreiber's stunning testimony at Nuremberg, he'd been made a Starshina, or elder in the Soviet military. It was almost inconceivable that a major player like Schreiber simply slipped away from his Soviet guards. Yet here he was. I'm not asking the details, the reporter clarified, but how was it possible he was able to escape? In November 1948, Berlin was a city under psychological and physical siege. For more than 4 months now, the Soviets had blocked all rail, canal, and road access between East and West Berlin. To feed the civilians in the Western Zone, the Americans were flying in airplanes full of food. Schreiber's escape happened during the height of the Berlin blockade. For security reasons, I would not like to answer this question, Schreiber said. I don't want to ask any details, repeated the newsman. But is it possible for others who are in the same position to get out? The question was answered, said Schreiber. Pressed further, Major General Dr. Schreiber reconstructed some of the events in his tale of escape. He'd been in Soviet Russia until the summer, he said. There, he and a group of other former Nazi generals lived together in a villa outside Berlin. In July or August, 6 of the generals, including Schreiber, were unexpectedly transported to a country house on the German-Polish border, near Frankfurt on the Oder, east of Berlin, not to be confused with Frankfurt on the Main, located in the American zone, southwest of Berlin. With regard to this mysterious journey and its greater purpose, Major General Schreiber said, "We were not asked, but we were told that we were going to join the police." Only then, Schreiber explained, did he learn that he had been appointed Chief Medical Officer for the newly formed East German Police. Schreiber said he was offered food, clothing, housing, furniture, 4 advantages. 4 of the Nazi generals agreed to take the job. Schreiber said he objected. He was a scientist, not a policeman, he claimed to have told his Soviet handlers. The group of generals was transported to a home in Saxony, close to the Czechoslovakian border. Finally, the last day of September, the 4 generals who had agreed were sent to Berlin in order to start their jobs, Schreiber said. He and another general, who had by this time also voiced objection, remained guarded by police. 2 days later, Schreiber was sent to Dresden in the Soviet zone. There we were very well received, and I was offered the chance to become professor at the University of Leipzig, Schreiber told the press corps. I demanded the University of Berlin. I had special reason for this demand. That was denied of me. For this reason, I made myself free. So that was that. A chorus of West German reporters wanted more details. How does one simply make oneself free of Soviet military police, especially if one is the former Surgeon General of the Third Reich? For the Soviets, turning high-ranking Nazi generals into communist officials was an immense propaganda coup in the early days of the Cold War. One had to assume that Soviet military intelligence, Glavnoye Razvedovachnoye Upravienia, or GRU, was keeping a watchful eye on each of the generals through their transition from Soviet Russia into the East German zone. The GRU's notorious official emblem featured an omnipotent bat hovering over the globe. The GRU kept radar-like track of people. They had eyes in the night. To allow Dr. Schreiber to get away sounded implausible. I took off alone by express train on the railroad from Dresden to Berlin, and it was a trip of life and death, Schreiber said. And that was all he was going to say about it. Next, Schreiber began to lecture his audience on the Soviet threat. He singled out a former colleague, Vincenz Müller, to blame, not unlike what he had done with Dr. Blome before the International Military Tribunal at Nuremberg. Lieutenant General Vincenz Müller was a dangerous man, exclaimed Schreiber. Now that he'd gone over to the Russian side, he was a threat to world peace. Lieutenant General Müller had recently been installed by the Soviet government as the new police leader in Berlin, Schreiber said. He is a fanatical communist, promised Schreiber, completely devoted to the Russians. This is all the more astonishing as Müller comes from a very devout Catholic family. The Russians had plans to arm Müller's new Berlin police force with heavy weapons, tanks, and artillery. The Soviets had only one goal, Schreiber promised, and that was world domination. It was beginning right now with the rearmament of East Berlin. Can you give us the names of the 4 other generals outside of General Vincenz Müller? A news reporter asked. I don't think it is necessary in the scope of this press conference to give those names, said Schreiber. Could the Russians be selling you a bill of goods? Asked another reporter. The Russians are animated by the idea of world revolution, Schreiber said. He explained that in Russia, most people believe the revolution is coming. Another news reporter asked, were you wearing your Soviet uniform when you escaped? It was a good question. If Schreiber had been wearing his Soviet uniform, then clearly he would have been noticed by border patrol guards, stopped, and questioned as he passed from the Soviet zone to the American zone of occupation. If Schreiber had not been wearing his Soviet uniform, then the obvious next question was, why not? Schreiber's answer was convoluted. His Soviet uniform happened to be at the tailor shop on the day of his escape, he said, getting new shoulder straps and embroidery on the collar. To emphasize his point, Schreiber even went so far as to recreate a conversation between himself and his Soviet handler, a man named Fischer, regarding the missing uniform. Fischer said to me, "You are going to get your uniform later. For the time being, this is not yet possible." The explanation seemed implausible to at least one newsman. "Why didn't you get your uniform tailored earlier?" the reporter asked. Schreiber said that his measurements had been taken for the new uniform, but the tailoring was delayed. When Schreiber's American handler moved to change the subject, another reporter asked for more information about the human experiments Dr. Schreiber had spoken of during the Nuremberg trial. How did the doctor obtain knowledge of experiments on human beings? He queried. Schreiber insisted he had never taken part in any such research work. The knowledge I gained about it, I either gained through documents I ran across in my position or in medical conventions where intellectuals could see that something like that was being conducted in the background. Every aspect of Schreiber's escape story seemed unreasonable, which made it difficult for the reporters to take seriously almost anything else he said. Yet the press conference went on for more than 30 minutes, with Schreiber standing his ground. As it turned out, Schreiber's press conference was not impromptu, but rehearsed. He had been discussing his testimony with officers from the U.S. Counterintelligence Corps for 2 weeks, since October 18, 1948, the day he walked into the CIC's Berlin office. CIC Special Agent Severine Wallach was Schreiber's handler. Wallach had heard a much longer version of what had allegedly been going on with Schreiber since his capture by the Red Army during the fall of Berlin. According to the 13-page report by Wallach in Schreiber's intelligence dossier, on the 5th of May, Dr. Schreiber was sent, together with other captured German generals, back to Berlin. The generals were put in a cellar of the Reich Chancellery in Berlin and received orders to emerge from this cellar under strong Soviet guard. The whole scene was photographed by the Soviets, who were engaged in putting together an authentic documentary film of the capture of Berlin. On May 9th, with the Reich surrender complete, Dr. Schreiber was sent with other officers to a much larger prisoner of war camp in Posen, where he stayed until August 12, 1945. A transport of generals to Moscow had been organized. Schreiber said he arrived there on August 29th. The transport was very badly organized, Schreiber said, according to the dossier report. There was a food shortage because the cooks on the transport sold the food on the black market or kept it for themselves. Schreiber's testimony was resplendent with details. All generals were sent to the PW camp number 7027 in Krasnogorsk near Moscow, he recalled. Here, the food tasted wonderful because it came from the United States in cans. Schreiber repeatedly told Wallach how much he loved everything about the United States. On March 12, 1946, Schreiber said he was transferred to the Lubanka prison in Moscow. Treatment not bad. On March 20th, he claimed to have been interrogated by the Russians for the first time. Subject was the German preparation for biological warfare. Wallach had to have known that this was highly improbable. Schreiber was one of the Third Reich's highest-ranking medical doctors, and he was a major general in the army. On March 20th, 1946, he would have been in Soviet custody for 10 months. That this was his first interrogation was absurd. Schreiber told Wallach he was questioned by a lieutenant general named Kabalov for 3 days. Kabalov didn't believe his testimony, Schreiber said, and so he was told, "Soviet interrogators are going to use now physical violence to break you and get the whole truth out of you." The next interrogation, recalled Schreiber, took place at 3 o'clock that same morning. "I was beaten by a Soviet officer whom he knows as Lieutenant Smirnov, together with a Colonel Walter Stern, who speaks German without the slightest accent, and who was an excellent interrogator." Schreiber said he withstood 3 weeks of rough interrogation, at which point he finally broke down and wrote the statement which later on was submitted by the Soviet government to the International War Crimes Tribunal in Nuremberg. He was flown from Moscow to Berlin, then down to Nuremberg to testify at the war crimes trial. During one of the flights, Schreiber said his German-speaking Soviet interrogator, Colonel Stern, leaned over and whispered a warning to him. If Schreiber were to go off book and say anything detrimental to the interests of the Soviet Union, he would be hanged on his return to Russia. After testifying at Nuremberg, Schreiber said he was taken back to the Soviet Union, where he and 3 generals were set up in a 2-story country house in Tomilino, 16 miles southeast of Moscow. One of the 3 generals was Field Marshal Friedrich Paulus, the highest-ranking Nazi general to have ever surrendered to the Soviets, which Paulus did during the Battle of Stalingrad. Paulus's own story of the events leading up to his capture and his final communication with Hitler was remarkable. The Soviets had also brought Paulus to testify at Nuremberg. As William Shirer explained in The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, the last days of Paulus's command during the battle for Stalingrad were cataclysmic. Paulus, torn between his duty to obey the mad Führer and his obligation to save his own surviving troops from annihilation, appealed to Hitler. Paulus sent an urgent message to the Führer that read, "Troops without ammunition or food. Effective command no longer possible. 18,000 wounded without supplies or dressing or drugs. Further defense senseless. Collapse inevitable. Army requests immediate permission to surrender in order to save lives of remaining troops." But Hitler refused to allow Paulus to surrender. "Surrender is forbidden," Hitler wrote in return. "Sixth Army will hold their positions to the last man and the last round, and by their heroic endurance will make an unforgettable contribution toward the establishment of a defensive front and the salvation of the Western world." Heroic endurance was a euphemism for suicide. Paulus was now supposed to kill himself. Hitler nudged him further in this direction by making Paulus a field marshal in what he hoped would be the last hour of the general's life. There is no record in military history of a German field marshal being taken prisoner, Hitler told Alfred Jodl, who was standing next to him at the time. Instead, at 7:45 the following morning, Field Marshal Paulus surrendered. His last message to Hitler: "The Russians are at the door of our bunker. We are destroying our equipment." He was taken prisoner shortly thereafter. What Paulus left behind was, as described by Schreiber, a terrifying scene. 91,000 German soldiers, including 24 generals, half-starved, frostbitten, many of them wounded, all of them dazed and broken, were hobbling over the ice and snow, clutching their blood-caked blankets over their heads against the 24 degrees below zero cold, toward the dreary, frozen prisoner-of-war camps of Siberia. Of the 91,000 Germans taken prisoner by the Soviets, only 5,000 would come out of the prison camps alive. Paulus was one of them. By 1947, he was living comfortably in this two-story country house with Major General Dr. Schreiber outside Berlin. Actually, explained Schreiber, there were a total of 4 former Nazi generals living together under one roof. In addition to Field Marshal Friedrich Paulus, there was Lieutenant General Vincenz Müller, captured outside Minsk in 1944, and General Erich Buschenhagen, captured in eastern Romania in August 1944. For what purpose? Wallach asked. Subject, Schreiber, is convinced Lieutenant General Vincenz Müller was ordered by the Soviets to indoctrinate Professor Dr. Schreiber with communistic ideas. Whatever the real reason, Schreiber said he and his fellow generals lived a relatively enjoyable life full of Soviet perks. At one point, General Schreiber and General Buschenhagen were taken to live in Moscow in a nicely furnished private house. Their Soviet handler, with them constantly, acted as a guide and took them to the museum, opera, and to playhouses, stressing the fact that Soviet Russia has a highly developed culture. For Schreiber, the motive was clear. This, too, was of course part of the planned indoctrination program, he told Special Agent Wallach. All the while, Schreiber feigned that he was a happy communist. In July 1947, Field Marshal Paulus became sick, and the group was taken to a summer resort, Livadia, on the Crimea. There was no shortage of irony here. This was the same palatial resort at which the Yalta Conference took place in February 1945. The dangerous Lieutenant General Vincenz Müller was with Paulus and Schreiber at the resort. The group stayed through the summer and returned to Moscow by private jet when the summer weather passed. For the next year, the former Nazi generals resided again at the country house in Tomilino, Schreiber said. Only now they were heavily engaged in anti-fascist courses that the Soviets required them to take. Studying kept the generals occupied until September 7, 1948. That's when Schreiber said he learned that he and 25 other former Nazi generals would be leaving for East Germany at once. After Schreiber said no to the police job, he was brought to Dresden and put up in the Hotel Weisserhirsch at Bergbahnstrasse 12. His handler, the man called Fischer, agreed to release him from police work, Schreiber said. Fischer stepped away to work on arrangements regarding Schreiber's teaching position. According to Schreiber, that was when he got away. Special Agent Wallach summarized the details. Subject remained alone without anybody looking after him. Subject simply took a train in Dresden on the 17th and arrived in Berlin on the same day. After contacting his family in Berlin, Subject established contact with this agent and was since then under the protection of U.S. authorities in Berlin. At the end of October, Subject was evacuated with his family to the U.S. zone for detailed exploitation by ECIC, European Command Intelligence Center, Camp King. Was Schreiber a double agent? Was he a true-to-life James Bond? How was he able to resist the Soviets' notoriously brutal interrogation techniques when so many others, from hardened generals to civilians to spies, were beaten into human ruin. Was he a charlatan or a weasel of a man, uniquely skilled at saving his own hide? What was he really doing in Soviet Russia for 3.5 years? Special Agent Wallach drew his own conclusion. Subject made an excellent impression on the undersigned agent. It is not believed that Subject is a Soviet plant, wrote Wallach. He signed his name in black ink. Wallach's interrogation report was sent to the director of the Intelligence Division of the U.S. Army, EUCOM, with a memo written by Wallach's CIC superior marked Secret Confidential. It read, "Subject, Schreiber, claims to know everybody in his transport, their background, political attitude, and new job assignments. Will be ready for transfer to your headquarters for detailed interrogation in about 6 days." Schreiber had told Wallach that he had information on all the high-ranking Nazis now working for the East German police. On November 3, 1948, the director of the Intelligence Division of the U.S. Army sent a telegram marked Secret to JOA headquarters at the Pentagon, with a copy also sent to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. If the Surgeon General replies that Schreiber is of importance to national security, his case should be processed under JCS procedure for immigration to the U.S. Major General Dr. Professor Walter Schreiber, the former Surgeon General of the Third Reich, was about to become part of Operation Paperclip. In the meantime, he and his family were taken to Camp King and put up in a safe house there. When General Charles E. Lukes learned that Schreiber was in U.S. custody, he traveled to Camp King to interview him. Lukes was the man who had welcomed Hitler's chemists into his home in Heidelberg to work on the secret formula for sarin production. He was particularly interested in learning from Dr. Schreiber about vaccines or serums produced by the Reich to defend against nerve agents. Lukes found Schreiber to be cooperative in all respects and hired him to work for the U.S. Chemical Corps in compiling data concerning the Nazi Chemical Corps. To oversee the project, General Lukes traveled back and forth from Heidelberg to Camp King. Next, Schreiber was hired to write a monograph for the U.S. Army about his experiences in Russia. When Lukes was finished working with Schreiber, he was asked by Camp King's commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel Gordon D. Ingram, if he would testify as to Schreiber's character for the doctor's Omgis security report. Given Schreiber's position as a general in the Nazi High Command, it was going to take serious effort on the part of JOA to bring Schreiber into the United States. Lukes agreed, but was uncharacteristically skeptical of the Nazi general's motivations. Lukes stated Subject was energetic and a good organizer of work projects. Schreiber had apparently given accurate information to Lukes on all occasions, which has been checked and confirmed by technical research experts in the United States. However, Lukes stated that Schreiber may also have given the same information to the Russians. Lukes told Lieutenant Colonel Ingram that he believed that Schreiber could be persuaded by any attractive offer. In other words, Schreiber's loyalty could be bought. At Camp King, Dr. Schreiber and his family were moved into a nice home provided by the U.S. Army. Despite General Lukes' concern about Schreiber's trustworthiness, in November 1949, Major General Dr. Walter Schreiber was hired by Army intelligence to serve as post physician at the clandestine interrogation facility that was Camp King. According to Schreiber's declassified Omgis security report, his new job involved handling all the medical problems at Camp King and caring for internees. This meant Schreiber was in charge of the health and well-being of the Soviet prisoners held here, some of whom were being subjected to special interrogation methods by the CIA. Given the Army's obsession with Soviet spies and the possibility of double agents, hiring a Nazi general turned Soviet Starshina was an unusual choice when one considered the real possibility that Schreiber had not escaped from the Russians but was working for them. If Schreiber was a Soviet spy, it would have been very easy for him to learn everything that the CIA and military intelligence were doing at Camp King. On the other hand, if Schreiber really had escaped from the Russians, then there was a lot to be exploited from his Soviet experience. Having been a prisoner of the Russians for the past 3.5 years, he was familiar with at least some of the Soviets' interrogation techniques. He spoke Russian fluently as well. Lieutenant Colonel Ingram was confident that Dr. Schreiber was a truth-teller. Ingram kept him on as post-doctor until August 1951. Colonel Ingram also hired Schreiber's 23-year-old daughter, Dorothea Schreiber, to serve as his personal secretary. While employed at Camp King, Schreiber told his army handler that the Russians were trying to capture and kill him, and he asked to use the cover name of Doc Fisher to hide his identity. It was a cryptic choice for an alias. Fisher had been the name of the Soviet handler from whom Schreiber had allegedly escaped in Dresden, and it was also the name of an SS doctor who served as one of Schreiber's wartime subordinates at the Ravensbrück concentration camp. Dr. Fritz Fischer had performed medical experiments on Polish women and girls at Ravensbrück, crimes for which he had been tried and convicted of murder at the Nuremberg doctors' trial. Fritz Fischer was one of the few doctors who had accepted his guilt over the course of the trial. After hearing some particularly shocking witness testimony against him, Dr. Fischer confided in war crimes investigator Dr. Alexander about how he felt. "I would have liked to stand up and say, 'Hang me immediately,'" Fischer told Alexander. Looking at the whole scenario, Dr. Schreiber, Doc Fischer, the Soviet Mr. Fischer, and the SS doctor Fritz Fischer was like seeing a man standing in a hall of mirrors. But then again, Operation Paperclip was a world marked by duplicity and deception. It was impossible to know who was telling the truth. In September 1949, John J. McCloy became U.S. High Commissioner of Allied Germany, marking the end of more than 4 years of military rule of Germany by the Allies. The day also marked the beginning of the end of the time Dr. Otto Ambros would spend in prison for war crimes. Soon, he would be placed on the Operation Paperclip target list. Ambros, Hitler's favorite chemist, had been incarcerated for roughly 1 year of an 8-year prison sentence. On July 30th, 1948, Ambros had been convicted of mass murder and slavery in case number 6 of the subsequent Nuremberg proceedings, the I.G. Farben trial, and sent to Landsberg Prison, also called War Criminal Prison No. 1. Located 38 miles west of Munich, Landsberg was home to 1,526 convicted Nazi war criminals. The men were housed in a central prison barracks, inside individual cells, but the facility itself was situated on a boarding school-like campus with 19th-century buildings, leafy parks, and a grand, wood-paneled Catholic church. Adolf Hitler had been a prisoner here for 8 months in 1924. Landsberg Prison was where Hitler wrote Mein Kampf. In prison, Ambros taught chemical technology to other inmates as part of a prisoner education program. He penned letters to his mother expressing how unfair it all was. Politics is a bitter disease, and it is grotesque that I, as a non-political person, should suffer for something I have not done, he wrote. But one day, all this suffering will cease, and then it will not be long before I have forgotten all this bitterness. Ambrose's 19-year-old son, Dieter Ambrose, wrote clemency appeals on his father's behalf. "My father is innocent, as you know," began one letter to Bishop Theophil Wurm, a Protestant leader who regularly advocated for the war criminals' release. "Thank you for supporting our efforts. My father is being illegally held." Ambrose was a model prisoner. Only once was he written up for disciplinary action. Inmate Ambrose, Otto, WCPL number 1442, was standing and looking out the window at the woman's exercise yard, and this is against the prison regulations, reads a note in his prison file. Otto Ambrose had many lawyers working for him to secure an early release. He also wrote petitions himself, requesting small items. In 1948, he asked the prison board for an extra pillow, softer than the one provided. In 1949, he requested permission to keep his accordion in his cell. Each year, Ambrose saw the Landsberg prison doctor for a checkup. Convicted Nazi war criminal Dr. Oskar Schroeder, former chief of the Medical Corps services of the Luftwaffe, checked Ambrose's vitals and wrote up his annual health report. Schroeder had been employed by the U.S. Army Air Forces at the Aero Medical Center in Heidelberg before the doctor's trial and was now serving a life term at Landsberg. Also in the prison were Hermann Becker-Freising and Wilhelm Beigelbuch, serving 20 and 15-year sentences, respectively. The 12 subsequent war crimes trials at Nuremberg had ended just a few months prior to John J. McCloy becoming High Commissioner of Germany. Most Americans had long since lost interest in following any of the trials. The majority of Germans disagreed with the whole war crimes trial premise, and many saw those convicted as having been singled out by American and British victors and given victor's justice as punishment. At war's end, U.S. occupation authorities had determined that 3.6 million Nazis in the American zone alone were indictable for political or war crimes. This enormous number was eventually whittled down to a more manageable 930,000 individuals, who were then processed through 169,282 denazification trials. More than 50,000 Germans had been convicted of various Nazi-era crimes, most in the Spruchkammern courts, but also in Allied military tribunals. The majority of those convicted served some time in post-war detention camps or paid nominal fines. When McCloy took office, 806 Nazis had been sentenced to death and sent to Landsberg prison, with 486 executions carried out to date. By the fall of 1949, the German press had begun referring to the convicted criminals held at Landsberg as the so-called prisoners of war. This was just one of the sensitive issues that Commissioner McCloy was faced with when he arrived. Another was Operation Paperclip. McCloy had been a champion of the Nazi scientist program from its very first days, back in the late spring of 1945, when he served as Assistant Secretary of War. He was also the chairman of the State War-Navy Coordinating Committee at the time, which put him in charge of making some of the first decisions regarding the fate of the program. McCloy was a statesman and a lawyer, but he was also an economist. In between his tenure as Assistant Secretary of War and High Commissioner of Germany, he was president of the World Bank. His service there came at a critical time in the bank's early history. McCloy is credited in World Bank literature as defining the relationship between the bank and the United Nations and the bank and the United States. Now he was back in government service as a diplomat, having come to Germany to fill the shoes of General Lucius D. Clay, exiting OMGUS chief. John J. McCloy was a short, plump man, balding with a banker's bravado. when in public he almost always wore a crisp suit. As High Commissioner, he traveled around Germany in the private diesel train that had once belonged to Adolf Hitler. While power had been officially transferred to a new West German civilian government, run by Chancellor Konrad Adenauer, McCloy remained in charge of many aspects of Germany's law and order, as West Germany transitioned into becoming its own sovereign nation once again. One area that Chancellor Adenauer had absolutely no jurisdiction over was the Landsberg prisoners. Several hundred of these convicted war criminals had already been hanged in the Landsberg courtyard. 86 others faced death. When McCloy took office as High Commissioner, the rhetoric around the Landsberg prisoners was at an all-time high. Many Germans wanted the prisoners released. In November of 1949, a group of German lawyers linked to the Farben industrialists, including Otto Ambros, requested a meeting with John J. McCloy at his office in the former IG Farben building in Frankfurt. The IG Farben building had been taken over by the U.S. Army when troops entered Frankfurt in March of 1945, and had served as a home for the U.S. Army and various U.S. government organizations ever since. The massive complex, the largest office building in Europe until the 1950s, had panoramic views of Frankfurt, as well as parklands, a sports field, and a pond. In August 1949, OMGUS moved its headquarters from Berlin to Frankfurt, and shortly thereafter, the U.S. High Commissioner's Office headquarters were set up in the IG Farben complex. In September 1949, McCloy settled in. The CIA maintained an office in the IG Farben building throughout the Cold War. It was located just a few floors and a few doors down from McCloy's office. It was a precarious time for an American civilian to be governing occupied Germany. The Soviets had just detonated their first atomic bomb, years ahead of what had been predicted by the CIA. The U.S. military was on high alert, perhaps nowhere more so than in West Germany. During the November meeting in McCloy's office at the IG Farben complex, German lawyers told McCloy that if West Germany and the United States were going to move forward together in a united front against the communist threat, something had to be done about the men incarcerated at Landsberg. These prisoners were viewed unanimously by Germans as political prisoners, the lawyers said, and they told McCloy that he should grant all of them clemency. After the meeting, McCloy sent a memo to the legal department of the Allied High Commission, inquiring if, after sentences were imposed by military tribunal, he, as U.S. High Commissioner, had any authority to review the sentences. The legal department told him that as far as the Landsberg war criminals were concerned, he had the authority to do whatever he thought appropriate. In America, Telford Taylor, the former Nuremberg prosecutor general, caught wind of what was going on in the High Commissioner's office in Frankfurt and was outraged. He wrote to McCloy to remind him that the Nazi war criminals at Landsberg are, without any question, among the most deliberate, shameless murderers of the entire Nuremberg list, and any idea of further clemency in their cases seems to me out of the question. McCloy never responded, according to McCloy's biographer, Kai Bird. McCloy established an official review board to examine the war criminals' sentences, the Advisory Board on Clemency for War Criminals, known as the Peck Panel, after its chairman, David W. Peck. A powerful former Nazi Lieutenant General, Hans Speidel, appealed personally to McCloy. Speidel was one of Chancellor Konrad Adenauer's chief advisors on rearmament, a highly controversial subject, but one being discussed nonetheless. Hans Speidel's younger brother, Wilhelm Speidel, was a convicted war criminal at Landsberg. Speidel told McCloy's adjunct in Bonn, "If the prisoners at Landsberg were hanged, Germany as an armed ally against the East was an illusion. In a similarly bullish manner, Chancellor Konrad Adenauer told McCloy the same thing, advising him that he should grant the widest possible clemency for persons sentenced to confinement. In June 1950, North Korean forces, supported by communist benefactors, moved across the 38th parallel, marking the start of the Korean War. The idea that the communists were also about to invade Western Europe took hold in the Pentagon. On July 14, 1950, the commander at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base sent an urgent memo to Operation Paperclip's in-house champion, Colonel Donald Putt. Due to the threat of impending hostilities in Europe and the possibility that forces of the USSR may rapidly overrun the continent, this command is concerned with the problem of the immediate implementation of an evacuation program for German and Austrian scientists. Were these scientists to fall into enemy hands, they would constitute a threat to our national security. Air Force intelligence recommended to JOA that it initiate a mass procurement effort in Germany. JOA agreed and began making formal plans with the High Commissioner's office to effect this. The Korean War sparked a new fire under Operation Paperclip. Inside the High Commissioner's office, McCloy maintained a group called the Scientific Research Division that was specifically dedicated to the issue of German scientists. The head of the division was Dr. Karl Nordstrom, and ever since McCloy had taken office, Nordstrom had been trying to expedite the procession of German scientists to America. Dr. Nordstrom maintained a thick file labeled Allocation of German Scientists and Technicians, and had sent many eyes-only memos to McCloy in support of certain research projects he foresaw as valuable to national interest. Now, in light of the Korean War, Nordstrom got a new job from JOA. He was assigned to be the German liaison to a new JOA program being fast-tracked out of the Pentagon, named Accelerated Paperclip, but called Project 63 in the field. A number of Germans had soured on the name Paperclip. The premise of the Accelerated Paperclip program was to move especially dangerous top-level scientists out of Germany in a modified denial program that needed to be kept away from the Soviets at all costs. The High Commissioner's office began working with Army intelligence to evacuate 150 of these scientists, codenamed the K-List, from Germany to the United States. A group of American officers called the Special Projects Team would be dispatched to recruit the K-List scientists. The Joint Chiefs of Staff approved a prodigious $1 million procurement budget to help entice these especially dangerous top-level scientists to come to America, the equivalent of approximately $10 million in 2013. Accelerated Paperclip, or Project 63, meetings were held at the High Commissioner's office in Wiesbaden and Frankfurt, with Dr. Karl Nordstrom keeping notes. Representatives from JOA, the Army, the Air Force, EUCOM, and the CIA attended. Because many on the K-List did not have a job offer already in place, the JOA decided to set up a clandestine office in New York City at the Alamac Hotel, where the scientists could live while they waited for assignments. The Accelerated Paperclip project director in America, Colonel William H. Speidel, no known relation to the Wilhelm Speidel war criminal at Landsberg prison, or his lawyer brother, maintained an office there. An entire block of rooms was set aside in the 19-story hotel on 71st Street and Broadway for a yet unnamed group of German scientists scheduled to arrive at a future date. A welcome brochure was printed up and kept on file at the High Commissioner's office. To ensure your comfort, convenience, and interest in general, it read, a competent officer, assisted by a carefully selected staff, will serve your interests from the time of your arrival until the time of your departure to enter employment. The officer will maintain an office at the hotel in which you reside and be prepared to complete or make provisions for all arrangements incident to housing, restaurant facilities, securing medical services, and the administrative details of the project. The U.S. Army's primary interest, the scientists were told, is in providing for your comfort, contentment, happiness, and security, and efforts will be directed to help you in attaining these goals with a minimum of friction, distraction, and delay. But the program did not take off like fire in dry grass as Dr. Nordstrom had hoped it would. Much to everyone's surprise, the offers made under accelerated paperclip were rejected by many of the German scientists who were approached. When Joa requested an explanation from the High Commissioner's office as to why, Nordstrom reported that some on the K list were simply too old, too rich, too busy, and too thoroughly disgruntled with past experiences with Americans to see a free room at the Alamac Hotel in New York City as a career move. Besides, Germany had its own chancellor now, and for the first time in 5 years, many German scientists saw that a prosperous scientific future was possible in their own country. Others could not wait to come to America. With accelerated paperclip's newest policy in place, Class 1 offenders could now be put on a JOA list. This included Dr. Schreiber, still serving as post physician at Camp King. Another Class 1 offender was Dr. Kurt Blume, former Deputy Surgeon General of the Third Reich and Hitler's biological weapons expert. The sword and the shield. Finally, there was Dr. Otto Ambros, the war criminal convicted at Nuremberg of slavery and mass murder. In the winter of 1951, Otto Ambros was placed on the JOA list for accelerated paperclip, even though he was still incarcerated at Landsberg prison. In January of 1951, John J. McCloy's office announced that he had come to a decision regarding the war criminals incarcerated at Landsberg prison. The Peck panel had finished its review process and recommended substantial reductions of sentences in the majority of cases involving lengthy prison terms. As for those who had been handed death sentences, the panel advised McCloy to consider each case individually. Also at issue was a financial matter. At Nuremberg, the judges had ordered the confiscation of property of convicted war criminals whose money was so often earned on the backs of slave laborers, tens of thousands of whom had been worked to death. Now, the Peck panel suggested that this confiscation order be rescinded. For Otto Ambros, this would mean that he could keep what remained of the gift from Adolf Hitler of 1 million Reichsmarks, a figure that has never been revealed before. McCloy spent several months considering the panel's recommendations. During this time, he was deluged with letters from religious groups and activists in Germany urging for the war criminals' release. McCloy sent a cable from Frankfurt to Washington asking for counsel from the White House. The White House advised McCloy that the decision was his to make. John J. McCloy commuted 10 of the 15 death sentences. This meant that 10 men condemned by International Military Tribunal judges, including the commander of the Malmedy massacre, considered one of the war's worst atrocities against prisoners of war, and several SS officers who had overseen the mobile killing units called Einsatzgruppen, would be released back into society within 1 and 7 years. Among the death sentences McCloy chose to uphold were those of Otto Ohlendorf, commander of Einsatzgruppen D, responsible for 90,000 deaths in Ukraine; Paul Blobel, commander of Einsatzgruppen C, responsible for 33,000 deaths at Baba Yar in Kiev, and Oswald Pohl, chief administrator of the concentration camps. McCloy also drastically reduced the sentences of 64 of the 74 remaining war criminals, which meant that 1/3 of the inmates tried at Nuremberg were freed. On February 3, 1951, Otto Ambros traded in his red-striped denim prison uniform for the tailored suit he had arrived in. He walked out of the gates of Landsberg prison a free man, his finances fully restored. General Telford Taylor was indignant. In a press release, he stated, "Wittingly or not, McCloy has dealt a blow to the principles of international law and concepts of humanity for which we fought the war." Eleanor Roosevelt asked in her newspaper column, "Why are we freeing so many Nazis?" The will and wherewithal to punish Nazi war criminals had faded with the passage of time. Doctors who had participated in the murder of patients continued to practice medicine. Nazi judges continued to preside over courtrooms, and former members of the SS, SD, and Gestapo found positions in the intelligence services, explains Andreas Nakama, curator of the Nazi Documentation Center in Berlin. Even some leaders of the Special Mobile Commandos, Einsatzkommandos, paramilitary extermination squads, tried to pursue careers in the public service. The following month, on March 27, 1951, Dr. Carl Nordstrom dispatched Charles McPherson, an officer with the Special Projects Team, to go locate and hire Dr. Kurt Blomme. The Special Projects Team was now composed of a group of 20 agents, each with his own K-list of scientists to find. McPherson learned that Blomme lived at 34 Kielstrasse in Dortmund, and he traveled there to interview the doctor. During his first visit, Charles McPherson learned that Dr. Blomme lived in the apartment adjacent to Blomme's private physician's practice in Dortmund during the week. On weekends, he returned to his home in Hagen, 12 miles away, to be with his family. His English is excellent, and no interpreter is necessary to carry on a conversation, McPherson wrote in his report. The reason for the visit, McPherson told Dr. Blomme, was to offer Blomme a contract with Project Paperclip. He stated he would definitely be interested. Dr. Blomme requested more details. He feels he is too old to begin a new type of work and would prefer to return to biological research or cancer research. Blomme alluded to the fact that he had already worked on top-secret germ warfare research for the British under Operation Matchbox, the British equivalent of Project Paperclip. Blomme said that the British had helped secure his house in Hagen for him. McPherson left Dortmund with the impression that the 57-year-old was very interested but would need a definite offer before he could make up his mind. Approximately 3 months later, on Thursday, June 21, 1951, McPherson again interviewed Dr. Blomme. I presented him with a copy of our contract form and informed him that we were willing to pay him about $6,400 per year for the duration of the contract. Blomme had additional questions. He asked McPherson about the buying power of this salary and the amount of taxes he would have to pay. He then had another request which I informed him that I could do nothing about, McPherson wrote. Blomme said he had some money which was tied up in a professional account because it had been determined that these are funds of the Nazi Party. Blomme asked McPherson for his help in trying to release the money back to him and to look into the possibilities of transferring the money from marks into dollars in order to bring it to the United States. McPherson explained, I informed him that there was no legal means at present of doing this, but that this could be transacted through Switzerland. Blome said he needed some time to read over the contract and to discuss the matter with his wife. He said he'd get in touch with McPherson in about 2 weeks. In August, it was official. Professor Kurt Blome was contracted under Project 63 on 21 August. "Will be ready for shipment 15 November, McPherson wrote. The Blomes took their boys out of school and began teaching them English. Dr. Blome turned his practice over to another doctor in Dortmund. The couple traveled to the Berlin Document Center and provided sworn testimony regarding their Nazi past. The documents were reviewed by McCloy's office. Per Accelerated Paperclip, a key document that would be used for a visa application, the revised security report on German or Austrian scientist or important technician, was drawn up. The single most important element governing justification of Accelerated Paperclip, Project 63, was now stated on page 1. Based on available records, subjects have not been in the past and are not at the present time members of the Communist Party. The issue of being an ardent Nazi had lost first position and was relegated down to Section 6. There, the issue of Blome's Nazi Party record was addressed. Kurt Blome entered the party on 1 July 1931 with party number 590233. He is also listed as a member of the SA since 1941 and is a holder of the Golden Party Badge since 1943. His wife, Dr. Bettina Blome, entered the party on 1 April 1940 with party number 8257157. It was also noted the 66th CIC Central Registry contains a secret dossier on Dr. Kurt Blome. Those details were separately classified. Based on available records, subjects were not war criminals, but undoubtedly were ardent Nazis, wrote Lieutenant Colonel Harry R. Smith, an authorized representative of John J. McCloy. Blome was a Nazi ideologue, and Smith stated so. He also wrote that Blome was not likely to become a security threat. It is the opinion of the United States High Commissioner for Germany that they are not likely to become security threats to the United States. The report was signed and dated September 27, 1951. 2 weeks later, on October 10, 1951, Blome's secret Accelerated Paperclip contract was approved. But on October 4, 1951, the Chief of Army Intelligence, G2, a colonel by the name of Garrison B. Coverdale, read the High Commissioner's security report on Dr. Blome and rejected Blome's admission to Operation Paperclip. McCloy's representative, Lieutenant Colonel Harry R. Smith, had failed to do the most important thing necessary when it came to drawing up a paperclip contract: to lie by omission about Nazi Party loyalty. All kinds of phrases could be used to allow the State Department to turn a blind eye to its legal obligation to keep Nazis out of the United States. Most Omgus security officers knew to write "not a security threat" or "merely an opportunist" in the space that asked about the scientist's Nazi Party record. After reading the report, Colonel Garrison B. Coverdale sent a confidential cable to the director of JOA in Washington stating, "Attention is invited to paragraph 6 of subject report." In stating the truth, Lieutenant Colonel Harry R. Smith made it impossible for Dr. Blome's paperclip contract to be approved. On October 12, 1951, the JOA and Army Intelligence G2 read the High Commissioner's report. A confidential memo from the Department of the Army in Heidelberg was sent back marked urgent. "Suspend shipment. Dr. Kurt Blome appears inadmissible in view of HICOG, High Commissioner of Germany." McPherson would not readily accept this setback. Blome contract signed and approved Commander-in-Chief, subject completing preparations for shipment late November. Has already turned over private practice, Dortmund, to another doctor. In view of adverse publicity which might ensue, and which may destroy entire program, this theater recommends subject be shipped for completion 6 months portion contract, he wrote. The case was sent to the consulate for an opinion. On October 24, 1951, the consulate in Frankfurt agreed with Army intelligence. Frankfurt consul states Blome inadmissible. Charles McPherson saw Blome's rejection as calamitous. It interfered with the core mission of the Special Projects Team and jeopardized the success of the entire accelerated paperclip program, he believed. Recommend Blome be shipped and ostensibly occupied on inconsequential activities in the United States for 6 months, McPherson suggested. But that idea was rejected too. McPherson contacted Blome by telephone. They agreed to meet at the Bergtor Hotel in Dortmund. McPherson brought a colleague from the Special Projects Team along with him this time, Philip Park. McPherson's job was to explain to Blome the reasons why we were unable to send him to the United States at the present time. Agent Park could back him up if uncomfortable questions arose. Professor Blome was alone when we came in. I commenced by saying that I had some bad news to tell him, McPherson wrote in a memo. I then stated that due to another change in our security laws, we were forced to suspend our shipments to the United States. Blome was no fool. This was a man who skillfully argued at Nuremberg that intent was not a crime and was acquitted on these grounds. Now, at the Bergtor Hotel, Blome made clear to McPherson that he did not believe McPherson's lies. Blome had recently been in communication with his colleague and former professor, Pasquale Jordan, and was entirely aware that Jordan was actively being prepared for accelerated paperclip work. Blome told McPherson that he had recently been in contact with one of his deputies in biological warfare research, the Rinderpest expert, Professor Erich Traub. Blome told McPherson that he was well aware that Traub had recently gone to America under the auspices of the Paperclip Project. Blome was particularly upset because Traub had worked under him during the war. McPherson tried to placate Dr. Blome. I then said that we were still ready to put his contract in effect, and that we had a position for him at a military post in Frankfurt, probably as a postdoctor. McPherson suggested that Blome come have a look at the facility, that it was a pleasant place and offered a well-paying job. He and his wife agreed, McPherson wrote in his report. Still, McPherson saw the situation with Dr. Blome as potentially disastrous. The undersigned wishes to point out that he did not tell the Blomes that their opportunity to go to the United States is apparently nil, and apparently will remain that way, but took the slant that our shipments have been suspended for an indefinite duration. This will leave the way open in the event something can be done. McPherson worried that the Blome affair was going to have an unfavorable effect upon our project not only by the immediate individuals concerned, but by the chain reaction produced by one individual telling the other that the Americans have broken their word. McPherson was actively recruiting other German scientists at the same time. He believed that he had a handle on how the scientists communicated among themselves. The professional class of Germany is tightly enough knit so that this word will be widely disseminated and the future effectiveness of our program will be greatly curtailed. McPherson was wrong. Not all the former Nazis in the professional class talked among themselves. Dr. Blome was not aware that the reason a job offer as a military postdoctor near Frankfurt was available to him was because the previous postdoctor, also a former high-ranking Nazi in the Reich's medical chain of command, had just been shipped to America under accelerated paperclip. There was irony in the fact that the shoes Dr. Blome was about to fill had, for the past 2 years and 4 months, belonged to Major General Dr. Walter Schreiber, the man who had betrayed Dr. Blome in his testimony during the trial of the major war criminals at Nuremberg. The army post outside Frankfurt, where Blome would soon start working, was Camp King. McPherson made arrangements with its new commanding officer, Colonel Howard Rupert, to meet the Blomes and arrange for them to have a nice house. Blome had been to Camp King before. He had worked for the U.S. government there on a special matter during the Reinhard Gehlen era. When Dr. Blome's wife, Bettina, learned more about Camp King, she declined the invitation to live there. She was not interested in having her children live at an American military facility. The couple separated. Dr. Kurt Blome moved to Camp King alone. On November 30th, 1951, McPherson reported, Dr. Blome employed by ECIC, effective 3 December for 6 months. Contract placed in effect. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, in the suburbs of San Antonio, Texas, Camp King's former post physician, Major General Dr. Walter Schreiber, had arrived in the United States and was working at the School of Aviation Medicine at Randolph Air Force Base, formerly Randolph Field. In addition to his U.S. government salary, Schreiber had recently received a check from the U.S. government in the amount of $16,000, roughly $150,000 in 2013, as a settlement for the alleged lost contents of his former Berlin home. Schreiber claimed that the Russians had stolen all his property in retaliation for his working for the Americans. With the money, Schreiber bought a home in San Antonio and a car, and he enrolled his son in the local high school. Even Schreiber's 84-year-old mother-in-law had been brought along to live in Texas, courtesy of the United States Air Force. It could be said that Dr. Schreiber was living the American dream. But in the fall of 1951, the dream was unexpectedly interrupted by a former war crimes investigator named Dr. Leopold Alexander and a concentration camp survivor named Janina Iwanska. Chapter 18. Downfall. In the fall of 1951, Dr. Leopold Alexander's life in Boston had returned to normal. It had been 4 years since he had served as an expert consultant to the Secretary of War during the Nuremberg doctors' trial. Since returning home, Dr. Alexander continued to speak out against medical crimes, non-consenting human experiments, and medicine under totalitarian regimes. He co-authored the Nuremberg Code, the set of research principles that now guided physicians around the world. The first principle of the Nuremberg Code was that informed, voluntary consent was required in absolute terms. Dr. Alexander gave lectures, wrote papers, and practiced medicine. The doctor's trial had affected him deeply, as evidenced in nearly 500 pages of journal entries. Whenever the occasion arose, he provided pro bono service to victims of the Nazi regime. One day in the fall of 1951, Dr. Alexander was contacted by an aid group called the International Rescue Office. The group was organizing medical assistance for several concentration camp survivors who had been experimented on by Nazi doctors during the war, and asked if Dr. Alexander could help. Dr. Alexander in turn contacted his friend and colleague at Beth Israel Hospital in Boston, Chief Surgeon Dr. Jacob Fine, and the two men helped arrange for the camp survivors to come to Massachusetts for medical treatment. One of the women was 27-year-old Janina Iwanska, a former prisoner at the Ravensbrück concentration camp. On November 14, 1951, Iwanska arrived at the port of New York aboard a Greek ocean liner, the SS Neptunia. At the doctor's trial, Janina Iwanska had delivered much of her testimony with Dr. Alexander standing beside her, pointing to her injuries and providing the judges with a professional medical analysis of what had been done to her by Nazi doctors during the war. Iwanska's testimony was generally regarded as among the most powerful evidence presented at the trial. At Ravensbrück, she had had her legs broken by Waffen-SS surgeon Dr. Karl Gebhardt and pieces of her shin bones removed. Dr. Gebhardt then ordered that Iwanska's surgical wounds be deliberately infected with bacteria to cause gangrene, so he could treat them with sulfa drugs to see if the drugs worked. It was nothing short of a miracle that Janina Iwanska survived. Now, 9 years later, she continued to suffer great physical pain. She walked with a limp because of the decimation of her shin bones. The purpose of the trip to the United States was to allow Iwanska to undergo surgery at Beth Israel Hospital in Boston to help alleviate this pain. Dr. Gebhardt had been Major General Dr. Schreiber's direct subordinate at Ravensbrück. Gebhardt had been one of 23 defendants tried at the doctor's trial. He was convicted, sentenced to death, and hanged in the courtyard at Landsberg Prison in June 1948. Dr. Schreiber was working for the U.S. Air Force in Texas. The same month that Janina Iwanska arrived in the United States, a brief note appeared in a medical journal stating that a doctor from Germany named Walter Schreiber had just joined the staff of the U.S. Air Force School of Aviation Medicine in Texas. As circumstance would have it, Dr. Leopold Alexander was a regular reader of this journal. When he came across Schreiber's name, familiar as he was with Dr. Schreiber's testimony at the Nuremberg trial of the major war criminals, Alexander was appalled. He wrote to the director of the Massachusetts Medical Society at once. "I regard it as my duty to inform you that the record shows that Dr. Schreiber is a thoroughly undesirable addition to American medicine, in fact, an intolerable one," Alexander explained. "He has been involved as an accessory before and after the fact in the worst of the medical war crimes which were carried out by the Nazi government during the war, and was a key person in perverting the ethical standards of the members of the medical profession in Germany during the war." Dr. Alexander demanded that Dr. Walter Schreiber be barred from practicing medicine in the United States. When he did not get the response he'd expected, he took the matter to the Boston Globe. It was shortly after 10:30 p.m. on December 8, 1951, in San Antonio, Texas, when Dr. Walter Schreiber heard the telephone ring. He had been in America for 3 months, and it was an unusual hour for him to receive a phone call. It was not as if Dr. Schreiber was a hospital physician on call, waiting to hear about a sick patient. In his capacity as a research doctor at Randolph Air Force Base, he spent most of his time lecturing about classified matters to a small group of other doctors. Sometimes he boasted to other doctors about how his area of expertise was extremely rare. He would tell colleagues that he was particularly valuable to the U.S. military because his knowledge was so esoteric. Dr. Schreiber knew everything there was to know about winter warfare and desert warfare, about hygiene and vaccines and bubonic plague. At the Officers' Club, at the School of Aviation Medicine where he gave lectures, He could be loud and boastful, delivering a highly sanitized version of his colorful life. He enjoyed telling long-winded stories about himself, how he had been a prisoner of the Soviets after the fall of Berlin, how he'd spent years in the notorious Lubyanka prison in Moscow, how he'd doctored Field Marshal Paulus in a Russian safe house when Paulus got sick. But what Dr. Schreiber never discussed with anyone at Randolph Air Force Base was what he did before the fall of Berlin from 1933 to 1945. Schreiber answered the telephone and was greeted by a man who identified himself as Mr. Brown. "I am calling from the Boston Globe," Brown said. Mr. Brown did not ask Schreiber his name. Instead, Brown asked if he'd reached telephone number 61210 in San Antonio, Texas. Dr. Schreiber told Brown the number was correct. There was a pause. Later, Dr. Schreiber recalled to military intelligence that he'd asked Mr. Brown what it was that he wanted at this time of night. "Are you the individual who performed experiments on the bodies of live Polish girls who were interned in German concentration camps during World War II?" Brown asked. Schreiber told Brown he had never been connected in any way with experiments of that nature. "I have never worked in a concentration camp," Schreiber said. "I have never in my entire life conducted, ordered, or condoned experiments on humans of any nationality." Brown told Schreiber he assumed he'd passed investigations before being brought to America to conduct secret U.S. Air Force work. "I have been thoroughly investigated," Schreiber said. Brown thanked Schreiber. He said he was just checking up on a story that had been relayed to him by a physician in Boston, Dr. Leo Alexander. Dr. Schreiber hung up the phone. He did not tell anyone that night about the call. The following morning, the Boston Globe published an explosive story with an eye-catching headline. "Ex-Nazi high post with United States Air Force says medical man here." News reached Texas quickly. Dr. Schreiber was called into the Office of Special Investigations, OSI, at Randolph Air Force Base to provide details of the phone call with Mr. Brown the previous evening. Schreiber confirmed that during World War II he had held a position in the Wehrmacht, similar to the Surgeon General of the U.S. Army. But his story, his struggle, he told the investigating officer, was so much more than that. Schreiber relayed his capture in Berlin, his life as a prisoner of war in Soviet Russia, and how he'd served as a prosecution witness during the Nuremberg war crimes trials. Schreiber explained that owing to feigned compliance with the Russians, he'd been awarded a high position with the East German Polizia. Instead of taking that job, he'd escaped. Schreiber lied to the Office of Special Investigations and said that he had met Dr. Leo Alexander at Nuremberg, that he had been given a clean bill of health by Dr. Alexander himself. Schreiber told the Air Force investigator that he was certain that the Russians were behind all of this. He had recently written a manuscript called Behind the Iron Curtain, Schreiber said, and while he hadn't found a publisher yet, he believed that the Russians had gotten hold of a copy of it. He was of the opinion that Soviet intelligence is perhaps attempting to slander him by implying that he was engaged in atrocious experiments on human subjects, the investigating officer wrote in his report. Schreiber's full statement was forwarded to Air Force headquarters. The security officers at Randolph Air Force Base did not have the kind of clearance that allowed them to access Dr. Schreiber's JOA file or his OMGUS security report. They had no idea who Schreiber really was. They most certainly had not been made aware that he was a Nazi ideologue and the former Surgeon General of the Third Reich. All anyone at the School of Aviation Medicine would have known was that he was a German scientist who was part of Operation Paperclip. The facility had already employed 34 German scientists. On December 14th, the FBI got involved in the case. Dr. Leopold Alexander, Schreiber's accuser in Boston, was an internationally renowned authority on medical crimes. His allegations had to be taken seriously. But the Air Force was unwilling to give up Dr. Schreiber right away. To garner support for him, a memo classified secret was circulated among those involved, heralding the professional and personal qualifications of Dr. Walter Schreiber. The memo stated, "He possesses an analytical mind, critical judgment, objectivity, and a wealth of well-detailed, exact information. Schreiber possessed know-how on preventative health measures, military and civilian, under conditions of total war. He had detailed information of medical problems in connection with desert and Arctic warfare, and he had contributed to Zeiss Atlas of epidemiology. He'd been a key prisoner of war in Russia for 3.5 years, and he is in a position to provide authoritative information and serve as a consultant on vitally important medical matters in Russia." With public outrage brewing over the Globe article, the situation escalated quickly. The Pentagon became involved, and the matter was sent to the Office of the Surgeon General of the United States Air Force. That position was now held by none other than Harry Armstrong, recently promoted to Major General. Armstrong knew the situation could very quickly get out of control, and hardly anyone had more to lose, personally and professionally, than he did. With the assistance of Dr. Hubertus Strughold, Harry Armstrong had personally recruited 58 former Nazi doctors for work at the U.S. Army Air Force's Aeromedical Center in Heidelberg, 5 of whom had been arrested for war crimes, 4 of whom were tried at Nuremberg, 2 of whom were convicted at Nuremberg, and 1 of whom was acquitted and then rehired by the U.S. Air Force to work in America before being revealed as incompetent and fired. That said nothing of the 34 doctors who had since been hired to work at the School of Aviation Medicine, many of whom were Nazi ideologues, as well as former members of the SS and the SA. The Schreiber scandal could trigger a domino effect, shining an unwanted spotlight on the highly suspicious backgrounds of Dr. Strughold, Dr. Benzinger, Dr. Konrad Schaffer, Dr. Becker-Freising, Dr. Schroeder, Dr. Roof, and so many others. Major General Harry Armstrong wrote to the Director of Intelligence of the Air Force regarding Major General Dr. Schreiber. "I have been advised by the Commandant, U.S. Air Force School of Aviation Medicine, Randolph Air Force Base, Texas, that they recently forwarded to your office a request for a new contract for Dr. Walter Schreiber until June 1952, Armstrong wrote. Recent information indicated that Dr. Schreiber may have been implicated in the medical war crimes in Germany during World War II, and his presence in this country has aroused a considerable amount of criticism. As a consequence of this, it is the firm opinion of this office that the Air Force Medical Service cannot associate itself with Dr. Schreiber beyond the 6 months contract under which he is now employed. Further, said Armstrong, it may be advisable to terminate this contract even prior to its expiration. Armstrong promised that the Commandant of the School of Aviation Medicine, Major General Otis Benson, concurs with this recommendation. General Benson had equal reason to want the Schreiber scandal to quietly disappear. After the war, Benson had served as technical supervisor of the German scientists working at the Army Air Force's Aeromedical Center in Heidelberg. 2 weeks after the scandal broke, Dr. Schreiber was informed that his contract would not be renewed. General Benson delivered the news in person. According to Schreiber, Benson also proposed a secret alternative plan involving Schreiber's future career in America. In an affidavit, Schreiber swore that General Benson stated that he felt sure my services could be utilized in other branches of the government or in medical schools, and offered his assistance in soliciting for a position for me. In Boston, the matter continued to generate press. The Yanina Iwanska story was news people were interested in reading about. Despite what had been done to her during the war, Yanina Iwanska was a vibrant, beautiful, credible young woman. It was almost impossible not to marvel at her resilience. After being liberated from Ravensbrück, she had moved to Paris, where she had been working as a journalist for Radio Free Europe. She also worked as the Paris-based correspondent for several Polish newspapers in Western Europe. When Iwanska was experimented on at Ravensbrück, she was only 17 years old. While imprisoned there, she and several other female prisoners had taken remarkable steps to get word outside the camp about what was being done by Nazi doctors at Ravensbrück, with the goal of getting their message to the Vatican, the BBC, and the International Red Cross. Iwanska and 4 other women sent secret messages to their relatives outside the camp. Remarkably, a French prisoner named Germaine Tillion took photographs of the women's wounds, then smuggled a roll of film out of the camp. The story was printed in the Polish underground press during the war, notifying the world about the Ravensbrück medical experiments. The story was eventually picked up by the BBC, as the women had hoped. Now, with the Schreiber story gaining momentum, in January 1951, FBI agents arranged to interview Yanina Iwanska in Boston. Under oath, and from a photograph, she identified Dr. Schreiber as a high-ranking doctor who had overseen the medical experiments at Ravensbrück. How do you know the Dr. Schreiber, whom you saw in the concentration camp in Germany in 1942 and 1943, is the same Dr. Walter Schreiber who is now in San Antonio? An FBI agent asked her. 3 weeks ago, the journalist was coming from the Boston Post, and they showed me about 50 pictures, and they asked me if I know which one is Dr. Schreiber, Iwanska said. She described how she had no trouble picking Schreiber's photograph out of 50 presented to her. I saw this face in the doctor's group at Ravensbrück, she said. After, they asked me if I knew Schreiber's name. I told them, I know Schreiber's name. Dr. Schreiber, in a separate interview, claimed that he had had nothing to do with the Ravensbrück experiments, that he had never even visited a concentration camp, and that he had never met Yanina Iwanska, who was accusing him of outrageous acts. In response, Yanina Iwanska had this to say: I had an operation done on my legs by Dr. Gebhardt. During the first dressing after the operations, I spoke to him. I asked Dr. Gebhardt why they did the operation, and they gave me the answer, we can do the experiment because you are condemned to die. The number tattooed on my legs are TKM3. If Dr. Schreiber cannot remember my name, I am sure, perhaps, he can remember the experiment number. Yanina Iwanska said she was sure that Dr. Schreiber was at the concentration camp. She had seen him with her own eyes. After operations were performed on 74 women, she explained, there was a doctors' conference at the concentration camp. Were you present at the doctors' conference? The FBI agent asked. Yes, because every woman who had the experiment was taken in the conference room, and Gebhardt explained to the other doctors what he did. Do you remember the date of this conference by Dr. Gebhardt and Dr. Schreiber about your experiment? I think it was about 3 weeks after the operation of 15th of August 1942, Yanina Iwanska said. Did any of the people who were experimented on die as a result of the experiments? Yes, 5 died 48 hours after the operation, and 6 were shot after the operation, Iwanska said. Do you know the names of those who died as a result of the operation? I have the list at my house. I sent the names to the United Nations. They have all the documents. It was 74 who had the experiment. Do you have any knowledge as to whether Dr. Schreiber ordered these experiments done? I don't know if he gave the orders. Only I know he was very interested in it, she said. Back in Texas, Dr. Schreiber began plotting his escape to Argentina. He wrote to his married daughter, Elizabeth Vanderfecht, who was living in San Ysidro in Buenos Aires. He asked her to get information about how he could get a visa fast. The FBI intercepted Schreiber's mail. I will be able to get a visa for you all within 14 days, promised Schreiber's daughter. To be honest, we have always feared something similar to come. Everything started so well and seemed to be wonderful. Your nice house, your new furniture. She assured her father that she could help get the paperwork necessary to enter Argentina. If, Father, you wish us to take steps, send us the necessary documents, Elizabeth wrote. Anyhow, the risk would be much less than if you must go to Germany. For heaven's sake, do not go back. By mid-January, the JOA weighed in. The Joint Chiefs decided that it was necessary to repatriate Dr. Schreiber. Reason for requesting repatriation: Dr. Schreiber is basically not a research scientist, and as such, his usefulness is very limited to the School of Aviation Medicine, a memo read. Recent criticism and adverse publicity have been directed against the School of Aviation Medicine in that it has been charged that Dr. Schreiber, as a high-ranking Nazi medical officer, was connected with brutal experiments on concentration camp victims. The School of Aviation Medicine and the Surgeon General do not wish to assume responsibility for Schreiber in view of the above criticism. Army headquarters in Heidelberg, Germany, disagreed. On February 5, 1952, the Army cabled a message marked secret to JOA written in shorthand. Recommend take action to retain Schreiber in U.S. Subject has invaluable info of intelligence nature regarding Russia and is outstanding in his professional field. The Office of the U.S. High Commissioner weighed in. All reparations of paperclip personnel unless voluntary have some adverse effect on JOA programs, a memo stated. Request coordinate with G2 Army prior to final decision on repatriation. At Air Force headquarters, another idea was gaining support. Why not help Dr. Schreiber move to Argentina? To this end, a major named D.A. Rowe from Army Intelligence G2 contacted Argentinian General Aristobulo Fidel Reyes to discuss the utilization of the services of Dr. Walter Paul Schreiber, M.D. Major Rowe queried if, in any way possible, his talents could be used in Argentina. The Army had originally intended to allow the talented Dr. Schreiber to immigrate to the United States, Major Rowe explained. But unfortunately, that had changed. His admissibility, under current law, as an immigrant of the U.S. is questionable because of his close affiliation with the Nazi Army, Major Rowe clarified. Argentina did not have the same kinds of immigration laws prohibiting entry of former high-ranking Nazis. It would be great if they could help. Faced with pushback from High Commissioner John J. McCloy, JOA retooled its repatriation position and instead made a case for extending Dr. Schreiber's stay. Schreiber family may be subjected to reprisals due to his previously reported escape from Russian control, JOA wrote. If repatriation is inadvisable, believe Schreiber may be retained here by issuance of visa. Above is additional reason for desirability of entry with immigration visa. But then a new document emerged, marked JOA Eyes Only, and to be kept in Schreiber's classified dossier. Schreiber's wife of 40 years, Olga, was also an old-time Nazi. According to official NSDAP paperwork, she had joined the Nazi Party on October 1, 1931, years before Hitler came to power. Each week that passed brought more focus to the subject. The public was growing increasingly outraged with the notion that an ex-Nazi general, an alleged war criminal, was still living in the United States, and that his employment by the United States Air Force was still up in the air. The Physicians Forum, a group of doctors representing 36 states, wrote to the Senate. Had Dr. Schreiber been found and apprehended at the time of the Nuremberg military tribunal, the doctors wrote, it is virtually certain that he would have been brought to trial along with his associates, many of whom were sentenced to life imprisonment or hanged for their crimes. Instead, this individual is now in the United States working for our Air Force. The physicians unanimously recommended immediate expulsion of Dr. Schreiber from the United States and a thorough investigation of the circumstances leading to Dr. Schreiber's entry into this country and his assignment to the Air Force. The final demand was far more threatening to the Air Force than the Physicians Forum doctors could have known. Were the Senate to hold hearings to investigate similar appointments of German physicians, formerly in important positions in the German armed forces during World War II, the whole paperclip program could be revealed. Heads would roll. Schreiber's story could travel all the way up to the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the scandal all the way to the President of the United States. With an astonishing degree of hubris, Dr. Schreiber gave one media interview after the next, professing innocence and calling all the charges against him lies. I am not fighting for a renewal of my contract, Schreiber told the Washington Post. I am fighting for justice, and I will continue to do so as long as I live. He issued an egregiously false statement declaring, I was never a member of the staff of the Supreme Command of the Wehrmacht. In another interview, he said, I never worked in a concentration camp. Later in the interview, he clarified that he had actually visited a camp once in eastern Pomerania without knowing it was a concentration camp. His very brief job there was to inspect a report for the delousing treatment for a group of girls whose linen was disinfected with DDT, Schreiber said. After I arrived there, 4 days later, the girls were found clean and free of lice, Schreiber said. Dr. Schreiber had the Air Force and the Joint Chiefs of Staff over a barrel, and he likely knew it. If any one of these high-ranking U.S. government officials was forced to admit what was really known about Schreiber and what had been known all along, it would be a scandal of the first degree. Instead, the lie was allowed to expand. Until we come up with some basic facts, JOA Director Colonel Benjamin W. Heckmeyer told Time magazine in an exclusive sit-down interview with a reporter named Miss Moran, a man should be given the all-American treatment here and not be given the bum's rush. Behind the scenes, Harry Armstrong, Surgeon General of the Air Force, had been spearheading Schreiber's removal. But in statements to the press, he maintained a facade of support. There is no evidence he's guilty other than serving his country during war, same as I did mine, General Armstrong told the Associated Press. Legendary newspaper columnist Drew Pearson did not see things in the same light. He pulled transcripts from the Nuremberg doctors' trial and quoted from them in Washington Merry-Go-Round. Here are the facts regarding the Nazi doctor who escaped the Nuremberg war crimes trial and is now working for the Air Force at Randolph Field, Texas, Pearson wrote. Kicking, screaming young Polish girls were held down by SS troops and forcibly operated on. Nuremberg document number 619 also shows that Schreiber was second on a list of prominent medical officers detached to the SS for 2 days. Human victims were also used in typhus experiments at Buchenwald and Natzweiler concentration camps. Deadly virus was transferred from men to mice and back in an attempt to produce live vaccine. Schreiber responded by saying, "The Nuremberg Military Tribunal has prosecuted and held those responsible for the crimes." That statement further incensed Dr. Leo Alexander and Boston attorney Alexander Hardy, the former chief prosecutor at the doctor's trial. The two men drafted a 10-page letter to President Truman. He was not a defendant, but beyond a doubt he is responsible for medical crimes, Hardy and Alexander explained. He certainly had full knowledge that concentration camp inmates were being systematically experimented on by doctors of the medical service in which he was a general. Schreiber's subordinates performed experiments encouraged by Schreiber, who in turn made materials and funds available and the holding of conferences. Hardy and Alexander cited testimony from 5 of Schreiber's physician colleagues who testified at the Nuremberg doctor's trial that Schreiber had overseen a host of hygiene-related Reich medical programs in which countless humans were sacrificed in the name of research. Included were details of yellow fever experiments, epidemic jaundice experiments, sulfanilamide experiments, euthanasia by phenol experiments, and the notorious typhus vaccine program with its 90% death rate. Alexander Hardy and Dr. Alexander's letter to President Truman portrayed Major General Dr. Walter Schreiber not only as a war criminal of the worst order, but as a sadist and a liar. Parts of the letter were made public. "Truman is urged to expel physician," read a headline in the New York Times. Harry Armstrong wrote to the Physicians Forum, assuring them that Schreiber would be returned to Germany at once. JOA director Colonel Heckmeyer was asked by Time magazine what the Air Force was going to do if, after completing its investigation, it found Dr. Schreiber guilty of war crimes. "That I will have to get guidance from the Office of the Secretary of Defense on," Heckmeyer said. Could Schreiber be prosecuted? The Time reporter asked. "We are not going to make a Nuremberg trial 3 years after the trials are closed," Heckmeyer said. Finally, the Secretary of the Air Force, Thomas Finletter, made a public announcement stating that Dr. Schreiber would be dropped from his contract and put under military custody. He would leave the United States at once. But Dr. Schreiber refused to leave the United States. Instead, he packed up his family, left Texas, and drove to San Francisco. There, the Schreibers moved in with Dorothea, the couple's married daughter, and her husband, William Fry, in their home at 35 Ridge Road in San Anselmo. Just as Dorothea had worked at Camp King when her father was post surgeon there, her new husband, William Fry, had served at Camp King as an Army intelligence investigator. Having moved to America in July 1951, the two had lived in California since. More than a month passed. The Physicians Forum received new information about Schreiber, which they submitted to President Truman on April 24, 1952, along with a telegram marked urgent. They attached a document that showed that Brigadier General Otis Benson, commanding general at Randolph Field School of Aviation Medicine, sought continued employment for Dr. Schreiber in the United States, preferably a university appointment, after the Air Force had already promised that Schreiber would soon be leaving the United States. The outrageous part, said the physicians, was that the U.S. Air Force was colluding to keep Schreiber in the United States. In their letter to President Truman, they quoted General Benson from a letter he'd written to the Dean of the Minnesota School of Public Health, seeking a new job for Schreiber in the private sector. "I like and respect the man, but he is too hot for me to keep here using public funds," General Benson said of Schreiber. He said that the bad press had been little more than an organized medical movement against him, emanating from Boston by medical men of Jewish ancestry. The Physicians Forum's board of directors demanded that President Truman order the Attorney General to open an investigation into the case. A few days later, a lieutenant colonel named G.A. Little, representing the Joint Chiefs of Staff, flew to California to visit with Dr. Schreiber at his daughter's house for the purpose of attempting to persuade Dr. Schreiber to go to Buenos Aires at once, regardless of job opportunities which might or might not be developed through our office. According to Little, the visit went well. We were very cordially received by Dr. Schreiber and spent approximately 2 hours in conversation with him, Lieutenant Colonel G.A. Little wrote in a confidential report for the Joint Chiefs of Staff. In exchange for transportation to South America and funds for travel and travel allowance for Schreiber family group, Dr. Schreiber agreed to leave the United States at once. Schreiber's voluntary and immediate departure for Buenos Aires will provide a satisfactory solution for all concerned. The amount Schreiber was paid to leave was never disclosed and is not mentioned in his declassified Operation Paperclip file. On May 22, 1952, Dr. Schreiber and his family were flown by military aircraft from Travis Air Force Base in California to New Orleans, Louisiana. There, they boarded a ship bound for Argentina. When they arrived in Buenos Aires, they were taken by car to the American consulate and given documents that allowed them to stay. The arrangements were made by General Aristobulo Fidel Reyes. The Air Force paid for police protection for Dr. Schreiber and his family during the transition. It was important that the Schreibers' resettlement in South America go smoothly. There were too many American officials whose reputations would never survive if the facts were revealed. The Senate hearings never happened, and the Attorney General never opened a case. In Argentina, Dr. Schreiber bought a home and named it Sans Souci, without a care, the name of the summer palace in Potsdam outside Berlin of Frederick the Great, King of Prussia. According to personal family documents, Schreiber's final quest was to prove that he had been born a baron and was descended from Prussian royalty. As a consequence of what the official investigation turned up, in addition to his own extraordinary, meritorious achievements, say the family documents, Oberstabsarzt, military medical doctor Walter P. Schreiber was given official permission to add von to his name. The personal papers did not say who gave this official permission. Schreiber died in September 1970 in San Carlos de Bariloche, Rio Negro, Argentina. Chapter 19, Truth Serum. As Dr. Schreiber sailed for Argentina, the Operation Bluebird interrogation program at Camp King expanded to include the use of drugs and chemicals in unconventional interrogation. Dr. Kurt Blome was Camp King's post-doctor during this period. According to a memo in his declassified Foreign Scientist case file, Blome worked on Army 1952 Project 1975, a top-secret project that itself has never been declassified. Blome's file becomes empty after that. Bluebird was rechristened Artichoke, writes John Marks, a former State Department official and authority on the CIA's mind control programs. The goal of the Artichoke interrogation program, Marks explains, was modifying behavior through covert means. According to the program's administrator, Richard Helms, the future director of the CIA, using drugs was a means to that end. We felt that it was our responsibility not to lag behind the Russians or the Chinese in this field, and the only way to find out what the risks were was to test things such as LSD and other drugs that could be used to control human behavior, Helms told journalist David Frost in an interview in 1978. Other U.S. intelligence agencies were brought on board to help conduct these controversial interrogation experiments. In 1951, the CIA director approved the liaison with Army, Navy, and Air Force intelligence to avoid duplication of effort, writes Marks. The Army and Navy were both looking for truth drugs, while the prime concern of the Air Force was interrogation techniques used on downed pilots. Since the end of the war, the various U.S. military branches had developed advanced air, land, and sea rescue programs, based in part on research conducted by Nazi doctors. But the Soviets had also made great advances in rescue programs, and this presented a serious new concern. If a downed U.S. pilot or soldier was rescued by the Russians, that person would almost certainly be subjected to unconventional interrogation techniques, according to the CIA. The purpose of Operation Bluebird was to try to predict what kinds of methods the Soviets might use against American soldiers and airmen. One of the so-called truth serum drugs the CIA believed the Soviets were most heavily involved in researching was LSD. One CIA report, later shared with Congress, stated that the Soviets purchased a large quantity of LSD-25 from the Sandoz Company, reputed to be sufficient for 50 million doses. Or so the CIA thought. A later analysis of the information determined that the CIA analyst working on the report made a decimal point error while performing dosage calculations. The Soviets had in fact purchased enough LSD from Sandoz for a few thousand tests, a far cry from 50 million. For its Operation Bluebird experiments involving LSD and other drugs, the CIA teamed up with the Army Chemical Corps. The initial research and development was conducted by officers with the Special Operations Division, who worked inside a classified facility designated Building Number 439, a one-story, concrete block building set among similar-looking buildings at Camp Dietrich so as to blend in. Almost no one outside the SO Division knew about the top-secret work going on inside. The SO Division was paid for by the CIA's Technical Services Staff, TSS, a unit within the CIA's clandestine service. Many of its field agents were culled from a pool of senior bacteriologists at Dietrich. One of these SO Division field agents was Dr. Harold Batchelor, the man behind the 8-ball, who consulted with Dr. Kurt Blome in Heidelberg in 1947. Another SO Division agent was Dr. Frank Olson, a former Army officer and bacteriologist turned agency operative whose sudden demise in 1953 would nearly bring down the CIA. The two men were assigned to the program at Camp King, involving unconventional interrogation techniques. In April 1950, Frank Olson was issued a diplomatic passport. Olson was not a diplomat. The passport allowed him to carry items in a diplomatic pouch that would not be subject to searches by customs officials. Frank Olson began taking trips to Germany, flying to Frankfurt and making the short drive out to Camp King. In one of the rare surviving official documents from the program, Deputy Director of Central Intelligence, Alan Dulles, sent a secret memo to Richard Helms, and CIA Deputy Director for Plans, Frank Wisner, regarding the specific kinds of interrogation techniques that would be used. In our conversation of 9 February 1951, I outlined to you the possibilities of augmenting the usual interrogation methods by the use of drugs, hypnosis, shock, etc., and emphasized the defensive aspects as well as the offensive opportunities in this field of applied medical science, wrote Dulles. The enclosed folder, Interrogation Techniques, was prepared in my medical division to provide you with a suitable background. Camp King was the perfect location to conduct these trials. Overseas locations were preferred for artichoke interrogations, since foreign governments permitted certain activities which were not permitted by the United States government, i.e. anthrax, etc. The next trip on record made by Frank Olson occurred on June 12, 1952. Olson arrived at Frankfurt from the Hendon Military Airport in England and made the short drive west into Oberursel. There, artichoke interrogation experiments were taking place in a safe house called Haus Waldorf. Between 4 June 1952 and 18 June 1952, an IS&O, CIA Inspection and Security Office, team applied artichoke techniques to 2 operational cases in a safe house, explains an artichoke memorandum written for CIA Director Dulles, and one of the few action memos on record not destroyed by Richard Helms when he was CIA Director. The 2 individuals being interrogated at the Camp King safe house could be classed as experienced, professional-type agents and suspected of working for Soviet intelligence. These were Soviet spies captured by the Gehlen Organization, now being run by the CIA. In the first case, light dosages of drugs coupled with hypnosis were used to induce a complete hypnotic trance, the memo reveals. This trance was held for approximately 1 hour and 40 minutes of interrogation, with a subsequent total amnesia produced. The plan was straightforward. Drug the spies, interrogate the spies, and give them amnesia to make them forget. Another surviving memo from this otherwise unreported chapter of Cold War history is from Dr. Henry Knowles Beecher, chief anesthetist at Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston and a CIA, Army, Navy advisor on artichoke techniques. Beecher traveled to Germany to observe what was happening at Camp King. He was a colleague of Dr. Leopold Alexander's in Boston and, like Alexander, was an outspoken advocate of the Nuremberg Code, the first principle of which is informed consent. And yet, in one of the stranger Cold War cases of dissimulation, Dr. Beecher was a participant in secret government-sponsored medical experiments that did not involve consent. Beecher was paid by the CIA and the Navy to consult on how best to produce amnesia in Soviet spies after they were drugged and interrogated, so they would forget what had been done to them. Dr. Frank Olson returned from Germany to his office in Dietrich in a moral bind, according to his Dietrich colleague, the bacteriologist Norman Korneuer. He had a tough time after Germany. Drugs, torture, brainwashing, Korneuer explained decades later for a documentary for German television made in 2001. Korneuer said that Olson felt ashamed about what he had witnessed, and that the experiments at Camp King reminded him of what had been done to people in concentration camps. Back in America, Olson contemplated leaving his job. He told family members he was considering a new career as a dentist. Instead, he stayed on at the bioweapons facility, becoming chief of the SO division for a while. He continued to work on top-secret biological and chemical weapons programs in the CIA's office at Dietrich, building number 439. Unknown to Frank Olson, the CIA was expanding its artichoke program in new ways, including expanding its use of LSD in unconventional interrogations through covert means. Strapping a suspected Soviet spy to a chair and dosing him with drugs, as was done at Camp King's Haus Waldorf, was one approach to getting a spy to spill his secrets. But the CIA wondered what would happen if an enemy agent were to be given an incapacitating agent like LSD on the sly without knowing he'd been drugged. Would this kind of amnesia be effective? Could it produce loyalty? How much, if any, of the experience would be remembered? These were questions the CIA wanted answered. The director of the Technical Services Staff, Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, a stutterer with a club foot, decided that the first field tests should be conducted on men from the SO division without them knowing about it. One of those targeted for experimentation was Dr. Frank Olson. A week before Thanksgiving, in November 1953, 6 SO division agents, including Frank Olson, and the new SO division chief, Vincent Rouet, were invited to a weekend retreat at a CIA safe house in western Maryland called Deep Creek Lake. There, the men from Dietrich were met by TSS Director Sidney Gottlieb and his deputy, Robert Lashbrook, a chemist. One part of the agenda was to discuss the latest covert means of poisoning people with biological agents and toxic substances, including those that had been acquired from around the globe by Fritz Hoffmann, the Operation Paperclip scientist with the Chemical Corps. The second goal was to covertly dose the 6 SO division men with LSD and record what happened. After dinner on the second night, Robert Lashbrook secretly added LSD to a bottle of Cointreau. The unwitting test subjects were all offered a drink, and all but 2 of the SO division officers drank the aperitif. One had a heart condition, and the other abstained from alcohol. Frank Olson had a terrible reaction to having been drugged with LSD. He became psychologically unstable and could not sleep. His boss, Vincent Rouet, who had also been dosed, described his own LSD poisoning experience as the most frightening experience I ever had or hope to have. The CIA had at least one of their questions answered now. Covert LSD poisoning did not produce amnesia. When Monday morning came around, Rouet arrived for work at 7:30 as usual. Inside Dietrich's building number 439, he found a very agitated Dr. Frank Olson waiting for him. Olson told Rouet that he was devastated by what had happened at Deep Creek Lake. He wanted to quit or be fired. Rouet told him to give the issue some time and to get back to work. But when Rouet arrived for work the following morning at 7:30, he again found Frank Olson waiting for him. Olson's mental state had deteriorated considerably, and Rouet decided that he needed medical help. He called agency headquarters in Washington, D.C., and told Robert Lashbrook what was going on. Frank Olson was privy to the CIA's most controversial behavior modification and mind control programs. If he had a psychotic break in public, he could inadvertently talk, terribly ironic, since getting a man to spill his secrets was what this LSD poisoning program was all about. Were Frank Olson to talk, the agency would have a nightmare on its hands. Dr. Olson was in serious trouble and needed immediate professional attention, Lashbrook wrote in an after-incident CIA report. Lashbrook told Vincent Rouet to bring Olson to headquarters immediately. From there, the 2 men took Olson to a townhouse in New York City at 133 East 58th Street. There, Olson met with a doctor on the CIA's payroll named Harold Abramson. Abramson was not a psychiatrist. He was an allergist and immunologist who worked on LSD tolerance experiments for the CIA, and he carried a secret clearance of his own. Frank Olson told Dr. Abramson that he was suffering from memory loss, confusion, feelings of inadequacy, and terrible guilt. Dr. Abramson noted that Olson seemed to have a perfectly good memory and could remember people, places, and events easily on demand. In other words, Frank Olson's problems were all in his mind. The next morning, Robert Lashbrook and Vincent Rouet took Frank Olson on another visit to another CIA contract employee, John Mulholland, a semi-famous New York City magician. Like Dr. Abramson, magician John Mulholland had a secret security clearance with the TSS. Mulholland taught CIA agents how to apply the magician's art to covert activities. One of his specialties was the delivery of various materials to unwitting subjects. During the visit, Olson became suspicious of what was going on and asked to leave. By the next day, Frank Olson was hearing voices. He told Dr. Abramson that the CIA was trying to poison him, which they already had done at least once. Vincent Rouet returned to Maryland to be with his family for Thanksgiving. Abramson and Lashbrook decided to have Frank Olson committed to the Chestnut Lodge Sanitarium in Rockville, Maryland. Conveniently, the CIA had doctors on staff there. Robert Lashbrook and Frank Olson spent one last night in New York City, in the Statler Hotel, on 7th Avenue and 33rd Street. They were given room 1018A on the 10th floor. After eating in the hotel restaurant, Olson and Lashbrook returned to their room to have a drink and watch television. Olson called his wife for the first time since he had left home and told her not to worry, that he'd be home soon. Then he went to sleep. At approximately 2:30 a.m., Olson crashed through the hotel window and fell more than 100 feet to his death on the street below. According to the coroner's report, Olson hit the ground feet first, as if standing up, fell backward, and broke his skull. The Statler Hotel night manager, Armand Pastore, heard the impact and ran outside. He found Olson lying on the pavement, still alive. His eyes were open, Pastore told the police, and he tried to say something, but no words came out, and after a few moments, Frank Olson took his last breath. Pastore looked up to see which room Olson had come out of. He could see that one of the window shades in a room high above was sticking out, as if the shade had been down when Olson crashed through it. Pastore noted which room it might be. When the police arrived, he took them up to the 10th floor and into room 1018A, using the manager's pass key to get inside. There, inside the bathroom, CIA agent Robert Lashbrook sat on the toilet seat in his underwear, holding his head in his hands. Lashbrook had already made 2 telephone calls. The first call was to the CIA's Director of the Technical Services Staff, Sidney Gottlieb, the man who had, with Lashbrook, poisoned Frank Olson with LSD a little over a week before. The second call was to the hotel's front desk to report Olson's suicide. When New York City Police Detective James W. Ward arrived on the scene, he asked Robert Lashbrook several questions, to which Lashbrook responded using only the words yes and no. Lashbrook did not identify himself as a CIA agent. Dr. Lashbrook was taken in for questioning. Homicide had not yet been ruled out. At the precinct, Detective Ward asked Lashbrook to empty his pockets. Among the contents were papers with addresses for Dr. Harold Abramson in New York City and the Chestnut Lodge Sanitarium in Rockville, Maryland. When asked about his profession, Lashbrook told Detective Ward that he was a chemist with the War Department, and that Frank Olson was a scientist at Camp Detrick, and that Olson was mentally ill. Detective Ward called Dr. Abramson, who verified Lashbrook's story, leaving out that he also worked for the CIA. 2 days later, Detective Ward submitted case number 125124 to his station chief. The death of Frank Olson was determined to be a suicide. The case was closed. If the Greek philosopher Heraclitus is right, and war is the father of all things, then America's Nazi scientist program was a nefarious child of the Second World War. Operation Paperclip in turn created a host of monstrous offspring, including Operations Bluebird, Artichoke, and MK Ultra. Before Frank Olson became involved in the CIA's poisoning and interrogation programs, he conducted research and development of the airborne delivery of biological weapons. Olson had been working in the field of biological weapons research since 1943. He was recruited by Dietrich's first director, Ira Baldwin, during the war. After the war, Dr. Olson became a civilian scientist at Dietrich. He joined the Special Operations Division in 1950 and was part of a team that covertly tested how a weaponized biological agent might disperse if used against Americans. In the late 1940s and early 1950s, Olson had traveled across the United States, overseeing field tests that dispersed biological agents from aircraft and crop dusters in San Francisco, the Midwest, and Alaska. Some field tests involved harmless simulants, and others involved dangerous pathogens, as Senate hearings later revealed. One such dangerous experiment was conducted by Olson and his Dietrich colleague, Norman Korneuer. The two men went to Alaska and oversaw bacteria being sprayed out of airplanes to see how the pathogens would disperse in an environment similar to that of a harsh Russian winter. "We used a spore," Korneuer explained, "which is very similar to anthrax, so to that extent we did something that was not kosher, because we picked it up all over the United States months after we did the tests." A third man involved in the covert tests with Korneuer and Olson was Dr. Harold Batchelor, the bacteriologist who learned airborne spray techniques from Dr. Kurt Blome, whom Batchelor consulted with in Heidelberg. Olson and Batchelor also conducted covert field tests in closed spaces across America, including in subways and in the Pentagon. For these tests, the Special Operations Division used a relatively harmless pathogen that simulated how a deadly pathogen would disperse. A congressional inquiry into these covert tests found them appalling in their deception. By being part of a team of covert poisoners, be it out in the Alaskan tundra or inside a safe house at Camp King in Germany, Dr. Frank Olson and his colleagues violated the Nuremberg Code, which requires informed consent. As circumstances would have it, the great tragedy of Frank Olson's life and death was that his own inalienable right to be protected from harm from his government and his doctor was violated on orders from the very same people to whom he had dedicated his life's work. This new war, the Cold War, was now the father of its own dark events. Part 5. War is the father of all things. Heraclitus. Chapter 20. In the Dark Shadows. The Cold War became a battlefield marked by doublespeak. Disguise, distortion, and deception were accepted as reality. Truth was promised in a serum. And Operation Paperclip, born in the ashes of World War II, was the inciting incident in this hall of mirrors. But in 1952, the heedless momentum of Operation Paperclip began to slow as conflicts emerged between the JOA and the CIA over policies with the new West German government. German officials warned High Commissioner John J. McCloy that Operation Paperclip violated NATO regulations and even America's own policies for governance in Germany. On February 21, 1952, McCloy sent a memo to the U.S. Secretary of State expressing his concern that if Paperclip was not curtailed, it could result in a violent reaction from officials in West Germany. With McCloy no longer expressing unbridled enthusiasm for Operation Paperclip, the JOA began to lose its once indomitable grip on the program. But the CIA was not bound to the same NATO policies as were the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and so the CIA continued to do what it had been doing, namely recruiting Nazi scientists and intelligence officers to act as advisors at Camp King. The 5-year partnership between the two agencies began to unravel. JOA officials became furious as they watched the CIA poach German scientists and technicians from the accelerated paperclip lists. In response, and in spite of McCloy's requests otherwise, in the winter of 1952, the JOA prepared to send a 20-man team to Frankfurt on a recruiting trip. Delegates included JOA's new deputy director, Colonel Gerald Crabb, General Walter Dornberger, and 5 unnamed paperclip scientists who were already working in America. When McCloy learned of the trip, he asked the State Department to intervene and cancel it, fearing it would draw the ire of German officials, which it did. The trip happened anyway. A compromise was reached between U.S. officials and Chancellor Konrad Adenauer's office, whereby the JOA and the CIA agreed to stop recruiting new scientists, but could continue to work with the scientists who remained on the original, President Truman-approved 1,000-person list. Official numbers vary dramatically in different, declassified record groups, but there were approximately 600 paperclip scientists in the United States at this time, meaning some 400 German scientists were still on the target list. JOA renamed paperclip the Defense Scientists Immigration Program, or DEFSIP, and the CIA renamed one vein of its involvement the National Interest Program, but most parties still referred to it all as Operation Paperclip. It was a dwindling empire. In 1956, the CIA ceded control of the Gehlen organization to the West German government, which renamed it the BND, Bundesnachrichtendienst. The former Nazi general and his men were spies for Chancellor Adenauer's government now. Then, in 1957, JOA got a new lieutenant officer in Lieutenant Colonel Henry Whalen, a man whose actions would have a profound effect on the legacy of the paperclip program. By 1959, Whalen was promoted to deputy director of JOA, which meant he had access to highly classified intelligence reports from scientists working on atomic, biological, and chemical weapons. Whalen had an office in the E-ring of the Pentagon, reserved for senior officials, and enjoyed direct access to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. During his year-long tenure as JOA deputy director, no one had any idea that Whalen was working as a Soviet spy. It wasn't until 1963 that the FBI learned that he had been passing military secrets to Colonel Sergei Edemsky, a GRU intelligence agent posing as a military attaché in the Soviet embassy in Washington. By then, Henry Whalen had already left the JOA. When the Justice Department began investigating Whalen, they seized all of the JOA records that he had been working with. The FBI learned that Whalen had destroyed or given away thousands of paperclip files. In 1966, a grand jury was presented with evidence against Whalen behind closed doors. He was indicted, and the trial was conducted under a gag order, with the press denied access to what the FBI had learned and to Whalen's confession. Journalists were prohibited from reporting on the trial, and no one made the connection between Whalen, the JOA, and Operation Paperclip. The Nazi scientist program had long since faded from public discourse. Whalen was sentenced to 15 years at a federal penitentiary, but was paroled after 6 years. Most of the FBI's investigation of Whalen remains classified, which likely explains why so few paperclip files from that time frame are housed at the National Archives. In 1962, the JOA was officially disbanded. What remained of the paperclip program was taken over by the Research and Engineering Department at the Pentagon. Under the DoD Reorganization Act of 1958, this new office had been created to handle the military's scientific and engineering needs under a scientific director who reported to the Secretary of Defense. The act also gave a home to the Pentagon's new in-house, cutting-edge science agency, the Advanced Research Projects Agency, or ARPA, later renamed DARPA with a D for defense. The first director of the Research and Engineering Department was the nuclear physicist Herbert York. York also served as the first scientific director of ARPA. He was one of the nation's leading experts on nuclear weapons and on intercontinental ballistic missiles, or ICBMs. The ICBM is the truly revolutionary military offspring of Hitler's V-2 rocket, says Michael J. Neufeld, curator of the Department of Space History at the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum and author of several books and monographs on German rocket scientists. The ICBM is capable of carrying in its nose cone a weapon of mass destruction and delivering it to a target almost anywhere in the world. The ICBM became the centerpiece of the Cold War, the ultimate sword. It also became the ultimate shield. Total war with the Soviets never happened. The Cold War never became a shooting war. Deterrence prevailed. Today, the Research and Engineering Department at the Pentagon, renamed the Department of Defense Research and Engineering Enterprise, develops all next-generation weapons and counterweapons of mass destruction, the 21st century's swords and shields. It is as true today as it was when World War II ended that America relies upon the advancement of science and technology and industry to prepare for the next war. This relationship is understood as America's military-industrial complex. It was President Eisenhower who, in his farewell address to the nation in 1961, coined this phrase. Eisenhower cautioned Americans to be wary of the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. Eisenhower's famous warning is well known and often paraphrased. But he also delivered a second warning in his farewell speech, not nearly as well known. Eisenhower told the American people that, indeed, science and research played a crucial role in national security, yet in holding scientific research and discovery in respect, as we should, we must also be alert to the equal and opposite danger that public policy could itself become the captive of a scientific, technological elite. Herbert York, as both ARPA chief and director of the Research and Engineering Department at the Pentagon, worked closely with President Eisenhower on matters of military science during the last 3 years of Eisenhower's presidency. He was deeply troubled by Eisenhower's words in his farewell address. Scientists and technologists had acquired the reputation of being magicians who had access to a special source of information and wisdom out of reach of the rest of mankind, said York. In the mid-1960s, York went to visit Eisenhower at the former president's winter home in the California desert. I asked him to explain more fully what he meant by the warnings, but he declined to do so, York said. I pressed this line of questions further by asking him whether he had any particular people in mind when he warned us about the danger that public policy could itself become the captive of a scientific technological elite. York was surprised when Eisenhower answered without hesitation, Warner von Braun and Edward Teller, father of the hydrogen bomb. York spent decades considering what the president had told him. Eisenhower's warnings, which were based largely on his intuition, pointed up very real and extremely serious problems. If we forget or downgrade his warnings, it will be to our peril, York wrote in his memoir, Arms and the Physicist, in 1995. The legacy of some of the Operation Paperclip scientists as individuals parallels the heritage of many of the Cold War weapons programs they participated in. The biological and chemical weapons programs can now be looked back upon as distinct failures and the product of vague and often wrong intelligence. So it was with the Chemical Corps' relationship with former SS Brigadier General Dr. Walter Schieber. Declassified files reveal that Schieber was double-crossing the Americans from the moment he began working for the U.S. Army in Germany, including the entire time he worked for Brigadier General Charles Lukes on the sarin gas project at Lukes' private home in Heidelberg. It took military intelligence until 1950 to determine that something about Hitler's trusted servant was untoward, and even longer to fully realize the extent to which Speer's Armaments Supply Office chief was deceiving them. Almost immediately after Schieber was released from Nuremberg, he began using his old Nazi contacts to sell heavy weapons to at least one enemy nation through a Swiss intermediary. In 1950, military intelligence intercepted a 4-page letter addressed to Schieber sent from Switzerland. There was no return address on the envelope and only an illegible signature inside. The letter writer discussed with Schieber the sale of weapons to a third party, describing the buyer as a prince of the royal house, which military intelligence surmised was a code name. They are looking for everything: tanks, aircraft, etc., weapons, ammunitions, in short, everything that pertains to armament. I can't write all that in a telegraph, stated the author, who requested pack anti-tank guns willing to pay $5,000 apiece, 75mm weapons at $3,000 to $4,000 apiece, and 50mm about $2,000. This was a first-class business deal if we could arrange it, the intermediary promised. Special Agent Carlton F. Maxwell, commander of a CIC team in Heidelberg, was assigned the task of analyzing the letter and the situation. Maxwell quickly determined that the letter was legitimate and its implications dangerous. Dr. Schieber, described as an extremely valuable scientist in the employ of the Chemical Division, UCOM, where he possibly has access to Chemical Corps information of a highly classified nature, appears to be one person whom the United States can ill afford to have involved in any sort of international scheme of the nature which the letter seems to imply, Maxwell wrote. Subject's connections during the Nazi regime with the armament industry, in his capacity as armaments supply chief under Dr. Albert Speer, would make him valuable as a consultant and intermediary in any sort of plan involving illegal sales and shipments of arms. It is remarkable that despite many warning signs, the U.S. Army placed so much trust in Schieber in the first place, and that General Lukes was allowed to make backdoor deals with him. Special Agent Maxwell worried that, in light of recent indication of revival of right-wing activity, it is not impossible to image that these arms might be used in a possible German monarchist coup. Schieber needed to be watched closely, Maxwell advised. The Counterintelligence Corps put a tail on him and followed him into the Soviet zone. In 4 months' time, CIC confirmed, Schieber has contacts with a Swiss import-export agency in a dubious transaction involving the sale and shipment of arms to a foreign power. But there was even worse news for U.S. national security. The CIC also learned that Schieber was working for Soviet intelligence. Subject is in some way involved with the MGB, Ministerstwo Gospodarstwiennej Bezopasności, or the Ministry of State Security, a forerunner of Komitet Gospodarstwiennej Bezopasności, or the KGB, in Weimar, Maxwell learned. Maxwell advised his superiors that it appeared Schieber was a Soviet mole, and summarized the dangers involved. Schieber had been cleared to work with highly classified material for the U.S. Chemical Corps, including, but not limited to, tabun and sarin nerve gas. He had worked on classified design projects involving underground bunker systems for the U.S. Air Force, ones that would supposedly protect the U.S. government's greatest military assets in the event of a nuclear attack. And now he was meeting with Soviet agents who were connected to the intelligence service. Maxwell was told to notify the CIA. The response from the agency was surprising. "Just forget it," the CIA told Maxwell, and he was instructed to share this message with his colleagues inside the Counterintelligence Corps. According to declassified memos in Schieber's file, in addition to working for the Chemical Corps, Schieber was also working for the CIA. The agency told Special Agent Maxwell that they had Schieber under their control. Whether this meant that Schieber was spying on the Soviets as part of an agency plan, or that he was double-crossing both nations, remains a mystery. Either way, he was also working on an illegal arms deal. According to a declassified memo in Schieber's Foreign Scientist case file, he remained on the Operation Paperclip payroll until 1956. In America, Dr. Walter Schieber left an indelible mark on the future of the U.S. Chemical Corps. After he and his team of Farben chemists provided General Lukes with the secret of sarin gas, the United States began stockpiling the deadly nerve agent for use in the event of total war. The program was fast-tracked at the start of the Korean War. On October 31, 1950, Secretary of Defense George C. Marshall authorized $50 million, roughly $500 million in 2013, for the design, engineering, and construction of two separate sarin production facilities, one in Muscle Shoals, Alabama, and another inside the Rocky Mountain Arsenal. Most information on biological and chemical weapons was classified, and no one outside a core group of senior congressmen who portioned out money for these programs had a need to know about them. Only 5 members of the House Appropriations Committee and no more than 5% of the entire House of Representatives were cleared for information on chemical and biological weapons, writes chemical weapons expert Jonathan Tucker. As a result, a small clique of senior congressmen was able to allocate money for these programs in secret session and then bury the line items in massive appropriations bills that were brought to the floor for a vote with little advance notice, so that few members had time to read them. Sarin production took off at a frenzied pace. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, the two plants cranked out thousands of tons of sarin nerve agent each year. The facility at Rocky Mountain Arsenal, codenamed Building 1501, was a windowless, 5-story blockhouse designed to withstand a 6.0 earthquake and 100-mile-an-hour winds. It was the largest poured concrete structure in the United States, and for years, no one in America without a need to know had any idea what went on inside. The Chemical Corps also fast-tracked its chemical warfare munitions program, developing state-of-the-art weapons with which to deliver deadly nerve agents in battle. At the Rocky Flats munitions loading plant, sarin was fitted into artillery shells, aerial bombs, rockets, and warheads for missiles, with the preferred method of delivery being the M34 cluster bomb, a 1,000-pound metal cylinder with 75 sarin-filled mini-bombs sealed inside. Shortly after the Korean War ended with an armistice on July 27, 1953, the Chemical Corps began releasing public service announcements to educate Americans about chemical warfare. In November 1953, when Collier's magazine published G-Gas, a new weapon of chilling terror, we have it, So does Russia. The public learned for the first time that World War III with the Soviets would most likely involve nerve agents. Journalist Cornelius Ryan presented the information about sarin in the starkest of terms. Right now, you and your family, all of us, are unprotected against the threat of a terror weapon which could prove more deadly than an atomic bomb. The Army described sarin as an odorless, colorless, tasteless nerve gas designed to destroy people with paralyzing suddenness, and warned Americans of a possible Pearl Harbor-type attack. Ryan described for readers a scenario wherein a Russian strategic bomber, the Tu-4, carrying 7 tons of sarin bombs, would drop its load on an American city, killing every unprotected human in a 100-square-mile radius within 4 minutes of the attack. The chief of the Chemical Corps, Major General E.F. Belen, promised the nation that the only defense was offense. At this time, the only safe course is to be prepared to defend ourselves and ready to use gas in overpowering quantities. Brinkmanship, the practice of pushing dangerous events to the edge or brink of disaster, was the new Cold War mentality. In 1957, after years of producing sarin and filling munitions around the clock, the Chemical Corps finally fulfilled the Defense Department's stockpile requirement. Later that same year, Edgewood chemists found an even more lethal killer, a toxic insecticide that penetrated the skin like snake venom, explains Jonathan Tucker. This nerve agent was codename VX. The V stood for venomous, a battlefield killer that was 3 times more toxic than sarin when inhaled, and 1,000 times more lethal when it came into contact with the skin. 10 milligrams of VX could kill a man in 15 minutes. VX would be much more effective on the battlefield than sarin ever would be. Sarin dissipated within 15 or so minutes, but when VX was sprayed, it stayed on the ground for up to 21 days. Now, in 1957, the Chemical Corps began producing VX by the thousands of tons. Operation Paperclip scientist Fritz Hoffmann moved over from synthesizing tabin at Edgewood to working on VX munitions. But Fritz Hoffmann's more haunting legacy lies in the work he performed for the CIA's Special Operations Division and the Chemical Corps' Anti-Plant Division. Anti-plant agents include chemical or biological pathogens, as well as insects, that are then used as part of a program to harm crops, foliage, or other plant life. After the death of Frank Olson, the SO Division continued its LSD mind control schemes. But Sidney Gottlieb, the man who had suggested poisoning Frank Olson at the CIA safe house in Deep Creek Lake, Maryland, was assigned to also work on the CIA's assassination by poison program. Fritz Hoffmann was one of the chemists at the locus of this program. He was our searcher, Edgewood Laboratory Director Dr. Seymour Silver told journalist Linda Hunt. He was the guy who brought to our attention any discoveries that happened around the world and then said, "Here's a new chemical, you better test it." Hoffmann's daughter, Gabriella, remembers her unusually tall, soft-spoken father regularly traveling the globe in the late 1950s and early 1960s, always with a military escort, gathering obscure poisons from exotic toads, fish, and plants. He would send me postcards from places like Japan, Australia, and Hawaii, she recalls. He always flew military, and he was always escorted by military staff. They would pick him up at our house and bring him back home on a Sunday night. A teenager at the time, Gabriella Hoffmann remembers the unconventional items her father brought home. He'd unpack his luggage before he would go back to Edgewood on Monday, and in his suitcase he'd have all these little jars. They were filled with sea urchins and things. It all seemed very exotic to me. The poisons Fritz Hoffmann sought for the CIA included substances like curare, a South American blowpipe poison that paralyzes and kills people. Curare was the poison that the CIA's U-2 pilots carried in their flight suit pockets, hidden inside a tiny sheath inserted into an American coin. The SO division had a device branch, which was run by Herb Tanner, co-designer of the 8-ball. The device branch was responsible for the hardware behind the delivery systems, including fountain pens filled with poison projectiles, briefcases that spread bacterial aerosols, poisoned candies, invisible powders, and the non-discernible microbinoculator, a high-tech dart gun that injected a tiny, poison-tipped dart into the bloodstream without leaving a mark on the body. In other situations, it behooved the CIA to locate and weaponize a poison where death came after a delay, sometimes with an incubation period of about 8 or 12 hours, sometimes much longer. The SO Division's agent branch worked to find poisons that could make a target mildly ill for a short or long period of time, followed by death, very ill for a short or long time, followed by death, or any number of combinations, including mild to extreme illness, followed by death. The rationale behind assassinating someone with a built-in time delay was to allow the assassin to get away and to deflect suspicion. SO Division targets included Fidel Castro, whose favorite drink, a milkshake, the CIA tried to poison several times. Another CIA target was Patrice Lumumba, the first legally elected Prime Minister of Congo, who the CIA believed was a Soviet puppet. Sidney Gottlieb, the man who poisoned Frank Olson, was assigned the job of assassin. Gottlieb later told congressional investigators that for this job, he needed to locate a poison that was indigenous to that area, Congo, and that could be fatal. Gottlieb decided on botulinum toxin. Armed with this toxin concealed inside a glass jar within a diplomatic pouch, Sidney Gottlieb traveled to Congo with the intention of killing Prime Minister Lumumba himself. On September 26, 1960, Gottlieb arrived in the capital, Leopoldville, and headed to the U.S. Embassy. There, Ambassador Lawrence Devlin was expecting him. 2 days prior, Ambassador Devlin had received a top-secret cable from CIA Director Allen Dulles. "We give every possible support in eliminating Lumumba from any possibility resuming governmental position," Dulles wrote. Ambassador Devlin knew to be on the lookout for a visitor who would introduce himself as Joe from Paris. This was Sidney Gottlieb. Gottlieb's plan was to inject the botulinum toxin into Lumumba's toothpaste tube with a hypodermic syringe. Ideally, Lumumba would brush his teeth, and 8 hours later he'd be dead. But while in Leopoldville, Gottlieb could get nowhere near Prime Minister Lumumba, who was living in a house on a cliff high above the Congo River. Lumumba was constantly surrounded by bodyguards. After several days, the botulinum toxin lost its potency. Gottlieb mixed it with chlorine, tossed it in the Congo River, and left Africa. Patrice Lumumba died in January of the following year, beaten to death, allegedly by Belgian mercenaries. "My father understood the risks of being a chemist at Edgewood," Gabriella Hoffmann says. "Because he never spoke of anything he did, there is so much that is unknown." For Gabriella Hoffmann, memories of an unusual childhood include trips to military bases. Whenever we traveled, me and my mom and dad, it was always to a military installation. We went to White Sands in New Mexico. We went to military bases in California, Arizona, North Dakota, and Dugway, Utah. I remember Dad giving a lecture at Dugway Proving Ground. Hoffman was a central player in some of the most mysterious and controversial government programs of the 1950s and 1960s, but the record of most of his work was destroyed, or, as of 2013, remains classified. Gabriella Hoffman is in the dark about her father's legacy, as is most of the rest of the world. What remains are Gabriella Hoffman's memories of the company her father kept. Dr. L. Wilson Green, the man who coined the term psychochemical warfare, lived down the street and was a colleague and family friend. During the late 1950s and early 1960s, Green continued his LSD research for the Army and the CIA's psychochemical warfare programs. LSD and other incapacitating agents were tested on thousands of U.S. soldiers and sailors with a questionable degree of informed consent. To Gabriella Hoffman, Green was simply an eccentric neighbor. I recall going to the Green's house to see the amazing train garden, his hobby, that he built in the basement. It had hills and towns and little people, ponds and lights and trains that whistled and chugged along with wisps of smoke. My attention and interest was solely on the trains. Another unusual neighbor on the same street was Maurice Weeks, from the Directorate of Medical Research at Edgewood. Weeks was the chief of the vapor toxicity branch, with expertise regarding the inhalation toxicity of combustion products, and spent his time researching how biological and chemical agents became even more deadly when smoke and gas were involved. This picked up where Dr. Kurt Blomma's research left off. It had been discussed by Blomma in Operation Paperclip consultations in Heidelberg. Maurice Weeks was a neighbor of ours, recalls Gabriella Hoffman. His son, Christopher, and I were the best of friends. There were all these monkeys in cages in Christopher's backyard. Christopher and I would amuse ourselves watching these monkeys for hours on end. Obviously, it never dawned on me back then what they were for. Gabriella only learned the true nature of her father's job during interviews for this book. The strange, tragic thing about Fritz Hoffman and his legacy in Operation Paperclip is that during the war he was anti-Nazi, at least according to the affidavit written by the wartime American diplomat Sam Woods. And yet here in America, working for the Army Chemical Corps and for the CIA, Fritz Hoffman's science projects took on a monstrous life of their own. This includes what his daughter believes was a role in the development of Agent Orange, the anti-plant weapon or defoliant used by the U.S. military during the Vietnam War. During the Vietnam War, I remember one evening we were at the dinner table and the war was on the news, Gabriella Hoffman explains. The family was watching TV. Dad was unusually a quiet man, so when he spoke up, you remembered it. He pointed to the news. You could see the jungles of Vietnam, and he said, "Wouldn't it be easier to defoliate the trees so you could see the enemies?" That's what he said. I remember it very clearly. Years later, I learned one of Dad's projects was the development of Agent Orange. The Army's herbicidal warfare program during the Vietnam War started in August 1961 and lasted until February 1971. More than 11.4 million gallons of Agent Orange were sprayed over approximately 24% of South Vietnam, destroying 5 million acres of uplands and forests and 500,000 acres of food crops, an area about the size of the state of Massachusetts. An additional 8 million gallons of other anti-crop agents, codename agents white, blue, purple, pink, and green, were also sprayed, mostly from C-123 cargo planes. Fritz Hoffman was one of the earliest known U.S. Army Chemical Corps scientists to research the toxic effects of dioxin, possibly in the mid-1950s, but for certain in 1959. As indicated in what has become known as the Hoffman Trip Report. This document is used in almost every legal record pertaining to litigation by U.S. military veterans against the U.S. government and chemical manufacturers for its usage of herbicides and defoliants in the Vietnam War. It is the long-term effects of the Agent Orange program that Gabriella Hoffmann believes would have ruined her father, had he known. Agent Orange turned out not only to defoliate trees but to cause great harm in children, Gabriella Hoffmann says. Dad was dead by then, and I remember thinking, thank God. It would have killed him to learn that. He was a gentleman. He wouldn't hurt a fly. Fritz Hoffmann's untimely death came like something out of a Special Operations Division's Agent Branch playbook. He suffered a serious illness that came on quickly, lasted for a relatively short time, and was followed by death. On Christmas Eve 1966, Fritz Hoffmann was diagnosed with cancer. Racked with pain, he lay in bed watching his favorite television shows, cowboy westerns and Rod Serling in the Twilight Zone, Gabriella Hoffmann recalls. 100 days later, Fritz Hoffmann was dead. He was 56 years old. He did try periodically to go to work, Gabriella Hoffmann remembers, but he was in too much pain. I do have a recollection of a lot of different men in dark suits always coming by the house to talk to him. At the time, Demerol as a painkiller had just come on the market. He had a prescription for it from a doctor at Edgewood. During the time that he was dying, there were a lot of questions asked of my mother and me that led me to think the FBI or the CIA, or whoever the men in the dark suits were worried that my father would start talking about whatever it was that he did. He never did say anything. He was silent until the end. Hoffmann's anti-plant work in herbicides was one element of Dietrich's three-part biological weapons division, the other two being anti-man and anti-animal. Anti-animal weapons were aimed at killing entire animal populations, with the goal of starving to death the people who relied on those animals for food. At the locus of the U.S. anti-animal program was Operation Paperclip's Dr. Eric Traub, Dr. Kurt Blomma's deputy. Traub was recruited into the accelerated Paperclip program by Dr. Blomma's handler, Charles McPherson, and arrived in America on April 4, 1949. Traub worked on virological research at the Naval Medical Research Institute in Bethesda, Maryland. Almost all of Traub's work remains classified as of 2013. At the Naval Medical Research Institute, Traub became friendly with the Luftwaffe physiologist and explosive decompression expert Dr. Theodore Benzinger, whose early work for the Navy also remains classified. In addition to working for the Navy, Traub worked at Camp Dietrich on anti-animal research. The agents and diseases being studied by Dietrich researchers at this time, meant to decimate a specific animal population, included rinderpest, hoof-and-mouth disease, also called foot-and-mouth disease, virus 3 disease of swine, likely African swine fever, fowl plague, Newcastle disease, and fowl malaria. All of Traub's Camp Dietrich work remains classified as of 2013. In 1948, Congress had approved a $30 million budget for anti-animal weapons research, roughly $300 million in 2013. But because this work was so dangerous, Congress mandated that it needed to take place outside the continental United States, on an island and not connected to the nearest mainland by a bridge. Plans moved forward and the Army chose Plum Island, a 1.3 square mile land parcel located off the coast of Connecticut in the Long Island Sound. The obvious choice for a director was the world's expert on anti-animal research, Dr. Eric Traub. But the plan to activate Plum Island for biological weapons research languished for several years. Traub received his immigrant visa on September 7, 1951, and he worked on classified programs for 3 more years. Then, under mysterious circumstances, in 1954, he resigned his position as medical supervisory bacteriologist at the Naval Medical Research Institute and asked to be repatriated to Germany. He told the Navy he'd accepted a position with the West German government as director of the Federal Institute for Virus Research. This move alarmed the JOA. Dr. Traub is a recognized authority in certain fields of virology, particularly in hoof and mouth disease of cattle and in Newcastle disease of poultry, read a declassified report. It can be anticipated that this institution in Germany, where Traub was going, will become one of the leading research laboratories of the world in virological research. In view of the recognizable military potentialities in possible application of his specialty, it is recommended that future surveillance, in appropriate measure, be maintained after the specialist's return to Germany. Traub needed to be kept under surveillance, likely for the rest of his life. In Germany, throughout the late 1950s and early 1960s, U.S. military intelligence spied on Dr. Traub at his new home on Paul-Ehrlichstrasse in Tübingen. Agents stopped by the home of Traub's colleague and friend, Dr. Theodor Benzinger, in Maryland, to ask whether Benzinger knew of any associations retained by Dr. Traub outside the United States. Benzinger said he did not. Whenever Traub traveled outside Germany, military intelligence kept a watchful eye on him. Dr. Traub was a man experienced in the illegal trafficking of deadly pathogens. During World War II, he was the trustworthy scientist chosen by Heinrich Himmler to travel to Turkey to obtain samples of rinderpest to weaponize on Reims. And after the war, when Traub fled the Russian zone, at great risk of personal harm, he managed to smuggle deadly cultures with him out of the Eastern Bloc, which he then stashed at an intermediary laboratory in West Germany until he was able to locate an appropriate buyer. In the mid-1960s, according to Traub's FBI file, Traub moved from Germany to Iran with a new permanent address at the Razi Institute for Serums and Vaccines in Hesarach, a suburb of the city of Karaj. When Traub traveled from Iran to the Shoreham Hotel in Washington, D.C. for a meeting with unknown persons, FBI agents watched him. What they learned about the mysterious Dr. Traub remains classified as of 2013. Through the lens of history, it is remarkable to think that U.S. biological warfare and chemical warfare programs grew so quickly to the size they did. But the Pentagon was able to keep the scope and cost of these weapons programs secret from Congress in much the same way that it was able to keep the damaging details of Operation Paperclip secret from the public. Everything was classified. It took President Richard Nixon to realize that playing chicken with the Russians, using a huge arsenal of biological and chemical weapons, was pure madness. On November 25, 1969, Nixon announced the end of all U.S. offensive biological warfare research and ordered that America's arsenal was to be destroyed. I have decided that the United States of America will renounce the use of any form of deadly biological weapons that either kill or incapacitate, Nixon said. His reasons were simple and self-evident. The use of biological weapons could have uncontrollable consequences for the world. Mankind already carries in its hands too many of the seeds of its own destruction, said Nixon. After 26 years of research and development, America's biological weapons programs came to an end. For the first time during the Cold War, a president decided that an entire group of weapons was going to be unilaterally destroyed. The end of America's chemical weapons program was not far behind. Nixon reinstated the retaliation-only policy, which meant no new chemical weapons would be developed and produced. Over the next few years, Congress worked with the military to determine the best way to destroy this entire group of weapons. The original plan was to dispose of some 27,000 tons of chemical-filled weapons in the deep sea, but upon investigation, it turned out that many of the sarin and VX-filled bombs stored at the Rocky Mountain Arsenal were already leaking nerve agent. These munitions needed to be encased in steel and concrete coffins before they could be dumped in the ocean. The Pentagon also had 13,000 tons of nerve agent and mustard gas stored in secret on its military base in Okinawa, Japan, which now needed to be disposed of. In 1971, these munitions were brought to an American-owned atoll in the South Pacific called Johnston Island, in an operation called Red Hat. The plan was to store the sarin and VX-filled bombs in bunkers on the atoll until scientists figured out how best to destroy them. But as it turned out, the sarin and VX bombs were not made to ever be dismantled. So the Army had a massive new scientific endeavor on its hand, for which it created the Johnston Atoll Chemical Agent Disposal System, the world's first full-scale chemical weapons disposal facility. It took another 34 years for America's arsenal of chemical weapons to be destroyed. The numbers speak volumes, says the Army. More than 412,000 obsolete chemical weapons, bombs, landmines, rockets, and projectiles, all destroyed. The elaborate destruction process involves the robotic separation of the chemical agent from the munitions, followed by incineration of the separated parts in 3 separate, special types of furnaces. The Army says it is proud of its accomplishment, which cost an estimated $25.8 billion as of 2006, or approximately $30 billion in 2013. Chapter 21. Limelight. America's Cold War biological and chemical weapons programs existed in the shadows, and the majority of the Nazi scientists who worked on them maintained anonymity for decades. Their JOA case files and OMGUS security reports were classified, as were the programs they worked on. But some of the Operation Paperclip scientists enjoyed the limelight for their work, notably in instances where their work crossed over from weapons projects into space-related endeavors. In this manner, Walter Dornberger, Werner von Braun, and Hubertus Strughold attained varying degrees of prominence and prestige in the 1950s and 1960s and onward. Within 2 years of his arrival in the United States, Dornberger had transformed from public menace to American celebrity. In 1950, he left military custody at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base to work for Bell Aircraft Corporation in Niagara Falls, New York, quickly becoming vice president and chief scientist. His vocation was now to serve as America's mouthpiece for the urgent need to weaponize space. Dornberger was given a top-secret security clearance and a job consulting with the military on rockets, missiles, and the future of space-based weapons. In his desk diary, housed in the archives at the Deutsche Museum in Munich, he kept track of his cross-country business trips with an engineer's precision. He attended classified meetings at U.S. Air Force bases including Wright-Patterson, Elgin, Randolph, Maxwell, and Holloman, as well as at Strategic Air Command headquarters in Omaha, Nebraska, and the Pentagon. He also became a consultant to the Joint Chiefs on Project Paperclip, visiting the inner circle in the Pentagon to discuss clearance procedures and the hiring of German scientists. As a paperclip scout, In 1952, Dornberger traveled with what he called Pentagon brass to Germany to interview German scientists and engineers in Frankfurt, Heidelberg, Wiesbaden, Stuttgart, Darmstadt, Witzenhausen. In his desk diary, Dornberger also detailed an ambitious schedule of public appearances, carefully noting the places he traveled and the people he met with. They were the kinds of engagements usually reserved for congressmen. Throughout the 1950s, he jetted from one event to the next, lecturing at dinners and luncheons and sometimes week-long events. His speeches were always about conquest, with titles like Rockets, Guided Missiles, Key to the Conquest of Space, Intercontinental Weapon Systems, and A Realistic Approach to the Conquest of Space. He orated to anyone who would listen: the Men's Club of St. Mark's Episcopal Church, the Boy Scouts of America, the Society of Automotive Engineers. When the Rochester Junior Chamber of Commerce hosted General Dornberger for a women's luncheon in the spring of 1953, the local press covered the event with the headline, "Buzz Bomb Mastermind to Address JCs Today." Dornberger became so popular that his memoir about the V2, originally published in West Germany in 1952, was published in America in 1954. In these pages, Dornberger was able to re-engineer his professional history from that of warmongering Nazi general to beneficent science pioneer. According to Dornberger, the research and development that had gone into the V2 at Peenemünde was a romantic science laboratory by the sea affair. There was no mention made of the slave labor facility at Nordhausen or the slaves at Peenemünde. The book was originally titled V2, The Shot into Space, V2, Der Schuss ins All. It would be nice to know who invented the subtitle, says Michael J. Neufeld, which so neatly captures the reinvention of a Nazi terror weapon as the space rocket it most certainly was not. In 1957, Dornberger seemed to have found his true post-Nazi calling, attempting to sell Bell Aircraft's Bombe, bomber missile, to the Pentagon. Bombe was a rocket-powered manned spacecraft designed for nuclear combat in space. Occasionally, and behind closed doors, usually at the Pentagon, Dornberger faced challenges. He was once pitching the benefits of Bombe to an audience of Air Force officials when abusive and insulting remarks were shouted at him, according to Air Force historian Roy F. Houchin II. In that instance, Dornberger is said to have turned on his audience and insisted that Bombe would receive a lot more respect if Dornberger had had a chance to fly it against the United States during a war. There was deafening silence in the room, Houchin noted. In 1958, the FBI opened an investigation into General Dornberger based on an insider's tip that he might be engaged in secret discussions with communist spies. The special agent who interviewed Dornberger did not believe he was spying for the Soviets, but honed in on Dornberger's duplicitous nature. It is believed that subject, Dornberger, could carry on satisfactorily in the role of a double agent. Dornberger was a cunning man, and this quality, coupled with his scientific acumen, served him. No matter what the circumstances, Dornberger always seemed to come out on top. Werner von Braun became the biggest celebrity of the Operation Paperclip scientists. By 1950, the Army decided that it required a much larger facility to research and develop longer-range rockets, so the Fort Bliss rocket team moved from Texas to the Redstone Arsenal near Huntsville, Alabama. There, the German scientists began work on the Army's Jupiter ballistic missile. The group had launched 64 V2s from White Sands. At the same time, von Braun was ambitiously developing a persona for himself as America's prophet of space travel. Rockets, outer space, and interplanetary travel had gained a foothold in American culture. It was the dream of many 1950s American children to fly into outer space, and von Braun and Dornberger became national spokesmen on this issue. They promised the nation that the Army's development of a ballistic missile was the necessary first step in reaching outer space. In 1952, von Braun experienced a breakthrough in his role of national space advocate when Collier's magazine paid him $4,000, approximately $36,000 in 2013, to write the lead article in what would eventually become an 8-part series on future space travel, edited by Cornelius Ryan. Within the next 10 or 15 years, von Braun wrote, the Earth will have a new companion in the skies, a man-made satellite that could be either the greatest force for peace ever devised or one of the most terrible weapons of war, depending on who makes and controls it. This space satellite, or station, would also be a terribly effective atomic bomb carrier, von Braun added. From its earliest days, space travel would be intertwined with war-making. It still is. In addition to earning von Braun a small fortune, the Collier's magazine series propelled him into the national spotlight, increasing his fame and affording him additional writing opportunities. Most important, this newfound limelight provided von Braun with a platform to recast himself as a patriotic American. In the summer of 1952, American Magazine published a piece with von Braun's byline entitled Why I Chose America, in which he professed a deep love for America, Christianity, and democracy. In the article, von Braun claimed that during the war he opposed Nazism and was never in a position to do anything but follow orders. The piece earned him an award for patriotic writing, even though it had been written by a ghostwriter. The article was reprinted in at least one book and, explains Michael J. Neufeld, would thereafter be taken as a fundamental source by many later journalists and authors. The national attention caught the eye of Walt Disney Studios in Burbank, California, and an executive called von Braun to see if he wanted to film a couple of space-related shows for a new television series that Disney was working on. For over a year, von Braun had been trying to find a New York publisher for the science fiction novel he had written while living in the Texas desert. By this time, the novel had been rejected by 18 publishers. The Disney contract offered a wider road to fame, and von Braun signed on. The first Disneyland TV broadcast in which von Braun appeared, in 1955, called Man in Space, had an estimated 42 million viewers and was reported to be the second highest-rated television show in American history at the time. The following month, on April 15, 1955, von Braun and many of his fellow German rocket scientists became U.S. citizens in a public ceremony held in the Huntsville High School auditorium. In 1958, von Braun and his team launched America's first successful space satellite, Explorer 1, as a quick response to the Soviets' Sputnik. Kurt Debus was in charge of the launch. In 1960, von Braun and a group of approximately 120 Operation Paperclip scientists, engineers, and technicians were transferred from the Army to the newly established National Aeronautics and Space Administration, or NASA, with the mandate to build the Saturn rockets designed to take man to the moon. Von Braun was made director of the new NASA facility, the Marshall Space Flight Center, also located at the Redstone Arsenal, as well as chief architect of the Saturn V launch vehicle, or Super Booster rocket as it would become known. Von Braun's deputy developer on the Saturn program was Arthur Rudolph, the former operations director at the Middlework slave labor facility. The Saturn V rocket would need its own launch complex and hangar. Cape Canaveral, on Florida's east coast, was chosen as the perfect site. On July 1, 1962, NASA activated its Launch Operations Center there, naming Kurt Debus as director. Debus was the ardent Nazi who, during the war and on his own volition, had turned an engineering colleague over to the Gestapo for making anti-Hitler remarks. To house the giant Saturn rocket, NASA constructed the Vertical Assembly Building on nearby Merritt Island. The structure would soon become the most voluminous building in the world, larger than the Pentagon and almost as tall as the Washington Monument. It was designed by Bernard Tessmann, former facilities designer at Peenemünde and Nordhausen, and one of the two men who at war's end stashed the V2 documents in the Dorton mine. As had Dornberger, von Braun worked carefully to whitewash his Nazi past. He knew never to speak of the fact that he had become a Nazi Party member in 1937. When a reporter once asked him, incorrectly, about his joining the party in 1942, von Braun put his scientist's precision aside and chose not to correct the newsman. Instead, von Braun did what he always did. He said that he'd been coerced into joining the Nazi Party. Never did von Braun speak of the SS cavalry unit he joined in 1933, or that he was made an SS officer in 1944 and wore the SS officer's uniform with its swastika on the armband and its cap with a death's head image. With a revelation like that, he could have been deported under the Internal Security Act of 1950, which was meant to keep communists out of the country, but also covered anyone who had held membership in a totalitarian dictatorship. Instead, the fact that he was an officer with the SS remained a jealously guarded secret by all parties, von Braun, the U.S. military, and NASA, until CNN journalist Linda Hunt broke the story in 1985. But the dark shadow of von Braun's complicity in Nazi war crimes followed him around. Sometimes it snuck up on him from behind. One day, while visiting the Collier's offices, he was riding in the elevator with fellow paperclip scientist Heinz Haber from the School of Aviation Medicine at Randolph Air Force Base, and Cornelius Ryan, his editor. Also in the elevator were a few Collier's magazine staffers, one of whom reached out to Haber, rubbed a piece of the scientist's leather coat between his fingers, and said wryly, "Human skin, of course." As man got closer and closer to the moon, Wernher von Braun enjoyed a parallel ascent in fortune and in fame. Because von Braun was a public figure, his Nazi past was always there, but in shadow. By the 1960s, it was sometimes treated as a joke. One night before an Apollo mission, von Braun stormed out of a press conference after a reporter asked him if he could guarantee that the rocket would not hit London. Tom Lehrer wrote a song famously satirizing von Braun. Filmmaker Stanley Kubrick created a von Braun-inspired character in his black comedy Dr. Strangelove, in which a mad scientist famously gets out of a wheelchair and cries, "Mein Führer, I can walk." But in 1963, in East Berlin, a popular author and lawyer named Julius Mader wrote a book called The Secret of Huntsville, The True Career of Rocket Baron Wernher von Braun. On the dust jacket there was a drawing of von Braun wearing a black SS Sturmbannführer's uniform. Around von Braun's neck was the Knight's Cross, bestowed upon him by Albert Speer at the Castle Varlar event. The book, published by Deutscher Militärverlag, portrayed von Braun as an ardent Nazi and included detailed pages about the murderous conditions at the slave labor facility at Nordhausen, where von Braun oversaw work, and at the Dora Nordhausen concentration camp, which supplied the slave laborers. Several German-speaking U.S. citizens alerted NASA about the allegations against von Braun, as if NASA did not know. The space agency's three top officials, James E. Webb, Hugh Dryden, and Robert Siemens discussed the situation with von Braun and counseled him on how to handle it. If anyone were to ask him about this matter, NASA Administrator James Webb told von Braun pointedly, his answer was to be, "Everything related to my past activity in Germany is well known to the U.S. government." In the end, nothing much came of the book in the Western world. The narrative mixed damaging facts with completely fabricated scenes, explains von Braun's biographer Michael J. Neufeld, which made the book easy to discount. When NASA learned that the book's author, Julius Mader, worked as an intelligence agent for the East German secret police, the revelations lost their potential power. If need be, Mader's book could be discounted as Soviet-engineered lies, meant only to damage the prestige of the U.S. space program. The Secret of Huntsville, the true career of rocket baron Wernher von Braun, was a success in the Eastern Bloc. It was also translated into Russian and sold 500,000 copies in the Soviet Union. The book inspired a Soviet-sponsored film, Die gefrorenen Blitze, Frozen Lightning, also written by Mader and released by the East German state film studio DEFA, Deutsche Film Aktiengesellschaft, in 1967. The same year, West German prosecutors opened a new Dora Nordhausen trial, this one called the Essen-Dora trial. An SS guard, a Gestapo official, and the chief of security for the V2 were all charged with war crimes that took place while V-weapons were being built in the Mittelwerk tunnel complex. Mittelwerk general manager and former paperclip scientist George Ricke was called as a witness, as was Wernher von Braun. Ricke, who lived in Germany, took the stand. He testified under oath that he did not know about the Dora Nordhausen concentration camp, that he learned about it after the war. "I don't know much more because they were secret concentration camps," Ricke told the court. "It was a secret commando group in charge, eyes only. There were bad, catastrophic conditions at Nordhausen, but I learned about this only after the war." This was an absurd misrepresentation of the truth. Back in America, NASA General Counsel refused to send the star of their space program to Germany. This would open Pandora's box. Instead, they allowed von Braun to deliver oral testimony at a West German consulate in the United States. As a venue, NASA lawyers suggested New Orleans, Louisiana, a place about as far away from the media glare as there was. Representing the Soviet bloc survivors of Dora Nordhausen was an East German lawyer by the name of Dr. Friedrich Kaul. Upon learning that von Braun would not be coming to Germany, Dr. Kaul arranged to travel to New Orleans to take von Braun's testimony himself. Kaul was a supremely skillful lawyer, and he had information on von Braun that was damaging. According to Michael J. Neufeld, the U.S. government knew that Dr. Kaul had served as legal advisor on Die gefrorenen Blitze, and that Kaul's goal in interviewing von Braun was to broadcast the connection between the rocket engineer, the SS, and the concentration camps. NASA's moon program would never survive that kind of publicity, and the State Department denied Dr. Friedrich Kaul a visa. Instead, at the courthouse in Louisiana, von Braun answered questions put to him by a German judge. As the U.S. Army had done with the 1947 Nordhausen trial, the government sealed von Braun's testimony. Word leaked to the news media that von Braun had been deposed for a war crimes trial, causing von Braun to issue a brief statement on the matter. He said he had nothing to hide and I am not implicated. When a reporter asked if there had been any concentration camp prisoners used as slave laborers at Peenemünde, von Braun said no. The judge prosecuting the Essen-Dora trial also took the testimony of General Dornberger in Mexico, where the now retired Dornberger spent winters with his wife. Some months later, von Braun and Dornberger corresponded about the matter. "In regards to the testimony, fortunately I too have heard nothing more," wrote von Braun. No news was good news for both men. After the Apollo 11 moon landing in July 1969, columnist Drew Pearson, whose fierce exposés of Major General Dr. Walter Schreiber had helped to banish the man from America, wrote in his column that von Braun had been a member of the SS. But von Braun's glory had reached epic proportions, and Pearson's article went by relatively unnoticed. Von Braun was an American hero. Citizens all across the nation showered him with praise, glory, and the confetti of ticker tape parades. After the Apollo space program ended, von Braun moved into the private sector. In his new life as a defense contractor, he traveled the world and met its leaders, including Indira Gandhi, the Shah of Iran, and Crown Prince Juan Carlos of Spain. In 1973, he decided to take up flying, and in June of that year he applied to get his pilot's license with the Federal Aviation Administration. This required a physical and a body X-ray, which revealed a dark shadow on his kidney. Von Braun had terminal cancer, but would live for another 4 years. The year before he died, there was a motion inside the Ford White House to award Wernher von Braun the Presidential Medal of Freedom. The idea almost passed until one of President Ford's senior advisors, David Gergen, famously wrote in a note passed to colleagues, "Sorry, but I can't support the idea of giving the Medal of Freedom to a former Nazi whose V2 was fired into over 3,000 British and Belgian cities. He has given valuable service to the U.S. since, but frankly, he has gotten as good as he has given." Von Braun was awarded the Medal of Science instead. He died on June 16, 1977. His tombstone in Alexandria, Virginia, cites Psalm 19:1, invoking God, glory, heaven, and earth. It would be another 8 years before the intrepid CNN reporter Linda Hunt became the first person to crack the pretense of Wernher von Braun. It took a Freedom of Information Act, FOIA, record release to reveal Wernher von Braun's Nazi past. Dr. Hubertus Strughold, though never as famous as Wernher von Braun, played an equally vital role in the U.S. space program in the field of medicine. In November 1948, 15 months after Strughold arrived at the School of Aviation Medicine at Randolph Air Force Base, he and Commandant Harry Armstrong hosted the first ever U.S. military panel discussion on biology in space. Strughold served as professional advisor to Harry Armstrong at the SAM, and he oversaw the work of approximately 34 German colleagues under Operation Paperclip contracts there. Strughold's broader vision, which he shared with Armstrong, was to create a space medicine program for the U.S. Air Force. In 1948, the notion of human spaceflight was still considered science fiction by most. But Strughold's team had recently conducted a groundbreaking experiment with von Braun's rocket team at White Sands, the results of which they desired to make public. On June 11, 1948, a 9-pound rhesus monkey named Albert was strapped into a harness inside the nose cone of a V2 rocket and jettisoned into space. Albert's pressurized space capsule, its harness and its cage, had been designed by Dr. Strughold and his team. The V2 rocket carrying Albert traveled to an altitude of 39 miles. Albert died of suffocation during the 6-minute flight, but for Dr. Strughold, the monkey's voyage signified the momentous first step toward human spaceflight. Armstrong and Strughold's Biology in Space panel was co-sponsored by the Air Surgeon, the National Research Council, and the Medical Research Laboratory at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Wright Lab. For the first time ever in America, space medicine was now being looked at as a legitimate military science. 2 months later, in January 1949, Armstrong and Strughold decided it was time to seek funding for a new department inside the SAM, dedicated solely to researching space medicine. For this, Armstrong later explained, we needed much larger accommodations, more space and facilities, and much more sophisticated research equipment. Armstrong traveled to Washington, D.C. to sell the idea to Congress and to explain that he and Dr. Strughold needed between 15 and 20 years lead time to do the necessary research to prepare humans for space travel. Congress approved Armstrong's idea. There were no wild headlines, Armstrong later explained. The Department of Space Medicine at the SAM opened with little fanfare on February 8, 1949. I appointed myself director of the new aerospace laboratory, not Dr. Strughold, since there were still some lingering enmity toward the Germans, Armstrong told an Air Force historian in 1976. But just a few months after the department officially opened, Armstrong was transferred to the Pentagon to serve as Surgeon General of the U.S. Air Force. The man he was replacing was his longtime mentor, Major General Malcolm Grow. Back in Texas, Dr. Strughold was promoted to the position of Scientific Director of the Department of Space Medicine at SAM. Strughold continued to oversee the professional activities of the paperclip scientists. He also played an active role in further recruiting endeavors. In the fall of 1949, he traveled to Germany to try to facilitate the hiring of Dr. Siegfried Ruf, Strughold's longtime colleague, and one of the doctors tried and acquitted at the Nuremberg doctors' trial. Siegfried Ruf was the Luftwaffe doctor who had overseen Rascher's medical murder experiments at Dachau. Information about Ruf's recruitment was leaked to journalist Drew Pearson, who allegedly threatened to tell the president if Dr. Ruf came to the United States as part of Operation Paperclip. Ruf's contract never materialized. A second defendant acquitted at the Nuremberg doctors' trial was able to secure a paperclip contract with Dr. Strughold's help. Conrad Schaffer, the thirst and thirst-quenching expert who had participated in the planning and execution of the saltwater experiments at Dachau, arrived at the School of Aviation Medicine in August 1949. In Texas, Schaffer's military research was supervised by Dr. Strughold and an Air Force captain named Seymour Schwartz. During Schaffer's time at SAM, he worked in 3 departments: internal medicine, radiobiology, and pharmacology. One of his research projects involved an effort to make Mississippi River water drinkable. Conrad Schaffer's American supervisor found him inept. The scientist Schaffer has been singularly unsuccessful in producing any finished work and has displayed very little real scientific acumen, Captain Schwartz wrote. The experience of this headquarters indicates that this man is a most ineffective research worker, and on the basis of his performance here, his future worth to the U.S. Armed Forces is nil. In a letter to the Director of Intelligence at U.S. Air Force Headquarters in Washington, D.C., in March 1951, Captain Schwartz requested that Schaffer's paperclip contract be terminated and that he be sent back to Germany. The Air Force terminated Schaffer's contract, but the German doctor refused to leave the United States. Thanks to expedited protocols put in place by the JOA, Schaffer was already in possession of a valid U.S. immigration visa by the time it was determined that he was incompetent. He moved to New York City to work in the private sector. In the early 1950s, the School of Aviation Medicine and its Department of Space Medicine swiftly gained momentum as formidable medical research laboratories. The Journal of Aviation Medicine began publishing articles on space medicine, including ones written by paperclip scientists, and covering topics like weightlessness, urinating in zero gravity, and the effects of cosmic radiation on humans. There was also classified military research going on at the SAM, including experiments involving human test subjects. In January 1994, President Clinton created the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments to investigate and report on the use of human beings in medical research related to Cold War atomic tests. The Advisory Committee found many of these experiments to be criminal and to be in violation of the Nuremberg Code, including studies conducted by German doctors with the SAM. Starting in 1951, the Atomic Energy Commission, AEC, and the Department of Defense conducted above-ground nuclear weapons tests in the Nevada desert at a facility called the Nevada Proving Ground and later renamed the Nevada Test Site. The experiments were designed to determine how soldiers and airmen would perform on the nuclear battlefield. The AEC and the DoD agreed that subjecting soldiers to blast and radiation effects of various sized atomic bombs was required to accurately prepare for a nuclear war. Colonel John E. Pickering was the director of medical research at the SAM in the early 1950s. In this capacity, Pickering oversaw the research of two German doctors working on a group of AEC studies involving flash blindness, the temporary or permanent blindness caused by looking at a nuclear weapon during detonation. According to testimony Colonel Pickering gave to the Advisory Committee in 1994, one set of flash blindness studies had been suggested by Dr. Strughold. Pickering said Strughold was interested in learning about permanent eye damage based on the fact that he himself had been partially blinded in one eye as a boy after watching a solar eclipse with a faulty viewing glass. "That's the thing that gave us curiosity," Pickering recalled of Strughold's accident. Among the paperclip scientists who carried out the initial flash blindness studies were Heinrich Rose and Konrad Buettner. Both men had been working for the U.S. government since the fall of 1945, when Dr. Strughold first recommended them for employment at the Army Air Force's Aeromedical Center in Heidelberg. And like so many of Strughold's close Luftwaffe colleagues, Rose and Buettner had been Nazi ideologues during the war. Both men were long-term members of the Nazi Party and also members of the SA. For the first set of flash blindness studies, Rose and Buettner's test subjects were large pigs. The two doctors calculated that the flash of a 20-kiloton atomic bomb could produce retinal burns as far as 40 miles from ground zero. As the atomic test progressed, the Atomic Energy Commission sought more specific data regarding humans. In the fall of 1951, for an atomic test series called Operation Buster Jangle, soldier volunteers were asked to stare at a nuclear explosion from varying distances. Crew flying in C-54 aircraft approximately 9 miles from ground zero were told to look out the windows of the airplane when the bomb went off. Some wore protective eye goggles while others did not. No visual handicaps were reported, according to Pickering. In the spring of 1952, for an atomic test series called Operation Tumbler Snapper, a trailer was set up on the Nevada desert floor, with porthole-like windows at viewing range. Soldier volunteers were asked to sit in front of the windows and stare at the nuclear explosion. The distance from ground zero was also approximately 9 miles, only this time the soldiers were at blast level. One of the volunteers in the viewing trailer was Colonel Pickering, who said that some of the human test subjects were given protective eye goggles to wear, but others were asked to observe the fireball with the naked eye. 2 soldiers had their eyeballs burned, and the trailer tests were suspended. In the spring of 1953, for an atomic test series called Operation Upshot Knothole, soldier volunteers were asked to perform duck and cover drills inside 5-foot-deep trenches that had been dug into the desert floor several miles from ground zero. The men were specifically instructed not to look at the atomic blast. But curiosity got the better of at least one young officer, a 22-year-old lieutenant identified in declassified records as S.H. Instead of facing away from the blast, the lieutenant looked over his left shoulder in the direction of the atomic bomb when it detonated with a force of 43 kilotons. He didn't wear his goggles and he looked, Colonel Pickering told President Clinton's Advisory Committee in 1994. Because light enters the eye through the cornea and is refracted when it hits the lens, Pickering explained, images are flipped upside down. As a result, the image of an inverted nuclear fireball was seared on the lieutenant's retina forever, leaving what Pickering described as probably one of the most beautiful images of a fireball you'd ever see in your life. Pickering said that doctors at the SAM kept a photograph of the man's eyeball for their collection. The advisory committee determined that the SAM continued its classified flash blindness studies until at least 1962, but that most of the records had been lost or destroyed. Dr. Strughold's personal research efforts remained focused on space medicine. Monkey astronaut rocket tests at White Sands progressed. On June 19, 1949, a monkey named Albert II was blasted off into space. During that flight, Strughold and his team monitored Albert II's vitals as the V-2 carried him past the Kármán line, the point at which outer space begins, and reached an altitude of 83 miles. Albert II died back on Earth, on impact, when his parachute failed to open. By 1952, Strughold had succeeded in convincing the Air Force to fund the construction of a sealed chamber, or capsule, to be used for space medicine research on humans. The cabin was designed by fellow paperclip scientist Fritz Haber, brother of Heinz Haber, and completed in 1954. The sealed chamber was 100 cubic square feet, with a single seat and an instrument panel, and was meant to duplicate the conditions that an astronaut would experience during a voyage to the moon. The first human test was conducted in March 1956, when an airman named D.F. Smith spent 24 hours inside the chamber, performing various tasks while being monitored by Strughold and his team. Approximately 2 years later, in February 1958, pilot Donald G. Farrell, a 23-year-old native of the Bronx, chosen from a pool of rigorously screened airmen, stepped into the chamber for 7 consecutive days and nights. This time period, Strughold explained, was inspired by Jules Verne's prediction of how long it would take for a spaceship to get to the moon. During the test, Strughold and Hans-Georg Klaumann, Strughold's former assistant during the Luftwaffe years, as well as 2 Air Force colleagues, monitored Donald Farrell's vitals and his ability to perform tasks. The space capsule simulator test with Airman Donald Farrell attracted all kinds of media attention. On the 7th and final day, Texas Senator Lyndon B. Johnson stopped by the School of Aviation Medicine to personally escort Farrell out of the chamber and join him at a press conference. Dr. Strughold stood by Farrell's side, as did General Otis Benson, the man who had tried and failed to find Major General Dr. Walter Schreiber a teaching position so he could remain in America. Benson singled out Strughold for his excellent work in the name of medical science. So excited was Lyndon Johnson by the event that he flew Dr. Strughold and his team to Washington, D.C. to attend a luncheon with 70 congressmen, the Secretary of the Air Force, and half a dozen 4-star generals. Strughold later recalled the event. After the soup, Lyndon Johnson asked me to give a 5-minute talk about the scope of space medicine and the meaning of the experiment. Hubertus Strughold, like Werner von Braun and Walter Dornberger, was now an accepted member of the U.S. military scientific elite. But there was a bump in the road. In May 1958, Time magazine featured a piece about Strughold, showering him with praise as America's space medicine research pioneer. In response, the widely read Saturday Review published an editorial by Julian Bach Jr., a former war correspondent for the Army Talks series of pamphlets for GIs and the first American correspondent to report in the general press on medical experiments on human beings by Nazi doctors during World War II. Bach's editorial was called Himmler the Scientist. In it, the war correspondent reminded the public of the human experiments that the Nazi doctors had conducted on prisoners in concentration camps. The German doctors carving them up were medical men of stature in many cases, wrote Bach. Only the fewest were quacks. Bach correctly linked Strughold to the freezing experiments at Dachau, stating that at minimum he had knowledge of them. This was the first time the public had heard anything about Dr. Strughold having knowledge of the medical murder experiments, a fact he had previously been able to keep hidden. The article prompted an investigation at the federal level. Because Strughold had become a U.S. citizen 2 years prior, in 1956, the Immigration and Naturalization Service, INS, was now compelled to investigate. But after checking with the Air Force, the INS released a statement saying that Strughold had been appropriately investigated before becoming a U.S. citizen. The INS had not been shown Strughold's OMGUS security report or his classified dossier. If it had been, INS would have learned that military intelligence had concluded that Strughold's successful career under Hitler would seem to indicate that he must be in full accord with Nazism. In October 1958, the 29th meeting of the Aeromedical Association convened in San Antonio, Texas, for a day-long symposium, Aviation Medicine on the Threshold of Space. The group's first international convention had taken place at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel 21 years before. Dr. Strughold and Harry Armstrong had both been in attendance. Here they were together again. Armstrong and Strughold were co-hosts of the event. General Dornberger delivered a speech. 11 of the 47 scientists in attendance had been brought to America from Germany as part of Project Paperclip. They were American citizens now. A prolific writer, Strughold authored papers and journals, sometimes more than a dozen in a year. He had contributed a piece about space cabins to the Collier's magazine series. He created new, space-related nomenclature, including the words bioastronautics, gravisphere, ecosphere, and astrobiology. He studied jet lag, how the body responds to flight, and wrote a book about his findings, Your Body Clock. In 1964, he was interviewed by the space writer and journalist Shirley Thomas for her 8-volume series, Men of Space. Now, with nearly 2 decades of distance between himself and his Nazi past, and with so many accolades to his name, Strughold began to construct a fictional past for himself, one in which he had actually been an opponent of the Nazis. I was against Hitler and his beliefs, Strughold told Shirley Thomas. I sometimes tried to hide myself because my life was in danger from the Nazis, he said. This was, of course, absurd. Strughold was among the highest-ranking doctor-professors in the Luftwaffe. Were you ever forced to join the Nazi Party? Thomas asked. It was tried, Strughold said. They tried it, but failed. Strughold told Thomas that the same went for the staff at his Aviation Medical Research Institute in Berlin. Only the janitor and the man who took care of the animals were members of the Nazi Party, Strughold lied. It was as if his close colleagues from the Nazi era, Doctors Siegfried Ruf, Konrad Schaffer, Hermann Becker-Freising, and Oskar Schroeder, did not exist. People began to look harder into the past. On September 3, 1973, Simon Wiesenthal, a freelance Nazi hunter who had played a role in the capture of Adolf Eichmann, wrote to Dr. Adalbert Ruckarl, director of the Central Office of the State Justice Administration for the Investigation of National Socialist Crimes in Ludwigsburg, Germany. I have information that Dr. Hubertus Strughold participated in experiments with human beings in Ravensbrück, Wiesenthal wrote. We don't have the name in our archive. The information states that the experiments were in context of the German Air Force. Dr. Adalbert Ruckarl told Simon Wiesenthal that he would look into it. A few months later, Ruckarl wrote back to Wiesenthal to say that a comprehensive investigation had been done and that the Central Office could not find any direct evidence of Strughold's personal participation in the medical crimes. Ruckarl provided Wiesenthal with a copy of the documents pertaining to the conference, Medical Problems of Sea Distress and Winter Distress, at the Hotel Deutscherhof in Nuremberg in 1942, including the travel expenses that Strughold had submitted and the amount he was paid to attend. The Luftwaffe doctors in attendance had discussed the medical data of murdered people, but knowledge was not a crime, and there was no further action for the Central Office of the State Justice Administration to take, Ruckarl said. A few months later, toward the end of 1973, the U.S. Immigration and Naturalization Service announced that it was investigating Strughold and 34 other long-dormant cases of Nazi war criminal suspects living in the United States. That Strughold's name was on the list, which was published in the New York Times, came as a shock to him. Strughold rehearsed a succinct response for reporters, the same as von Braun had when allegations arose. I was cleared before I came here, before I was hired, Strughold said. Leaders of Jewish groups sprang into action, and Charles R. Allen, Jr., the former senior editor of The Nation, writing for Jewish Currents, presented evidence about Strughold's knowledge of human experiments. Allen had acquired the first public copy of the proceedings of the Nuremberg Medical Conference at the Hotel Deutscherhof in 1942, which included a list of those in attendance. On this list were 5 other Nazi doctors who had worked in America under Project Paperclip: Major General Walter Schreiber, Konrad Schaffer, Hans-Georg Klaumann, Konrad Büttner, and Theodor Benzinger, but neither Charles R. Allen, Jr. nor anyone else involved in the Strughold expose appears to have recognized any of these names. 20 years prior, Major General Walter Schreiber had been fired from the SAM and banished to Argentina, and Konrad Schaffer had been fired from the SAM and moved to New York. But when this story broke in 1973, Hans-Georg Klaumann, Konrad Büttner, and Theodor Benzinger had all been gainfully employed by the U.S. government for decades and were now living the American dream. The cloud of suspicion hung over Strughold. Ralph Blumenthal wrote a follow-up article in the New York Times in November of 1974, describing the freezing experiments in detail. Victims were forced to remain naked outdoors or in tanks of ice water. Tests were made periodically as they were freezing to death. The victims suffered agonizing deaths, after which they were dissected for data. INS Director Leonard Chapman made inquiries with the U.S. Air Force and was told that there was no derogatory information on Strughold. The case was closed yet again. Now, more than ever, Strughold felt the need to promote the fiction that he was anti-Nazi. In an Air Force oral history interview that took place 2 days after Blumenthal's piece ran in the New York Times, Strughold told interviewer James C. Hasdorf that during the war he constantly feared for his life. He said that he had been written up on Hitler's so-called enemy list. Strughold insisted that at one point, shortly after the attempted assassination of Hitler by Count Klaus von Stauffenberg in July 1944, he, Strughold, had to go into hiding because he was receiving death threats, that he went from farmhouse to farmhouse until it was finally safe to return to Berlin. This was an absurd distortion of reality. In the months after the Stauffenberg incident, in the winter of 1945, Hubertus Strughold had been promoted to full colonel in the Luftwaffe reserves. 3 years passed. The spotlight moved away. In a ceremony on July 19, 1977, a bronze plaque bearing a portrait of Dr. Hubertus Strughold was unveiled in San Antonio, Texas, in the foyer at the Aeromedical Library at the School of Aerospace Medicine. The library, which was the largest medical library in the U.S. Air Force, was being dedicated to Dr. Hubertus Strughold, the father of space medicine. The Air Force promised that Strughold's bronze plaque will be permanently displayed in the foyer of the library, but permanence is impossible to predict. Only time tells what lasts. Chapter 22. Legacy. In the 1960s, what Operation Paperclip left behind in the country it recruited from reveals contradictory truths about the program's legacy. A watershed event occurred in 1963 when the West German courts opened the Frankfurt Auschwitz trial. This was the first large-scale public trial of Holocaust perpetrators to take place inside Germany. There had been one Auschwitz trial previously in Krakow, Poland in 1947, in which a number of camp functionaries were tried, including Auschwitz Commandant Rudolf Hess, who was sentenced to death and hanged. But before the Frankfurt Auschwitz trial, which ran through 1965, Germany had not conducted any major war crimes trials of its own. The Nuremberg trials, of course, were presided over by the Allied forces. At the Frankfurt Auschwitz trial, 360 witnesses from 19 countries, including 211 Auschwitz survivors, would confront the accused. The judges hearing the case were all Germans. Throughout the 1950s, Germany's political and legal elite had opposed holding these kinds of trials for a variety of reasons, but mostly because it would likely generate additional trials. Just as it behooved U.S. military intelligence to keep the details of Operation Paperclip a secret, so it went for many German jurists. Thousands of their fellow citizens had committed heinous crimes during the war and were now living perfectly normal and sometimes very productive lives. But in 1963, with the trial underway, for the first time since 1945, people in Germany were openly talking about gas chambers, death camps, and the Holocaust. The trial was triggered by a letter I received, recalled Hermann Langbein, the secretary of the International Auschwitz Committee. It was mailed to me by an Auschwitz survivor, a German named Rüttner. At Auschwitz, where both Langbein and Rüttner had been prisoners, the SS guards had made Rüttner a capo, someone who supervised slave laborers. He was a capo in an electrical detail, explained Langbein. A decent capo, there were some decent capos there at Auschwitz. In Rutger's letter to Langbein, he wrote, "I know where Bauger is." Bauger was a loaded name to anyone who had survived Auschwitz. Survivors knew Baugner as the Tiger of Auschwitz. Wilhelm Bauger was a man of indisputable evil. Witnesses watched him murder children on the train ramps with his own hands. In Rutger's letter to Langbein, he said that he'd filed murder charges against Bauger with the German authorities in Stuttgart. In the spring of 1958, in his capacity as the secretary of the International Auschwitz Committee, Hermann Langbein followed up on Rutger's tip and discovered that Bauger was working as an accountant in a town outside Stuttgart. There, the Tiger of Auschwitz lived with his wife and children as a family man. Bringing the man to justice was one long obstacle course, said Hermann Langbein. But finally, after several months of delays, Bauger was arrested. There were 22 co-defendants in the Frankfurt Auschwitz trial. With the exception of Richard Bayer, the last commandant of Auschwitz, all the former Auschwitz functionaries had been leading normal lives using their own names. Commandant Bayer had been living as a groundskeeper on an estate near Hamburg under the alias Karl Neumann. Auschwitz adjunct Robert Mulka was working as a merchant in Hamburg. At the death camp, Mulka had served as Rudolf Hess's right-hand man. Joseph Clare was living in Braunschweig, working at an auto body shop called Busing & Sons. Clare had been a medical orderly at Auschwitz and had killed thousands with lethal injections to the heart. Oswald Kaduk was living in Berlin working in a nursing home. At Auschwitz, Kaduk beat people to death with his boot. SS pharmacist Dr. Victor Capesius was living in Göppingen, a wealthy pharmacy and beauty shop owner. At Auschwitz, Capesius had assisted the notorious Dr. Mengele in selecting individuals for medical experiments and had managed the death camp's supply of Zyklon B. With the actions of all these men under scrutiny at the Frankfurt Auschwitz trial, Germany faced its past through the lens of its own jurists, not American judges. Many young Germans paid attention and began to wonder how so many war criminals could have gotten away with so many war crimes for so long. More important to the Operation Paperclip legacy is that when Rutger filed his civil suit, he named another name, Dr. Otto Ambros. Ambros was listed as a criminal in the Rutger complaint because he had been general manager of IG Farben's Buna factory at Auschwitz. German prosecutors looked into the Ambros case and saw that Ambros had already been tried and convicted of war crimes at Nuremberg, and that he had served 17 months and 2 weeks at Landsberg prison. They decided not to press charges against him a second time. In December 1963, however, Ambros was called to testify at the trial, which was held in the Römer, Frankfurt's town hall. This brought Ambros into the limelight once again. By 1964, Ambros had been a free man for 13 years. He was an extremely wealthy, successful businessman. He socialized in Berlin among captains of industry and the professional elite. When the Frankfurt Auschwitz trial started, he was a board member of numerous major corporations in Germany, including AEG, Allgemeine Elektrizitätsgesellschaft, Germany's General Electric, Hibernia Mining Company, and SKW, Süddeutsche Kohlenstoffwerke AG, a chemical company. On the witness stand at the Frankfurt Auschwitz trial, Ambros gave testimony that contradicted statements he had made during his own trial at Nuremberg in 1947. He also said that the conditions at the Auschwitz Buna factory had been cozy and that the workers had enjoyed good hospitality. which many Auschwitz survivors found appalling in its offensiveness. While contradictory statements might have gone unnoticed by Frankfurt's judges and jurors, there were a number of high-profile Israeli journalists in the courtroom who had become experts on the subject and caught Ambrose's lies. These journalists began at once to investigate Otto Ambrose's post-Nuremberg life. Here was a man who had been convicted of slavery and mass murder and had served very little time considering the crimes. The Farben slaves at Auschwitz numbered 60,000, approximately 30,000 of whom had been worked to death. The journalists covering the trial were outraged by what they discovered. Otto Ambrose now sat on the board of directors of numerous private corporations, but he was also on the board of directors of 5 companies that were owned by the Federal Republic of Germany. The exorbitant fees Ambrose commanded in these positions were being paid by the German taxpayer. An Israeli female journalist, identified in Bundesarchiv documents only as Frau Deutschgren, became so incensed by the arrogance and hubris she saw in Otto Ambrose's post-war life that she wrote a letter to the State Minister of Finance, Ludger Westrick, that the Federal Republic of Germany was paying a consulting fee of 12,000 Deutschmarks, about $120,000 in today's dollars, to a convicted war criminal was shameful, Frau Deutschgren said. She demanded that Finance Minister Ludger Westrick meet with her. He agreed. Frau Deutschgren could not have known that Otto Ambrose and Finance Minister Ludger Westrick were business colleagues and apparently on very friendly terms, as State Archive correspondence reveals. After the meeting, Westrick promised to look into the matter. Instead, he told Ambrose what was going on. In an effort to hold on to his lucrative and prestigious positions on company boards, Ambrose produced a summary of the allegations against himself and his Nuremberg co-defendants, written by his attorney, a Mr. Duval. Ambrose asked Finance Minister Westrick to circulate this apologia around the various boards on his behalf. As a short summary of our case shows, you will clearly find out we are innocent, Ambrose explained, referring to charges of slavery and genocide that he and his Farben colleagues were convicted of at Nuremberg. I and my colleagues are the victims of the Third Reich, Ambrose insisted. The former government utilized the success of synthetic rubber, which they used to make a profit. If there had been anything against me, then I would never have been released by the American military. U.S. High Commissioner John J. McCloy had granted Ambrose clemency under intense political pressure, a fact now being used by Ambrose to suggest that he had been wrongly convicted at Nuremberg. In a letter dated April 25, 1964, Ambrose reminded Finance Minister Westrick that after he had been released from Landsberg prison in 1952, "You helped me get back on the boards." For this, Ambrose said he was grateful. "I see it as an honor and a duty to remain there. I do this for pure altruistic reasons. I appreciate anything you can do." In turn, Finance Minister Westrick wrote letters to the various boards on Ambrose's behalf. Ambrose was chosen for the board because of exceptional talent, Westrick said. In his field, he is as wanted as Werner von Braun. Everyone wants him. He can get a job anywhere he wants, anywhere in the world. The Israeli journalists refused to let up on Otto Ambrose. They continued to write news stories about him, making it increasingly difficult for both the Federal Republic of Germany and the publicly traded companies on whose boards Ambrose sat to maintain business associations with him. Former war criminal found refuge in Switzerland, read a headline on June 6, 1964. The story detailed time that Ambrose spent in the Swiss village of Pura. Ambrose, furious, submitted a statement of facts to Labor Ministry State Secretary Ludwig Kattenstroff in response. "I did not hide myself in Pura," Ambrose wrote. "It is my holiday home, and I have to say that when I bought the parcel there in 1956, I informed the Swiss government by handing over the judgment at Nuremberg. I am only there for holidays. My children go there, and my friends. After consulting with my lawyer, I will never go back." Then came the blaming. "The whole affair," wrote Ambrose, "has to be seen in the shadow of the Frankfurt trial. A certain faction of the press is trying to blame me." The subtext was that the Jews were trying to blame him. In the late summer of 1964, AEG's board members met and decided that they could no longer retain convicted war criminal Otto Ambrose. Ambrose then also quietly left at least 2 of the 5 taxpayer-funded consulting positions he held on Federal Republic of Germany boards. In separate letters to Finance Minister Ludger Vestrick and Deputy Finance Minister Dr. Dollinger, a new secret was revealed, though Ambrose promised not to make public a piece of the information they shared. "Concerning the firms abroad where I am a permanent co-worker advisor," Ambrose wrote, "I won't name them publicly because I don't want to tip off any journalists who might cause trouble with my friends. You know about W.R. Grace in New York, and I hope I can stay with Hibernia Company. Concerning the firms in Israel," Ambrose wrote, "stating their names publicly would be very embarrassing because they are run by very public, well-respected persons in public positions that have actually been at my home and are aware of my position, how I behaved during the Reich, and they accept this." The well-respected public figures in Israel to whom Ambrose referred have never been revealed. That Ambrose had also worked for the American company W.R. Grace would take decades to come to light. When it did in the early 1980s, the public would also learn that Otto Ambrose worked as a consultant for the U.S. Department of Energy, formerly the Atomic Energy Commission, to develop and operate a plant for the hydrogenation of coal in a scale of 4 million tons per year at the former IG Farben industry. That a convicted war criminal had been hired by the Department of Energy sparked indignation, and congressmen and journalists sought further details about Ambrose's U.S. government contract. In a statement to the press, the Department of Energy insisted that the paperwork had been lost. The scandal was brought to the attention of President Ronald Reagan. Letters on White House stationery reveal that Deputy National Security Advisor James W. Nance briefed Reagan about how it was that the U.S. government could have hired Otto Ambrose. Nance's argument to the president was that many others hired him. Dr. Ambrose had contracts with numerous officials from Allied countries, wrote Nance. Dr. Ambrose was a consultant to companies such as Distillers Limited of England, Pechenay, the French chemical giant, and Dow Europe of Switzerland. He was also the chairman of Knoll, a pharmaceutical subsidiary of the well-known chemical corporation BASF. President Reagan requested further information from the Department of Energy on its Ambrose contract. Nance told the president the DOE and/or ERDA, the Energy Research and Development Administration, do not have records that would answer the questions you asked in the detail you requested. However, with Dr. Ambrose's involvement in the company shown and his special knowledge in hydrogenation of coal, we know there were productive contracts between Dr. Ambrose and U.S. energy officials. Even the President of the United States could not get complete information about an Operation Paperclip legacy. In the midst of the scandal, a reporter for the San Francisco Chronicle telephoned Ambrose at his home in Mannheim, Germany, and asked Ambrose about his 1948 conviction at Nuremberg for mass murder and slavery. "This happened a very long time ago," Ambrose told the reporter. "It involved Jews. We do not think about it anymore." The third act of Dr. Kurt Bloma's life contradicts the idea that the Soviets were desperately trying to hire Hitler's former biological weapons maker. In February 1962, a group of communist physicians from Karl Marx University in Leipzig, East Germany, sent an open letter to all the doctors and dentists living in Dortmund, as well as many widely distributed newspapers, regarding the matter of the Dortmund physician, Dr. Kurt Bloma. The letter listed the war crimes Bloma had been accused of at the Nuremberg doctors' trial, and stated that everyone in the town of Dortmund should know who he is and what he did to the Jewish people. The Leipzig doctors identified the doctor in Dortmund as the Deputy Surgeon General of the Third Reich. They wrote that Western German medical colleagues should distance themselves from this man who dares to call himself a doctor. Bloma was contacted by the East German radio station Radio Berlin International for comment. He agreed, and an interview was arranged for February 22, 1962. "I have read the 2 pages you have presented to me," Bloma told his interviewer on the appointed day. "During the war, I got the task to prepare a serum, a vaccine, against a bacterial plague. This all started because Major General Dr. Schreiber told a lie. Schreiber is a pawn of the Russians. It's a sworn lie." Bloma spent the rest of his radio time blaming Schreiber for his own misfortunes. He ended by pointing out his innocence. Bloma reminded the radio announcer that he had endured a 10-month trial at Nuremberg. "I was acquitted on every point that there was," Bloma said. "The U.S. judges were not easy. They handed out 7 death penalties and 5 lifelong imprisonments. If I had been guilty, they would have convicted me." The allegations opened a subsequent investigation into Bloma. 2 weeks later, on April 4, 1962, the state's attorney in Dortmund wrote to the Central Office of the State Justice Administration for the investigation of National Socialist crimes to see if there was anything on Dr. Kurt Bloma. The state's attorney put together a dossier on Bloma, with most of the focus on a letter Bloma had written on November 18, 1942, to Reich Governor Reichsstatthalter Arthur Karl Greiser, mayor of a Polish area near Posen, and subsequently executed for war crimes. The subject matter was Sonderbehandling, or special treatment of Poles with tuberculosis. By now, in 1962, it had been established that Sonderbehandlung was a Nazi euphemism for extermination. In this 1942 correspondence, Bloma and Greiser agreed that the best way to deal with this group of tubercular Poles being discussed was to give them special treatment. But Bloma also raises a problem that had to be dealt with, namely that if these tubercular Poles were to be exterminated, the general perception by relatives would be that something unorthodox is going on. Bloma reminds Reich Governor Greiser that the group they are proposing special treatment for totals approximately 35,000 people. Bloma was called into an interview with the state's attorney. "I am aware that there is an investigation," Bloma said. "My position is that this has already been investigated by the Americans." Dr. Bloma then made the same argument he had used at Nuremberg as a defendant in the doctor's trial, that he may have recommended the extermination of 35,000 Poles as a course of action, but that there was no proof that that action ever took place. Intent, Bloma maintained, is not a crime. Furthermore, Bloma told investigators, I want to add that I put the blame on Major General Dr. Walter Schreiber based on what I learned at the trial. Blome said that Dr. Schreiber was the true murderer and that he had framed Dr. Blome to deflect the guilt away from himself. After several days of consideration, on May 21, 1962, the state's attorney placed the investigation of Dr. Blome on hold. Blome continued to practice medicine in Dortmund, and the case against him was never reopened. 3 years later, Blome was dead. He died of emphysema, says his son, who also reports that by the time of his father's death, Dr. Kurt Blome was alone and estranged from the world. Albert Speer served all 20 years of his sentence at Spandau Prison outside Berlin, despite the efforts by John J. McCloy, as U.S. High Commissioner for Germany, to get Speer released earlier. In 1956, McCloy wrote to Speer's wife, Margareta, "I have a very strong conviction that your husband should be released and would be very happy if I could do anything to expedite such a release." In prison, Speer secretly worked on the memoirs he would publish upon his release. On pieces of toilet paper, cigarette wrappers, and paper scraps, he jotted down recollections of his days working alongside Hitler and the Inner Circle. It was illegal to write and send unscreened notes out of Spandau, so Speer had his writing smuggled out by 2 sympathetic Dutch Red Cross nurses. The notes were delivered to Speer's old friend and colleague, Rudolf Wolters, a die-hard Hitler loyalist living in Berlin. Over the course of 20 years, Wolters painstakingly typed up tens of thousands of these individual paper scraps that Speer continued to send to him. After 20 years, they amounted to a 1,000-page manuscript, which Wolters turned over to Speer upon Speer's release. With the advance payments Speer received on his memoirs, he would write 2, Inside the Third Reich and Spandau, The Secret Diaries. Speer became a wealthy man once again. He earned a reported 680,000 Deutschmarks from Die Welt for serialization rights and a reported $350,000 advance, roughly $2.4 million in 2013, for English-language book rights. Albert Speer bought a sports car and embarked on a new life as a successful author. He never thanked or acknowledged Rudolf Wolters for his 20 years of work, at least not in his book and not publicly. A decade later, Speer defended this decision to his biographer, Gita Zerani, saying, "It was for Wolters' own protection." Wolters' son reported that when Wolters died, the last word he uttered was Speer. After Speer sent Warner von Braun a copy of Spandau, von Braun wrote a letter to his old friend and former boss at the Reich's Ministry of Armaments and War Production, pointing out how divergent their lives had been over the past 20 years. While Speer had been at Spandau prison, von Braun's star had risen steadily. He thanked Speer for the book. "How often I thought of you during those last 20 long years when so much was happening in my life," wrote von Braun. When Siegfried Kneemeyer learned that Albert Speer was out of prison, Kneemeyer took a trip to visit his old friend in Germany. The last time the two men had seen each other was in Berlin in April 1945, when Kneemeyer was helping Speer plot his escape to Greenland. In the years that Speer had been in prison, Kneemeyer had been working for the United States, formerly the sworn enemy of both men. As an employee of the U.S. Air Force in the 1940s, 1950s, 1960s, and 1970s, Kneemeyer worked on classified and unclassified projects, won awards, and rose up through the ranks. For the Air Force, he established the Pilot Factors Program, which coordinated technologies as aircraft went from subsonic to supersonic flight. Upon his retirement in 1977, Pentagon officials awarded Kneyemeyer their highest civilian award, the Distinguished Civilian Service Award. Kneyemeyer died of emphysema 2 years later, on April 11, 1979. His last wish was that his body be immediately taken to a crematory, and that no funeral be held. He served his native country, Germany, and his adopted country, America, with equal enthusiasm and dedication, said his son, Sigurd Kneyemeyer. To the end, Albert Speer denied that he had direct knowledge of the Holocaust. 67 years after interviewing Speer at the Ashcan interrogation facility in Luxembourg, John Dollebois still takes umbrage at this. I asked Speer if he was at the Wannsee conference, at which Himmler announced the final solution for eradicating Jews, Dollebois explains. In my opinion, anyone who was at that meeting could not say he knew nothing about extermination camps, like Auschwitz, Sobibor, Birkenau. Speer first denied being at Wannsee, then admitted to me he was there, but left before lunch and missed the important announcements. Others also asserted Speer was not telling the truth. I think he should have been hanged. Albert Speer died in a London hotel room in 1981. He was in town doing an interview for the BBC. One seldom recognizes when the devil puts his hand on your shoulder, Albert Speer told James P. O'Donnell in a New York Times Magazine interview shortly after his release from Spandau. He was referring to Hitler, but might have been talking about himself. Chapter 23. What Lasts? In the 1970s, several events led to a major shift in the American public's perception of the Holocaust, Nazis, and the United States. A series of congressional oversight hearings were convened as a result of many high-profile cases of Nazi war criminals found living in America. The hearings drew attention to the fact that the Immigration and Naturalization Service had been negligent in its investigations of these individuals, and in turn led to the creation of the Justice Department's Office of Special Investigations. Then came the 1978 broadcast of NBC's 4-part miniseries, Holocaust, which broke records for family viewing and made Americans who had never contemplated the Holocaust think seriously about what had happened in Nazi Germany and what the state-sponsored murder of 6 million people really meant. These events set the stage for a simple, fortuitous occurrence for a young Harvard law student named Eli Rosenbaum, the consequences of which would profoundly impact the paperclip scientists who had something to hide. In 1980, Eli Rosenbaum was perusing book titles inside a Cambridge bookstore when he came across Dora, the Nazi concentration camp where modern space technology was born and 30,000 prisoners died, written by a former Dora prisoner, the French resistance fighter Jean Michel. The narrative is detailed and revelatory in its brutal honesty. Jean Michel called his book an homage to the 30,000 slave laborers who died building the V2s. He comments on the memoirs written by Werner von Braun and General Dornberger, and the countless interviews given by many of the other V2 scientists who worked under Project Paperclip. None of these Germans, notes Michel, utters a word about Nordhausen. I do not reproach these men with not having made public confessions after the war, Michel writes. I do not hold it against the scientists that they did not choose to be martyrs when they discovered the truth about the death camps. No, mine is a more modest objective. I make my stand solely against the monstrous distortion of history, which, in silencing certain facts and glorifying others, has given birth to false, foul, and suspect myths. In that same Cambridge bookstore on that same day, Eli Rosenbaum came across a second book about the V-2 rocket. This one was called The Rocket Team, and was written by Frederick I. Ordway III and Mitchell R. Sharp, with an introduction by Warner von Braun. The book discusses and quotes the German scientists involved in the U.S. rocket program. In one part of the book, engineer Arthur Rudolph, praised as the developer of NASA's Saturn V rocket program, shares his thoughts with the authors. Rudolph is not identified as having once been operations director at the Middlework slave labor facility. Rudolph relates an anecdote from the war concerning his dismay at being called away from a New Year's Eve party in 1943-44 because of a problem with some of the V-2 rockets. An accompanying photograph shows a POW in striped prisoner pajamas moving rocket parts. Eli Rosenbaum had spent the previous summer working for the Department of Justice in its Office of Special Investigations. He knew that the Geneva Convention forbade nations from forcing prisoners of war to work on munitions. He had also just read about what went on in the Nordhausen tunnels in Jean-Michel's book, Dora. Rosenbaum later recalled that he was particularly offended by Rudolph's taking umbrage at missing a gala party while slave laborers toiled. The following year, after graduating from Harvard Law School, Rosenbaum started full-time work at the Department of Justice as a trial lawyer. He persuaded his boss, Neil M. Scher, to open an investigation into Arthur Rudolph. In September of 1982, Marianne Rudolph, the daughter of Arthur Rudolph, received an unexpected telephone call at her home in San Jose, California. It was the Department of Justice calling. They explained that they had been trying to reach her father, Arthur Rudolph, who apparently lived nearby, but that they had been unable to do so. Marianne Rudolph, who worked as an artist for NASA, told the caller that her parents were vacationing in Germany and would be back at the end of the month. The day after the Rudolphs returned, Arthur Rudolph received a registered letter in the mail from the Department of Justice, Office of Special Investigations. The letter stated that questions had been raised regarding Arthur Rudolph's activities during the Second World War. Rudolph was asked to meet with DOJ officials at the San Jose Hyatt on October 13th, and to bring any documents with him that he owned covering the period between 1933 and 1945. During this first meeting, which included Arthur Rudolph, OSI Director Alan A. Ryan, Jr., Deputy Director Neil M. Scher, and trial attorney Eli Rosenbaum, the interview lasted 5 hours. There were two central questions the lawyers wanted answered. Owing to what set of principles had Rudolph decided to join the Nazi Party, which he did in 1933, and what exactly did he know about the Nordhausen executions, specifically about the prisoners who had been hanged from a crane. DOJ lawyers Allen, Scher, and Rosenbaum had documents with them, including the previously sealed testimony from the 1947 Dora Nordhausen trial. These documents included pre-trial investigative material regarding former paperclip specialist George Rickey. Among the documents was the interview that Rudolph gave on June 2, 1947, to Major Eugene Smith of the U.S. Army Air Force. In that testimony, Rudolph had first said that he never saw any prisoners beaten or hanged. Later in the interview with Major Smith, Rudolph changed his story to say that he had been forced to watch the hangings but had nothing to do with them. During the San Jose Hyatt interview in 1982, the three Justice Department lawyers presented Rudolph with the drawing made by his former Nordhausen colleagues from Fort Bliss, the rocket engineers Gunther Haukohl, Rudolf Schlitt, Hans Polero, and Erich Ball. This drawing illustrated the layout inside the tunnels and had been used as evidence in the Dora Nordhausen trial. The Justice Department lawyers pointed out to Rudolph that there was a clear dotted line labeled Path of Overhead Crane Trolley on which men were hung. The dotted line ran right by Rudolph's office, which suggested that it would have been impossible for Rudolph not to have seen the hangings. The lawyers asked why he had lied. They also asked Rudolph about his testimony from the 1947 Dora Nordhausen trial that revealed that at the Middlework Tunnel Complex, he received daily prisoner strength reports which showed the number of prisoners available for work, the number of new arrivals, and the number of people lost through sickness or death. They said that clearly Rudolph knew people were being worked to death and were being replaced by fresh bodies from the Dora Nordhausen concentration camp. Back in Washington, D.C., the Justice Department put together its case. 4 months later, on February 4, 1983, a second meeting took place at the San Jose Hyatt, and shortly thereafter, Rudolph received a letter from the Justice Department in the mail. Certain preliminary decisions have now been made, wrote Neil Scher. I would be prepared to discuss these decisions, as well as the evidence amassed to date, with an attorney authorized to represent your interest. The government stated intentions to pursue its case against Arthur Rudolph, showing that Mr. Rudolph enforced the slave labor system at Mittelbau, Middlework, and aided in the transmission of sabotage reports to the SS. Arthur Rudolph had two choices, the Justice Department said. He could hire a lawyer and prepare to stand trial, or, alternatively, he could renounce his U.S. citizenship and leave the country at once. 38 years after coming to America as part of Operation Paperclip, Arthur Rudolph left the United States on March 27, 1984. Neil Scher met Arthur Rudolph at the San Francisco International Airport and made sure he got on the airplane. It was another 7 months before the Justice Department made public that Arthur Rudolph had renounced his citizenship so as to avoid facing a war crimes trial. When asked to comment, Eli Rosenbaum said that Arthur Rudolph had contributed to the death of thousands of slave laborers. But Rosenbaum also said that it was Rudolph's almost unbelievable callousness and disregard for human life that surprised him most. The story became front-page news around the world. Some individuals affiliated with NASA and other rocket-related government programs remained staunch supporters of Arthur Rudolph, calling the Justice Department's actions against him a witch hunt. One of Rudolph's leading proponents, Hugh McInish, an engineer with the U.S. Army Strategic Defense Command, helped promote the idea that Rudolph, Dornberger, and von Braun had all confronted members of the SS during the war and had tried to get better working conditions for the slave laborers. Their defendants' assertions must be regarded with the greatest skepticism, especially as there is not a single document to back them up, says Michael J. Neufeld. There is little doubt in my mind that Rudolph was deeply implicated. The Rudolph expose triggered keen interest in how it was that Arthur Rudolph came to America in the first place. This was a turning point in Operation Paperclip's secret history. There is a broad misconception in America that there exists some kind of automatic declassification system that requires the government to reveal its secret programs after 30 or 50 years. In reality, the most damaging programs often remain classified for as long as they can be kept secret. The Freedom of Information Act, signed into law by President Lyndon Johnson, allows for the full or partial disclosure of some documents, but a request must be initiated by an individual or a group and is by no means a guarantee that information will be obtained. After the Arthur Rudolph story broke, journalist Linda Hunt began reporting on Operation Paperclip for CNN and the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists. She filed FOIA requests with the different military organizations and intelligence agencies involved and received varied responses. I obtained 6,000 Edgewood Arsenal documents in 1987, but it took more than a year, 2 attorneys, and a threatened lawsuit to get the records released, says Hunt. When she arrived at the Washington National Records Center in the late 1980s to inspect the documents, she was told that Edgewood's own historian had checked out 7 of the boxes and that another 12 were missing. The Army later agreed to look for the missing records and sent her a bill for $239,680 in so-called search fees, the equivalent of $500,000 in 2013. Eventually, Linda Hunt was granted access to the documents, and in the early 1990s, she published a book that unveiled many of Operation Paperclip's seemingly impenetrable secrets. It was now no longer possible for the government to uphold the myth that Paperclip was a program peopled solely by benign German scientists, nominal Nazis, and moral men. As if pushing back against the Office of Special Investigations, just a few months after Arthur Rudolph was expelled from the United States, the Texas Senate passed a resolution declaring that June 15th was Dr. Hubertus Strughold Day. Then Ohio State University's Medical College unveiled a portrait of Strughold on its mural of medical heroes. But the attempts by one organization to perpetrate a false myth can serve as a great motivator for another organization, and to this end, the World Jewish Congress discovered and released information on Dr. Strughold that Army intelligence had managed to keep classified for nearly 50 years. The New York Times verified that Dr. Strughold had been listed as among those being sought on the 1945 Central Registry of War Criminals and Security Suspects, or CROCAS list. Strughold's portrait was removed from the Ohio State mural, where he appeared, ironically, alongside Hippocrates. Citizens who were offended by the Strughold Library at the Brooks Air Force Base asked the Air Force when Strughold's name was going to be removed from the U.S. government building. Library spokesman Larry Farlow told the Associated Press that there were no plans to remove the name from the Strughold Aeromedical Library. But growing pressure from the public forced the Air Force to reconsider its position. In 1995, General Ronald R. Fogelman, Chief of Staff of the Department of the Air Force, issued a terse statement stating that after reviewing Nazi-era documents, the evidence of Dr. Strughold's wartime activities is sufficient to cause concern about retaining his name in an honored place on the library. The sign was removed from the building's exterior brick walls, and the Strughold bronze portrait was taken down. The permanence of the honor had come to an end. Strughold died the following year at the age of 88. The Justice Department had been preparing a Nazi war criminal case against Strughold in his final years. What does last? The desire to seek the truth? Or in the words of Jean Michel, the ability to take a stand against the monstrous distortion of history when it gives birth to false, foul, and suspect myths? In 1998, Congress passed the Nazi War Crimes Disclosure Act, which required various U.S. government agencies to identify and release federal records relating to Nazi war criminals that had been kept classified for decades. In accordance with the act, President Clinton established an interagency working group made up of federal agency representatives and members of the public to oversee the interpretation of over 8 million pages of U.S. government records and report its findings to Congress. The documentation revealed a vast web of profitable relationships between hundreds of Nazi war criminals and U.S. military and intelligence agencies. In 2005, in a final report to Congress, U.S. intelligence and the Nazis, the Interagency Working Group determined that the notion that they, the U.S. military and the CIA, employed only a few bad apples will not stand up to the new documentation. In hindsight, wrote the Interagency Working Group, the government's use of Nazis was a very bad idea, and there was no compelling reason to begin the post-war era with the assistance of some of those associated with the worst crimes of the war. And yet history now shows us that that is exactly what the American government did, and continued to do throughout the Cold War. In the decades since Operation Paperclip ended, new facts continue to come to light. In 2008, previously unreported information about Otto Ambros emerged, serving as a reminder that the story of what lies hidden behind America's Nazi scientist program is not complete. A group of medical doctors and researchers in England, working on behalf of an organization called the Thalidomide Trust, believe they have tied the wartime work of I.G. Farben and Otto Ambros to the thalidomide tragedy of the late 1950s and early 1960s. After Ambros was released from Landsberg prison, he worked as an economic consultant to German Chancellor Konrad Adenauer and to the industrial magnate Friedrich Flick, the richest person in Germany during the Cold War. Like Ambros, Flick had been tried and convicted at Nuremberg, and then released early by John J. McCloy. In the late 1950s, Ambros was also elected chairman of the advisory committee for a German company called Chemie Grünenthal. Grünenthal was about to market a new tranquilizer that promised pregnant women relief from morning sickness. The drug, called thalidomide, was going to be sold under the brand name Contergan. Otto Ambros served on the board of directors of Grünenthal. In the late 1950s, very few people knew that Grünenthal was a safe haven for many Nazis, including Dr. Ernst Günther Schenk, the inspector of nutrition for the SS, and Dr. Heinz Baumkotter, an SS captain, Hauptsturmführer, and the chief concentration camp doctor at Mauthausen, Natzweiler Struthof, and Sachsenhausen concentration camps. 10 months before Grünenthal's public release of thalidomide, the wife of a Grünenthal employee who took the drug to combat morning sickness gave birth to a baby without ears. No one linked the birth defect to the drug, and thalidomide was released by the company. After several months on the market in 1959, Grünenthal received its first reports that thalidomide caused polyneuropathy or nerve damage in the hands and feet of elderly people who took the drug. The drug's over-the-counter status was changed, so it now required a prescription. Still, thalidomide was marketed aggressively in 46 countries with a label that stated it could be given with complete safety to pregnant women and nursing mothers, without any adverse effect on mother and child. Instead, the drug resulted in more than 10,000 mothers giving birth to babies with terrible deformities, creating the most horrific pharmaceutical disaster in the history of modern medicine. Many of the children were born without ears, arms, or legs, and with reptilian, flipper-like appendages in place of healthy limbs. The origins of thalidomide were never accounted for. Grünenthal had always maintained that it lost its documents that showed where and when the first human trials were conducted on the drug. Then, in 2008, the Thalidomide Trust in England, headed by Dr. Martin Johnson, located a group of Nazi-era documents that produced a link between thalidomide and the drugs researched and developed by IG Farben chemists during the war. Dr. Johnson points out that Grunenthal's 1954 patents for thalidomide cryptically state that human trials had already been completed, but the company says it cannot offer that data because it was lost, ostensibly during the war. The patents suggest that thalidomide was probably one of a number of products developed at Duhern Fort or Auschwitz-Monowitz under the leadership of Otto Ambros in the course of nerve gas research, Dr. Johnson says. The Thalidomide Trust also links paperclip scientist Richard Kuhn to the medical tragedy. Kuhn worked with a wide range of chemicals in his nerve gas research, and in his antidote research, we know he used antergin, which we are fairly sure was a sister drug to Contergan, the brand name for thalidomide, Dr. Johnson explains. In 2005, Kuhn experienced a posthumous fall from grace when the Society of German Chemists, Gesellschaft Deutscher Chemiker, GDCH, announced it would no longer award its once prestigious Richard Kuhn Medal in his name. Nazi-era documents on Kuhn had been brought to the Society's attention, revealing that in the spring of 1943, Kuhn asked the Secretary General of the KWS, Kaiser Wilhelm Society, Ernst Telschau, to support his search for the brains of young and healthy men, presumably for nerve gas research. The Society of German Chemists maintains that the sources indicate that these brains were most likely taken from execution victims, and that, despite his scientific achievements, Richard Kuhn is not suitable to serve as a role model and eponym for an important award, mainly due to his research on poison gas, but also due to his conduct toward Jewish colleagues. It seems that the legacy of Hitler's chemists has yet to be fully unveiled. Because so many of these German scientists were seen as assets to the U.S. Army Chemical Corps' nerve agent programs, and were thus wanted as participants in Operation Paperclip, secret deals were made, and the many documents pertaining to these arrangements were classified. President Clinton's interagency working group had access to 8 million pages of declassified documents, but millions more documents remain classified. In U.S. intelligence and the Nazis, the interagency working group's authors write that the truest reckoning with the official past can never be complete without the full release of government records. Part of the problem lies in identifying where the records are physically located. For example, a 2012 FOIA request to the State Department asking for the release of all files related to Otto Ambros was denied on the grounds that no such files exist. But it is a matter of record, owing to a May 1971 news article in the Jewish Telegraphic Agency, that Otto Ambros traveled to the United States twice with the State Department's assistance, despite his status as a convicted war criminal. In an interview with State Department official Fred Scott, the Jewish Telegraphic Agency learned Ambros came to the United States in 1967 after the State Department recommended to the Justice Department a waiver on his eligibility, which was granted, and that in 1969, Ambros received a second visa waiver and traveled to the United States again. In the spring of 1971, Ambros was attempting to get a third visa waiver from the State Department when the Jewish Telegraphic Agency reported the story. According to Fred Scott, Ambros's host for his May 1971 visit was listed as the Dow Chemical Company. After the story was published, Jewish groups held protests, and Ambrose allegedly canceled his trip. But none of this information is contained in Ambrose's declassified U.S. Army files, FBI files, or CIA files. Otto Ambrose was a convicted Nazi war criminal. In accordance with the Nazi War Crimes Disclosure Act, all files about him should have been released and declassified. But records that cannot be located cannot be declassified. Where are the Otto Ambrose records hidden, and what secrets might be guarded therein? Names and dates continue to come to light, and researchers, journalists, and historians continue to uncover new facts. Fate and circumstance also inevitably play a part. In 2010, a cache of almost 300 documents was found in the attic of a house being renovated in the Polish town of Oświęcim, near Auschwitz. The documents include information about several Nazi doctors and Farbenchemists who worked at the death camp. The sensational value of this discovery is the fact that these original documents, bearing the names of the main murderers from Auschwitz, were found so many years after the war, says Adam Sira, a historian at the Auschwitz Museum. Otto Ambrose lived until 1990, to the age of 92. After his death, the chemical conglomerate BASF, on whose board of directors he had served, lauded him as an expressive, entrepreneurial figure of great charisma. Is the old German proverb really true? Jedem das Seine. Does everyone get what he deserves? Still, as of 2013, the Space Medicine Association in America continues to bestow its prestigious Hubertus Strughold Award to a scientist or specialist for outstanding contribution to aviation medicine. It has done so every year since 1963. On December 1, 2012, the Wall Street Journal ran a page-one story about Dr. Strughold, presenting revelatory new information about his criminal activities during the war. German historian Professor Hans Walter Schmull had been researching another subject when he came across evidence that showed that Dr. Strughold had allowed epileptic children to be experimented on inside the high-altitude chamber at Strughold's Aviation Medical Research Institute of the Reich Air Ministry in Berlin. Rabbits had been put to the test first and had died. Next, Reich medical researchers wanted to see what would happen to young children with epilepsy subjected to those same conditions. Strughold authorized the potentially lethal tests on the children. The head of the institute is responsible, says Schmull. Using this expensive equipment, the head of an institute had to have been informed about the use. When the German Society for Air and Space Medicine learned about Schmull's discovery, they eliminated their prestigious Strughold Award, which had been given annually in Germany since the mid-1970s. In America, the Wall Street Journal article renewed debate as to why the Space Medicine Association had not yet eliminated its Hubertus Strughold Award. Dr. Mark Campbell, a former president of the Space Medicine Association, insists the award will not go away. Campbell blames the Internet for maligning what he sees as Dr. Strughold's good character. I was a member of a committee investigating Dr. Strughold to see if his name should be removed from the Space Medicine Association Strughold Award, says Campbell. I was amazed to find that the facts that were uncovered were so different from the claims being made on the Internet. But most of Dr. Campbell's colleagues disagree. Why defend him? Asked Dr. Stephen Verono, a research medical officer at the FAA's Civil Aerospace Medical Institute in Oklahoma City, and a member of the Space Medicine Association. I can't find another example in the world of an institution honoring Dr. Strughold except my own association. The National Space Club Florida Committee, one of 3 committees of the National Space Club in Washington, D.C., gives out a similarly prestigious space-related award called the Dr. Kurt H. Debus Award. This annual award is named in honor of Operation Paperclip's Kurt Debus, who became the first director of the Kennedy Space Center. Kurt Debus is the scientist who, during the war, was an enthusiastic member of the SS, wore the SS uniform to work, and turned a colleague over to the Gestapo for making anti-Nazi remarks and failing to give Debus the Nazi salute. Under Operation Paperclip, Kurt Debus worked on missiles for the Army and for NASA for a total of 28 years, many of which he spent alongside Arthur Rudolph and Wernher von Braun. Kurt Debus retired in 1974. In 2013, after the Strughold Award debate resurfaced, I interviewed Steve Griffin, the National Space Club chairman, to determine why the organization continues to give out an award that is named after someone who was once an avowed and active Nazi. Simple as it is, Kurt Debus is an honored American, Griffin says. I read to Griffin information from Kurt Debus's OMGUS security report. It is a simple matter, Griffin told me. Kurt Debus was the first director of the Kennedy Space Center. Unlike the Strughold Award, which was created in 1963, when Strughold's foreign scientist case file was still classified, the Dr. Kurt H. Debus Award was first bestowed in 1990, after Debus's OMGUS security report had been declassified, and the revelation that he was an active member of Heinrich Himmler's SS had been revealed. It is not my purview to decide if we have an award or what it is called, Griffin says. But Griffin conceded that he has been on the board of the National Space Club since the Debus Award's inception, so technically it is and always has been within his purview. Like so many of those involved in Operation Paperclip decades ago, Griffin looks past Debus's former commitment to Nazi Party ideology. He only sees the scientist. What do you say when people ask you about Kurt Debus's Nazi past? I asked. Not a single person has asked me this question in 23 years, Griffin says. To report this book, I filed dozens of Freedom of Information Act FOIA requests, some of which were honored, many of which were denied, and most of which are still pending. I came across oblique references circa 1945 regarding a supposed list of Nazi doctors whom the Office of U.S. Chief of Counsel, U.S. Army, sought for involvement in mercy killings or medical murder crimes. FOIA requests for the list turned up nothing. Then, at the Harvard Medical Library, I found a collection of papers that once belonged to Colonel Robert J. Benford, the first commander of Operation Paperclip's Aviation Medicine Research Program at the Army Air Force's Aeromedical Center in Heidelberg. Benford, with Dr. Strughold, oversaw the work of the 58 Nazi doctors at the center. Both Benford and Strughold worked under Colonel Harry Armstrong. In Benford's papers, I came across a file labeled List of Personnel Involved in Medical Research and Mercy Killings, but the access to the file was restricted until 2015. The Harvard Medical Library informed me that the Department of Defense had classified the list and that only the DoD had the authority to declassify it. Harvard filed a FOIA request on my behalf, and the Mercy Killings list was declassified and released to me. Included on this list, which had been in Colonel Benford's possession, were 7 Nazi doctors hired under Operation Paperclip: Theodor Benzinger, Kurt Blume, Konrad Schaffer, Walter Schreiber, Hermann Becker-Freising, Siegfried Ruth, and Oskar Schroeder. the fact became instantly clear. U.S. Army intelligence knew all along that these doctors were implicated in murder, yet chose to classify the list and hire the doctors for Operation Paperclip. Blome, Schaffer, Becker-Freising, Roof, and Schroeder were all tried at Nuremberg. Schreiber's public outing in 1951 and his subsequent banishment from America are now on record. But Dr. Theodore Benzinger seems to have slipped away from accountability. From his New York Times obituary in 1999, the world learned that Dr. Theodore Benzinger, 94, invented the ear thermometer, a nominal contribution to the medical world. As for the military world, Benzinger's research work for the Navy was destroyed or remains classified as of 2013. Warner von Braun, Arthur Rudolph, Kurt Debus, and Hubertus Strughold led the American effort to get man to the moon. The question remains, despite a man's contribution to a nation or a people, how do we interpret a fundamental wrong? Is the American government at fault equally for fostering myths about its paperclip scientists, for encouraging them to whitewash their past so that their scientific acumen could be exploited for U.S. weapons-related work? When, for a nation, should the end justify the means? These are questions that can only be answered separately by individuals. But as facts emerge and history is clarified, the answers become more suitably informed. In addition to the ear thermometer, Theodore Benzinger left the world with the Planck-Benzinger equation, fine-tuning the second law of thermodynamics, which states that nothing lasts. Benzinger's lifelong scientific pursuit was studying entropy, the idea that chaos rules the world and, like ice melting in a warm room, order leads to disorder. I prefer Gerhard Moszowski's take on what matters and what lasts. Moszowski was the Jewish teenager fortuitously spared the gas chamber at Auschwitz because he was of use to I.G. Farben as a slave laborer at their Buna factory. I was interviewing Moszowski one spring afternoon in 2012 when I asked him the question, "What matters? What lasts?" He chuckled and smiled. He pushed back the sleeve on his shirt and showed me his blue ink Auschwitz tattoo. "This lasts," he said, "but it is also a record of the truth." Principal characters. These brief character descriptions include information pertaining to the narrative of Operation Paperclip. Military titles refer to the highest rank achieved by individuals within the time frame of this story. The term doctor is used to identify medical doctors. William J. Almans. Post-war investigator with the U.S. War Crimes Division, he arrived on scene at the V2 tunnel complex in Nordhausen shortly after it was liberated, found the telephone list that implicated George Rickey and Arthur Rudolph in slave labor, and served on the prosecution staff during the Dora Nordhausen war crimes trial. Dr. Leopold Alexander, Boston psychiatrist and neurologist sent to post-war Germany to investigate medical crimes. He later served as expert consultant during the Nuremberg doctors' trial and co-authored the Nuremberg Code. Otto Ambros, I.G. Farben chemist, co-discoverer of sarin gas and Buna synthetic rubber. He was awarded 1 million Reichsmarks by Hitler as a Scientific Achievement Award. Served the Reich as chief of the C Committee for Chemical Warfare, manager of I.G. Farben's slave labor factory at Auschwitz, and manager of the Duhern Fort poison gas facility. He was tried and convicted at Nuremberg, and after an early release, he worked for the U.S. Chemical Corporation, W.R. Grace, the U.S. Department of Energy, and other European government and private sector business concerns. Major General Dr. Harry G. Armstrong set up the post-war U.S. Army Air Force's Aero Medical Center in Heidelberg, employing 58 Nazi doctors, 34 of whom followed him to the U.S. Air Force School of Aviation Medicine in Texas, where he served as commandant. He was the second Surgeon General of the U.S. Air Force. Colonel Burton Andrus, U.S. Army Commandant at Central Continental Prisoner of War Enclosure No. 32, codenamed Ashcan, the interrogation facility where the major Nazi war criminals were interred after the war. Later, as governor of the Nuremberg prison, he oversaw the hangings of the convicted high command Nazis. Herbert Axter, Nazi lawyer, accountant, and Chief of Staff on V-weapons under General Dornberger. Axter and his wife, Ilse, were among the few individuals in Operation Paperclip to be outed by the public as ardent Nazis. Forced to leave Army employ, he opened a law firm in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Harold Batchelor, U.S. Army expert in weaponized bubonic plague and co-designer of the 8-ball aerosol chamber at Camp Detrick. As a member of the Special Operations Division, he and Frank Olson conducted covert field tests across America using a pathogen that simulated how bioweapons would disperse. Consulted with Dr. Blome in Heidelberg after the Nuremberg doctors' trial. Werner Baumbach, wartime general of the bombers for the Luftwaffe, chosen by Albert Speer and Heinrich Himmler to pilot each man's escape from Germany. Originally part of Operation Paperclip, he instead went to South America, where he died in a plane crash. Dr. Hermann Becker Freising, Nazi aviation physiologist under Dr. Strughold, who oversaw medical murder experiments on prisoners at the Dachau concentration camp. He was tried at Nuremberg, convicted, and sentenced to 20 years. Granted clemency, he was released in 1952. Dr. Wilhelm Beigelbuch, Nazi aviation physiologist who oversaw saltwater experiments at Dachau. He removed a piece of prisoner Karl Hüllenreiner's liver without anesthesia, one of the many crimes for which he was tried and convicted at Nuremberg. Sentenced to 15 years, Beigelbuch was granted clemency in 1951 and returned to work at a German hospital. Colonel Peter Beasley, officer with the U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey sent to post-war Germany to locate engineers with knowledge about how underground weapons facilities were engineered. Recruited George Rickey for Operation Paperclip. Colonel Dr. Robert J. Benford, commanding officer at the U.S. Army Air Force's Aeromedical Center, he oversaw the research efforts of 58 Nazi doctors working in Heidelberg. Dr. Theodor Benzinger, wartime department chief of the experimental station of the Air Force Research Center in Reuchlin, and chief of medical work in the research department of the technical division of the Reich Air Ministry. An ardent Nazi and member of the SA, stormtroopers, with rank of medical sergeant major, he was hired to work at the U.S. Army Air Force's Aeromedical Center in Heidelberg, then arrested, imprisoned at Nuremberg, listed as a defendant in the doctor's trial, and mysteriously released. Under Operation Paperclip, he worked for the Naval Medical Research Institute in Bethesda, Maryland. Dr. Kurt Blome, Deputy Surgeon General of the Reich, Deputy Chief of Reich's Physicians League, and member of the Reich Research Council. He served as chief of the Reich's bioweapons facilities in Nesselstedt, Poland, and in Geraburg, Germany. An old fighter Nazi party member, he wore the Golden Party Badge and was a lieutenant general in the SA, stormtroopers. The JOA tried but failed to bring him to America. He worked for the U.S. Army at Camp King in Oberursel, Germany. William J. Cromartie, U.S. Army bacteriological warfare expert and officer with Operation Alsace. Kurt Debus, V-Weapons flight test director and member of the SS, he turned a colleague over to the Gestapo for making anti-Nazi remarks. Under Operation Paperclip, he served as part of the Von Braun rocket team at Fort Bliss, Texas, and became the first director of NASA's John F. Kennedy Space Center in Florida. John Dallebaugh, U.S. Army officer with military intelligence who interrogated many of the Nazi Party high command interned at Ashcan, including Hermann Göring and Albert Speer. He was trained by General William Donovan in the art of interrogation. Major General William J. Donovan, founding director of the Office of Strategic Services, the forerunner to the CIA. After the German surrender, Donovan kept an office at Camp King in Oberursel, Germany, where he oversaw Nazis writing reports for the U.S. Army. Major General Walter Dornberger, wartime German general in charge of V-weapons development and the technical staff officer in the Nordhausen slave labor tunnels. He was arrested by the British for war crimes, interned in England, and later released into U.S. custody. Under Operation Paperclip, he worked for the U.S. Air Force and then Bell Aircraft Corporation. Until the late 1950s, he acted as a missile and space-based weapons consultant to the Joint Chiefs, carrying a top-secret clearance and visiting the Pentagon frequently. Captain R.E.F. Edelsten, British officer assigned to the joint British-U.S. Interrogation Center at Castle Kranzberg, codenamed Dustbin. Donald W. Falconer, U.S. biological weapons explosives expert, who consulted with Dr. Blome shortly after Blome's acquittal at Nuremberg, colleague of Frank Olson at Camp Dietrich. Karl Otto Fleischer, allegedly the V-Weapons business manager in Nordhausen, he played an important role in revealing to Major Staver the whereabouts of a key document stash after the German surrender. Under Operation Paperclip, he worked at Fort Bliss, Texas, until it was learned he was not a scientist, but worked in food services for the Reich's missile program. Dr. Karl Gebhardt, Himmler's personal physician and chief surgeon of the staff of the Reich Physician SS and Police. He was in charge of sulfa experiments at Ravensbrück, administered by Major General Dr. Walter Schreiber. He was convicted at the doctor's trial at Nuremberg, sentenced to death, and hung in the courtyard at Landsberg prison. Lieutenant General Reinhard Gehlen, Hitler's senior intelligence officer on the Eastern Front, he was hired by the U.S. Army to run the Gehlen Organization, a group that gathered intelligence on Soviet bloc spies at Camp King. The organization was taken over by the CIA in 1945, the majority of details kept classified until 2001. Hermann Göring, Reichsmarschall, Commander-in-Chief of the Luftwaffe, and the long-serving designated successor to Hitler. As head of the Reich Research Council, he was in charge of the coordination of all German research and streamlined Nazi science to weapons-related programs, making him the dictator of science. Sidney Gottlieb, director of the CIA's technical support staff, he oversaw the MK-Ultra program and, with his deputy Robert Lashbrook, covertly drugged bacteriologist Fred Olson with LSD during an agency weekend retreat. Samuel Goudsmit, American particle physicist and wartime scientific director of Operation Alsace. Born in Holland, Goudsmit spoke Dutch and German. He discovered documents in Nazi scientist Dr. Eugen Hagen's Strasbourg apartment that revealed Reich doctors were conducting deadly human experiments on concentration camp prisoners. John C. Green, Executive Secretary for the Office of Publication Board, a division of the Commerce Department. He was instrumental in getting Secretary of Commerce Henry Wallace to lobby President Truman to endorse Operation Paperclip. L. Wilson Green, Technical Director of the Chemical and Radiological Laboratories at Edgewood. His secret monograph entitled Psychochemical Warfare, A New Concept of War, was the genesis for the CIA's MK Ultra program. Colleagues with Paperclip Fritz Hoffmann. Dr. Karl Gross, biological weapons researcher with the Hygiene Institute of the Waffen-SS. He was assigned by Himmler to work with Dr. Blome at Posen, Poland, and Gereberg, Germany. Dr. Eugen Hagen, virologist and key developer in the Nazi bioweapons program, notably in vaccine research. Inside Hagen's Strasbourg apartment, Alsace agents discovered the first evidence that Nazi doctors were experimenting on humans in concentration camps. Before the war, Hagen co-developed the yellow fever vaccine at the Rockefeller Institute in New York. Alexander G. Hardy, Nuremberg prosecutor during the doctors' trial. In 1951, Hardy and Dr. Alexander wrote to President Truman, portraying U.S. Air Force Paperclip employee Dr. Walter Schreiber as a war criminal, sadist, and liar, leading to Schreiber's expulsion from the U.S. Major James P. Hamill, wartime officer with the U.S. Army Ordnance Corps, he was in charge of the Paperclip Group at Fort Bliss, Texas. Heinrich Himmler, Reichsfuhrer SS, Chief of Police, and Reich Kommissar for the consolidation of the ethnic German nation, he championed medical experiments on human beings in concentration camps and oversaw the sale of more than 500,000 slave laborers to military and industrial concerns. Himmler's all-inclusive powers gave him unparalleled responsibility for Nazi terror and atrocities. Karl Höhlenreiner, German Roma or Gypsy, arrested during the war for marrying a German woman in violation of the Nuremberg laws. He was sent to Auschwitz, then Buchenwald, and finally Dachau, where he became a rare survivor of medical murder experiments in Experimental Cell Block 5. During Nuremberg trial testimony, he tried to stab defendant Wilhelm Beigelbuch. Dr. Ernst Holzlerner, senior doctor at the University of Berlin, who conducted freezing experiments at Dachau with Dr. Sigmund Rascher. He committed suicide in 1945. Friedrich Fritz Hoffmann, wartime organic chemist at the Chemical Warfare Laboratories at the University of Würzburg and for the Luftwaffe. Under Operation Paperclip, he worked at Edgewood in the Classified Research and Development Division, the Technical Command, synthesizing Tabin gas and later VX. For the CIA, he traveled the world in search of exotic poisons. Dieter Hutzel, wartime personal aide to Werner von Braun. He oversaw the V-weapon document stash with Bernard Tessmann. Under Operation Paperclip, he worked as part of the von Braun team at Fort Bliss, Texas. Colonel Gordon D. Ingram, commander of Camp King from 1949 to 1951, he supervised Paperclip contract employees Dr. Walter Schieber and Dr. Kurt Blome. Janina Iwanska, rare survivor of the Ravensbrück concentration camp medical murder experiments. She came to the U.S. for medical treatment in 1951 and unexpectedly provided critical testimony to the FBI regarding the alleged war crimes of Operation Paperclip's Dr. Walter Schreiber. John Rison Jones, Jr., American soldier with the 104th Infantry Division and one of the first men to enter the slave tunnels at Nordhausen. His iconic photographs documented the horror that had befallen thousands of V-weapons laborers. Heinrich Kleve, Reich Chief of Counterintelligence for Bacterial Warfare Concerns. He was interned and interrogated at Dustbin with Dr. Blome, testified as a witness in the Nuremberg doctors' trial. Colonel Siegfried Kneemeyer, Luftwaffe spy pilot, engineer, and wartime chief of Luftwaffe Technical Developments under Hermann Göring. Considered one of the Reich's top 10 pilots, he was asked by Armaments Minister Albert Speer to pilot Speer's escape to Greenland. Under Operation Paperclip, he worked at Wright Field starting in 1947. Major General Hugh Kner, post-war commanding general at Air Technical Service Command, Wright Field. An early advocate of Operation Paperclip, he sent a memo to the War Department encouraging them to overlook German scientists' Nazi pasts. Pride and face-saving have no place in national insurance, he said. Karl Krau, chairman of IG Farben Board of Directors and Göring's plenipotentiary for special questions of chemical production. Courted for Operation Paperclip while incarcerated at Nuremberg, he was convicted alongside colleague Otto Ambros. Richard Kuhn, Nobel Prize-winning organic chemist who developed Soman nerve agent for the Reich and was known to begin his classes at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute with Sieg Heil. Under Operation Paperclip, he worked for the U.S. Army Air Force's Aeromedical Center in Heidelberg and also privately for General Lux's Heidelberg Working Group on sarin production. Brigadier General Charles E. Lux, long-serving U.S. Army chemical warfare officer, he oversaw Operation Paperclip scientists working at Edgewood. He was transferred to Heidelberg, Germany in June 1948, served as Chief of Intelligence Collection for Chemical Warfare Plans, European Command, and created the Heidelberg Working Group on sarin production with Hitler's former chemical weapons experts, including Schieber, Schrader, Kuhn, and von Klink. Initiated the first U.S. Army interest in the incapacitating agent lysergic acid diethylamide, or LSD. Ulrich Luft, Luftwaffe respiratory specialist and Dr. Strughold's deputy director at the Aviation Medical Research Institute in Berlin. Under Operation Paperclip, he worked for the U.S. Army Air Force's Aeromedical Center in Heidelberg and for the U.S. Air Force School of Aviation Medicine in Texas. Gerhard Machowski, Auschwitz death camp prisoner number 117028. He survived the Buno-Monowitz labor concentration camp, also called IG Auschwitz, and was 19 years old at liberation. John J. McCloy, lawyer, banker, politician, and presidential advisor. As chairman of the State War Navy Coordinating Committee, he played a crucial role in the earliest days of the Nazi scientist program. As U.S. High Commissioner in Germany, he championed accelerated paperclip and granted clemency to many Nazi war criminals convicted at Nuremberg. Charles McPherson, member of the Special Projects Team for Accelerated Paperclip, McPherson recruited Dr. Kurt Blome to work on biological weapons research. Hermann Nielsen, 63-year-old German aircraft engineer working under Operation Paperclip at Wright Field. He turned in George Ricke for alleged war crimes. Karl Nordstrom, chief of the Scientific Research Division under U.S. High Commissioner John J. McCloy. He oversaw the Special Projects Team in their recruitment of Nazi scientists under the Accelerated Paperclip program, also known as Project 63. Frank Olson, bacteriologist for the Special Operations Division at Fort Detrick, and CIA operative involved in the controversial interrogation programs at Camp King, including Operations Bluebird and Artichoke. He was covertly drugged with LSD by CIA colleagues and later fell, or was pushed, out of a New York City hotel room to his death. Werner Osenberg, wartime high-ranking member of the Gestapo and an engineer. He ran the planning office inside Göring's Reich Research Council and was the eponymous creator of the Osenberg List, a who's who record of more than 15,000 Reich scientists, engineers, and doctors. Colonel Boris Pasch, commanding officer of the Alsace mission and later an employee of the CIA. Albert Patin, Reich businessman whose wartime factories mass-produced aircraft instruments using a 6,000-person workforce that included slave laborers supplied by Himmler. Under Operation Paperclip, he worked for the U.S. Army at Wright Field. Colonel William R. Philp, first commander of Camp King in Oberrussel, Germany. He was one of the first post-war U.S. Army officers to hire Nazi military intelligence officers to analyze information from Soviet prisoners, an action that metastasized into the Gehlen Organization. Lieutenant General Donald L. Putt, accomplished test pilot and engineer. He was one of the first wartime officers to arrive at Hermann Göring's secret Aeronautical Research Center at Vulcanroad, where he recruited dozens of scientists for Operation Paperclip, later supervising them at Wright Field. Dr. Sigmund Rascher, SS doctor at Dachau, who conducted medical murder experiments in Experimental Cell Block 5. His correspondence with Himmler, including a gruesome collection of photographs, was used in the Nuremberg doctors' trial. He was allegedly murdered on Himmler's orders shortly before war's end and became the scapegoat of many Luftwaffe doctors. George Ricke, general manager of the Mittelwerk slave labor facility in Nordhausen. Under Operation Paperclip, he worked for the U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey and the U.S. Army Air Forces at Wright Field. Exposed by a fellow paperclip scientist for alleged war crimes, he was returned to Germany as a defendant in the Dora Nordhausen labor concentration camp trial and was acquitted. Walter Riedel, engineer with the V-Weapons Design Bureau. Under Operation Paperclip, he worked for the U.S. Army at Fort Bliss, Texas, before returning to Germany. Howard Percy H.P. Robertson, physicist, collaborator of Albert Einstein, and ordnance expert who served as an officer with Operation Alsace. He served as General Eisenhower's post-war Chief of the Scientific Intelligence Advisory Section and Chief of Field Information Agency Technical, FIAT. He was vocally opposed to hiring Nazi scientists. Arthur Rudolph, operations director at Mittelwerk slave labor facility in Nordhausen, he specialized in V-weapons assembly and oversaw slave laborer allocation. Under Operation Paperclip, he worked for the U.S. Army at Fort Bliss, Texas, and became project manager for the Saturn V. In 1980, he was investigated by the Department of Justice and left America in 1984 to avoid prosecution. Dr. Siegfried Ruf, director of the Aeromedical Division of the German Experimental Station for Aviation Medicine in Berlin, close colleague and co-author of Dr. Strughold. As supervisor to Dr. Sigmund Rascher, he administrated the medical experiments in Experimental Cell Block 5 at Dachau. Under Operation Paperclip, he worked for the U.S. Army Air Force's Aeromedical Center in Heidelberg before being tried at Nuremberg and acquitted. Emil Salmon, Nazi aircraft engineer implicated in the burning down of a synagogue in Ludwigshafen, Germany. He was hired under Operation Paperclip to build engine test stands for the U.S. Army Air Forces, who found his expertise difficult, if not impossible, to duplicate. Dr. Konrad Schaffer, Luftwaffe physiologist and chemist, he developed the Schaffer process of desalination in pilot sea emergencies, which became part of the medical murder experiments at Dachau. Under Operation Paperclip, he worked for the U.S. Army Air Force's Aeromedical Center in Heidelberg before being tried in the Nuremberg doctors' trial and acquitted. His second paperclip contract was for the U.S. Air Force School of Aviation Medicine in Texas. Gerhard Schrader, IG Farben chemist who discovered Tabin nerve agent for the Reich. He repeatedly turned down Operation Paperclip contract offers, but worked privately for General Lukes with the Heidelberg Working Group on sarin production. Major General Dr. Walter Schreiber, Surgeon General of the Third Reich, wartime Chief of Medical Services, Supreme Command of the German Army, member of the Reich Research Council, and Chief of Protection against Gas and Bacteriological Warfare. Captured by the Soviets during the Battle for Berlin, he was a surprise witness for the Russian prosecution team at Nuremberg. Under Operation Paperclip, he worked for the U.S. Army at Camp King, Oberursel, Germany, and for the U.S. Air Force School of Aviation Medicine in Texas. SS Brigadeführer Walter Schieber, Chief of the Armaments Supply Office in the Speer Ministry, he acted as liaison to the industrial production of Tabin and sarin gas. One of Hitler's old fighters, and holder of the Golden Party Badge First Class, he served on Reichsfuhrer SS Himmler's personal staff. Under Operation Paperclip, he worked for the U.S. Army in Heidelberg, for General Lukes's Heidelberg Working Group on sarin production, and for the CIA. Heinz Schlicke, electronic warfare expert and director of the Reich's naval test fields at Kiel. He was on board the German submarine U-234, headed for Japan with a weapons cache when captured. Under Operation Paperclip, he worked for the U.S. Navy. Hermann Schmitz, CEO of IG Farben and director of the Deutsche Reichsbank. It was inside a secret wall safe in Schmitz's Heidelberg home that Major Edmund Tilly discovered the photo album connecting IG Farben to IG Auschwitz. Dr. Oskar Schroeder, Chief of Staff of the Luftwaffe Medical Corps, he ordered and oversaw medical murder experiments at Dachau. Under Operation Paperclip, he worked for the U.S. Army Air Force's Aeromedical Center in Heidelberg before being tried and convicted at Nuremberg. Sentenced to life in prison, he was granted clemency and released in 1954. Robert Zervatius, Nazi Defense Counsel during the Nuremberg doctors' trial, he located a 1945 Life magazine story describing how U.S. military doctors experimented on U.S. prisoners during the war and read the article word for word in the courtroom, seriously damaging the prosecution's case. Major Eugene Smith, U.S. Army officer assigned to investigate George Rickey on war crimes accusations. He took statements from Arthur Rudolph at Fort Bliss, Texas, which later proved instrumental for the Department of Justice. Albert Speer, Reich Minister of Armaments and War Production. He was responsible for all warfare-related science and technology for the Reich starting in 1942, and he oversaw the placement of millions of people into forced labor concentration camps. Convicted at Nuremberg, he served 20 years in Spandau prison. After his release, he wrote several memoirs, always maintaining he knew nothing of the Holocaust. Vivian Spitz, youngest court reporter at the Nuremberg doctors' trial, she authored Doctors from Hell at the age of 80 after being outraged by a speech given by a Holocaust denier. Major Robert B. Staver, officer with the Research and Intelligence Branch of U.S. Army Ordnance, he oversaw Special Mission V2 and the capture of 100 V-weapons and related documents from Nordhausen. His actions led to the first group of rocket scientists coming to America under Operation Paperclip. He left the Army in December 1945. Dr. Hubertus Strughold, wartime director of the Aviation Medical Research Institute of the Reich Air Ministry in Berlin for 10 of Hitler's 12-year rule. Despite being listed on the Central Registry of War Criminals and Security Suspects, CROCAS, he was recruited by Harry Armstrong to co-direct the top-secret medical research program in post-war Germany. Under Operation Paperclip, he worked for the U.S. Army Air Force's Aeromedical Center in Heidelberg and the U.S. Air Force School of Aviation Medicine in Texas. Referred to as the father of U.S. space medicine, he remains one of the most controversial figures in the history of Operation Paperclip. Colonel Philip R. Tarr, wartime chief officer of the Intelligence Division of the U.S. Chemical Warfare Service, Europe. Stationed at Duspin Interrogation Center, he defied orders to arrest Otto Ambros on war crimes charges and drove him to Heidelberg to meet with Chemical Corps intelligence officers and a civilian with Dow Chemical. Major Edmund Tilley, British officer in charge of post-war interrogations of Hitler's chemical weapons experts interned at Duspin. Fluent in German, he was responsible for locating evidence used to convict Otto Ambros and other Farbenchemists at Nuremberg. General Telford Taylor, chief prosecutor at Nuremberg. During the doctors' trial, he described Hitler's doctors as having become proficient in the macabre science of killing. He was a vocal critic of U.S. High Commissioner McCloy's decision to pardon convicted Nazis and overturn 10 of the tribunal's death sentences. Bernard Tessmann, weapons facilities designer at Nordhausen. With Hutzel, and at the direction of von Braun, he hid the V-weapons documents in the Dorton mine. Under Operation Paperclip, he worked for the U.S. Army at Fort Bliss, Texas. Erich Traub, virologist, microbiologist, and doctor of veterinary medicine, he served as the wartime deputy director of the National Research Institute on the island of Reims, Germany. Sent by Himmler to Turkey in search of Rinderpest, he sought to weaponize the virus for the Reich. Under Operation Paperclip, he worked for the U.S. Army, the U.S. Navy, and the U.S. Department of Agriculture. He asked to be repatriated to Germany in 1953. Werner von Braun, technical director of V-weapons development for the German Army and head of the Mittelbau-Dora Planning Office, a division within the SS. Under Operation Paperclip, he worked for the U.S. Army, Fort Bliss, Texas, and became director of the Marshall Space Flight Center and chief architect of the Saturn V launch vehicle, which propelled Americans to the moon. Magnus von Braun, gyroscope engineer at Nordhausen and the younger brother of Werner von Braun. Under Operation Paperclip, he worked for the U.S. Army at Fort Bliss, Texas. Robert Ritter von Grime, World War I flying ace who mentored Dr. Strughold in pilot physiology studies between world wars. At war's end, he was appointed by Hitler to serve as the last chief of the Luftwaffe and committed suicide in May 1945. Jürgen von Klink, SS officer, IG Farbenchemist, and Deputy Chief of Special C Committee for Chemical Warfare under Ambrose. He inadvertently led Major Tilly to a document cache that led to the arrest and conviction of many Nazi colleagues. Under Operation Paperclip, he worked for General Lux's Heidelberg Working Group on sarin production. Herbert Wagner, Chief Armaments Design Engineer at Henschel Aircraft Company and inventor of the HS-293 missile. He was the first Nazi scientist to arrive in the U.S. under Operation Paperclip and worked for U.S. Naval Technical Intelligence. This has been a Hachette audio production of Operation Paperclip, the secret intelligence program that brought Nazi scientists to America. Written by Annie Jacobson. Read by the author. Produced and directed by Dennis Kao. Post-production by Fred Koch and Jeremy Wesley. Production supervised by Christine M. Farrell. Operation Paperclip is also available in print and digital formats from Little Brown & Company, a division of Hachette Book Group. Text copyright 2014 by Anne M. Jacobson. Audio production copyright 2014 Hachette Audio. All rights reserved. In accordance with the U.S. Copyright Act of 1976, the duplicating, uploading, and electronic sharing of any part of this audiobook without the permission of the publisher constitutes unlawful piracy and theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like to use material from the audiobook other than for review purposes, prior written permission must be obtained by contacting the publisher at permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights.
Audible. 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 Audible.